Chapter 313, Decision. At this moment, Hanli turned his head toward the handsome youth and politely said, "Sixth senior martial brother has also come." The affairs of this little brother have truly troubled senior martial brother. Wu Xian indifferently responded with "N" and said nothing more. Hanli simply smiled, displaying nothing out of the ordinary. He clearly understood now that ever since that matter with Dong Xiener, this sixth senior martial brother did not find Hanli pleasant to the eye. However, Hanli himself didn't really mind much. After all, this person was much easier to deal with than hypocrites and other such vile characters. Right now, however, Wu Xian was looking at Hanli with a trace of amazement. Last time they had seen each other, Hanli was only at early foundation establishment. But now, after just a short period of time, Hanli had already entered mid-foundation establishment. How could Wu Xian, who was still lingering at early foundation establishment, not feel greatly astonished and envious? "Senior martial brothers, please come in. I'll go ahead and steep a pot of good tea for you." Hanli invited the four into the room with a smile and then turned around and went inside ahead of the others. "There is no rush to drink tea. Let's first talk about the Black Fiend School's experts. I've always wanted to have a few truly great battles with foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, when I was at Master's side, the old man didn't allow me or 8th junior martial brother to freely kill Devil Dao cultivators. Otherwise, I would possibly be in the same boat as junior brother Han and be dispatched to the border to engage in mutual combat." When Song Meng and the others entered the room and sat down, he hastily asked this with itching impatience and curiosity. This fourth senior martial brother normally treated people extremely coldly. But now that fierce close combat was imminent, he immediately acted like any other person, becoming excited and unafraid. "Nonsense. I've heard that success in frontline battles doesn't rely solely on how many enemies you've killed before. What's most important is one's own cultivation." Because junior martial brother Han had bitterly cultivated beyond everyone else with great success, he was able to naturally succeed in this area. When the third senior martial brother Lu Jing heard Song Meng's words, he couldn't help but tighten his face and say this with a somewhat rebuking tone. Hearing this, Hanli felt greatly surprised. He hadn't thought that these three senior martial brothers would speak mercilessly. He believed that with Song Meng's temperament, he wouldn't be immediately rebuked. This left Hanli dumbstruck. Song Meng only chuckled and then remained silent. While Hanli was left in shock, the three senior martial brothers had suddenly turned their heads to him and amiably said, "Master already gave us a rough explanation, but in these passing days, I'm sure that new information has surfaced. I hope Hanli could give us a detailed briefing." "Yes. I am also very curious. Who's part of this evil school that dares to abduct so many cultivators? They truly have great courage." Seventh martial sister Zhong Wenyang didn't appear to be much older than Hanli. She had a round face with great clear white skin, and her smile had two shallow dimples. She was truly adorable. However, Hanli clearly understood that this senior martial sister Zhong was a genuine genius cultivator. He had heard that by the age of 16, she had already entered foundation establishment. She was now only one step away from mid-foundation establishment and received much favor from Li Huayuan and his wife. With that thought, Hanli sighed and slowly said, "Senior martial sister Zhong probably already knows that the majority of the cultivators abducted by the Black Fiend School were used as blood sacrifices for cultivation. A small number of them were spared, threatened into becoming their wretched followers. As a group of evil cultivators unfit to be seen under sunlight, they would naturally have great courage. Furthermore, after so many years of development, they now have quite a few foundation establishment experts, each of them extremely vicious. Blood sacrifice. That evil cultivation art that raises one's cultivation by absorbing the blood essence of other cultivators?" When Wu Xian heard this, his face hardened, asking this with a trembling voice. Song Meng and the others also displayed similar shock. 8th Junior Martial Brother, are you not mistaken? Is it truly that bloody cultivation art? Lu Jing's scholarly face had a menacing air and a faint, ominous glint could be seen from his eyes. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. He had heard long ago that although this third senior martial brother did not have the greatest cultivation among Li Huiyuan's disciples, he was famed among the junior generation of the 7 sects for his bloody, obsessive hatred of evil and have slain countless degenerate cultivators by his hand. This was the main reason why martial idiots like Song Meng held such reverence toward third senior martial brother Lu Jing. 1. That's correct. They have cultivated like this for many years. Han Li naturally didn't conceal anything about the Black Fiend School and nodded his head with certainty. Junior Martial Brother Han, tell us everything that happened. Senior Martial Brother Lu solemnly said to Han Li, the circumstances are as such. I had originally gone to attend a banquet at Prince Xian's residence with the Qin clan lord. Han Li slowly narrated through the events that occurred since that day at Prince Xian's residence. Naturally, secret details involving himself were excluded. However, Han Li did not expect that these 3 senior martial brothers were not easily deceived. They interrupted Han Li several times and carefully inquired about a few unclear details. Since the slightest mistake would cause Han Li to reveal everything, these questions truly caused sweat to flow down Han Li's back several times. This was the first time Han Li felt that weaving lies was truly difficult. After he answered all of Lu Jing's questions, the other 3's complexions greatly changed. This small Black Fiend school actually had 4 Foundation establishment blood servants, not to mention several altar masters with similar cultivation bases and that profound schoolmaster. Furthermore, what was more troublesome was that their nest was actually Yuejing's forbidden city. Senior Martial Brother Lu, should we ask Master for instructions and ask the sect for more men? With just us, I fear it will be extremely difficult to capture the Black Fiend sect schoolmaster, Wu Xian said with hesitation. It was obvious that he didn't want to violate the 7 sects entry ban and that he wasn't entirely confident in his own strength. What? It seems 6th Junior Martial Brother is somewhat cowardly. When Lu Jing heard Wu Xian's words, he raised his sharp eyebrows and spat this out with annoyance. Of course not. I only feel that acting as such is a bit unreliable. According to Junior Martial Brother Han's words, they won't be able to run for quite some time. As such, asking for Master's opinion seems more appropriate. Wu Xian hastily disputed, naturally unwilling to admit this. Oh. That's good. This elder brother was just suspicious. However, Junior Martial Brother Wu doesn't need to ask such a worrisome question. When we arrived, Master repeatedly warned us that if we encountered any difficulties, we should ask for assistance from Martial Senior Hui Ming's disciples, who were sent to the nearby South Crow City for sect affairs. With Master's and Martial Senior Hui Ming's friendly relationship, they will be certain to help us. Humph. Since we already know the Imperial Palace has already become a den of evil, how could I, Lu, turn a blind eye to them? Don't hesitate to follow me in. As for whether our charge into the Imperial Palace will violate the 7 sects prohibition, Lu Jing will bear all the responsibility. Lu Jing declared with an ice-cold expression. Everyone at the scene looked at each other in dismay except for 7th Senior Martial Sister Zhong Wenyang, who looked at him with enchanted eyes. It was obvious she had long fallen for this 3rd Senior Martial Brother. Good. Since 3rd Martial Brother has said this, then Junior Martial Brother naturally won't miss such a good show as this and will fight alongside Senior Martial Brother. Song Mang became excited by Senior Martial Brother Lu's words and heroically said this. I also won't leave Senior Martial Brother. I will certainly charge together with him into the Imperial City. Zhong Wenyang repeatedly agreed, having come to her senses. When Lu Jing heard these 2 speak, his face smiled, expressing his gratitude. Then he turned his head toward Han Li and Wu Xian and asked, I don't know what you junior martial brothers intend to do. If you feel that senior martial brothers' methods are inappropriate and do not wish to participate in this battle, this senior martial brother will absolutely not force you. When he said this, Han Li hesitated, pondering about the advantages and disadvantages. Wu Xian, on the other hand, clenched his teeth. After his face changed between red and white several times, he said, unless master permits it with his very own mouth, I will not deliberately violate the prohibition. If senior martial brother truly wishes to personally charge into the imperial palace, I will not take part in it. I must first ask master for instructions. His reasons were completely justifiable. You what? Hearing these words, Zhong Wenyang stood up with fury filling her chest. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Lu Jing. Sixth junior martial brother's words are reasonable. To charge together with me into the Forbidden City is a strenuous and unrewarding task. We might also incur further blame after we withdraw. Third senior martial brother calmly commented. What does junior martial brother Han think? Could it be you are also going to mimic this fellow's example? You are a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Surely you aren't so cowardly. In order to give her beloved a helping hand, Zhong Wenyang did not hesitate to use such shallow provocations. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Han Li didn't immediately respond and instead lowered his head in thought, muttering to himself for a moment. This senior martial brother Lu was very considerate and did not rush Han Li. Instead, he calmly sat down and waited for Han Li's decision. All right, I will go. I was the one who originally raised this matter, so it would be inexcusable if I didn't go. Furthermore, I truly wish to experience the might of this mysterious Black Fiend schoolmaster. After a long while, Han Li lifted his head and suddenly smiled, saying this with a soft voice. 1. TL, martial idiot, obsessed with combat and fighting but not much else. Chapter 314, Meeting Together. When Han Li said this, Zhong Wenyang beamed with joy and couldn't help but praise Han Li. Lu Jing also revealed a grateful expression. As for Song Meng, he stepped forward and firmly patted Han Li on the shoulder 2 times. With a large smile, he said, if I hadn't already met you and you were actually unwilling to go, I certainly would have had a falling out with you. However, I already know junior martial brother is a valiant figure. With that said, Song Meng glared coldly at Wu Xian. It seemed that Wu Xian truly did not have a good relationship with his fellow martial brothers. When Wu Xian saw this, he snorted and said, since it is like this, I will find a peaceful place and won't disturb your grand event. I will tell master everything that happened and hope that he doesn't blame you. Having said this, Wu Xian expressionlessly walked out of the room and left the Qin residence on his flying magic tool. Sixth senior martial brother is truly outrageous. He actually ran away as soon as a battle approached. It's unfortunate that he is my senior martial brother. Zhong Wenyang grumbled with great dissatisfaction. Enough. Everyone has their own ambitions, so don't force him. We must make our plans and arrangements as soon as possible. The faster we move, the safer we will be. After all, who knows if the Black Fiend schoolmaster is able to leave seclusion earlier than we originally thought, Lu Jing solemnly added. Senior martial brother has much experience in exterminating degenerate cultivators. You plan it. We will act as you say. In any case, when the time comes, I am fine so long as I take part in the fighting. Song Meng exclaimed with an excited appearance. Junior martial brother Song, you. Lu Jing was rendered speechless by Song Meng's complete lack of plans and was left not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Zhong Wenyang's eyes became crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Han Li also faintly smiled and did not speak. Seventh junior martial sister, you are quite familiar with Marshal Senior Huaming's disciple, Junior Marshal Sister Qin. As such, it would be better if you were the one to go. Right now, she is at South Crow City. Please go and request their assistance." After Lu Jing regained his composure, he calmly asked this of Zhong Wenyang. "Junior Marshal Sister Qin is also here. I haven't seen her for some time. However, we have quite a good relationship. There should be no question about her assistance," Zhong Wenyang replied with complete confidence. When Han Li heard the words, "Junior Marshal Sister Qin," his heart shook. He thought to himself in confusion, what a coincidence. Is it really her? While Han Li was in doubt, he heard Lu Jing say something to him. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, I fear we will have to stay at the Qin residence for a while longer. We will require you to contact the members of the Qin residence and arrange a quiet residence for us, allowing for peaceful cultivation." The third senior marshal brother spoke calmly. Han Li naturally agreed. "Then what should I do?" Song Meng couldn't help but impatiently ask. "You will remain here and properly take care of the Qin residents in case the Black Fiend School suddenly launches an attack. I will go to the streets from time to time and look for any movements from the Black Fiend School." Since Junior Marshal Brother Han has already revealed their faces, it'll be harder for us to find them in public, Lu Ming answered indifferently. "I understand." When he heard this, Song Meng dispiritedly agreed. The following days were extremely peaceful. Apart from Zhong Wenyang departing for Nanhui City to request assistance, the others generally remained at the Qin residence and cultivated. As for third marshal brother Lu Jing, he went out several times in accordance with his previous words. But if his opponents were too strong and they had nothing to do with him, to risk his own life to handle someone else's affairs made absolutely no sense. Although the actions of his sixth senior marshal brother Wu Xian invited loathing from others, they weren't disagreeable. Leaving aside his methods, his decision was truly wise. Else, one may act with hot-blooded passion and recklessly brave terrible dangers. This time, Han Li had forced himself to agree to their charge into the Black Fiend School's nest, violating his own principle of self-preservation. However, Han Li felt that this danger was worth braving. Because Han Li's spiritual roots were truly inferior, so long as there was something he could do to increase his chances of entering core formation, he was unwilling to let such a boon slip by his fingers. Furthermore, he was somewhat certain of his safe return. This is because he had prepared a special trump card that could guarantee his own well-being. Otherwise, with Han Li's meticulous caution, how else could he possibly agree? Chapter 315, Preparations for the Unexpected and Suspicion. In the dead of night, Han Li quietly slipped out of his room without anyone noticing and then flew by himself in the direction of the Imperial City on his flying magic tool. While standing on the Divine Wind Boat, Han Li looked down at a colossal pitch-black object from above, the huge entrance to the Imperial City. He faintly smiled and flew over it. In Han Li's eyes, the seven sects mandate forbidding any disciples from trespassing into the Imperial City simply didn't matter to him. He would only comply with rules that he found to be beneficial to himself. Otherwise, he would be absurdly obeying empty rules that only served to stifle his actions. He had never been someone who strictly obeyed the rules. As Han Li coldly smiled, he had already flown more than 300 meters above the Imperial Palace and was clearly violating the prohibition. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, Han Li silently surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across even the most desolate and unremarkable areas. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he flew toward an imperial garden filled with azure bamboo. Arriving above the bamboo forest, Han Li cautiously swept his gaze in every direction. Then he concealed his body's spiritual qi and slowly descended. Han Li clearly understood that although the Black Fiend School controlled the Imperial Palace, they weren't able to keep an eye on every place. Furthermore, although they had many sentries, with his nameless qi vanishing chant, he didn't have the slightest fear of any Black Fiend school members discovering him. Besides, from what he learned from the young prince, he was very familiar with the usual arrangements of the Black Fiend school sentries. Even if they revised the sentry placements, so long as he doesn't mindlessly rush into a heavily guarded area, Hanli was completely unworried. This place was clearly a forgotten corner of the imperial palace. Not only was the bamboo forest filled with dried branches and rotten leaves, it also faintly released the smell of decay. The branches and leaves were left uncut, causing the forest to appear lush and thriving. Seeing this 5-acre-sized bamboo forest, Hanli revealed a satisfied expression. He cast incantation gestures and released a soundproofing barrier, shrouding the entire bamboo forest. Then with a solemn expression, he took out a set of formation plates and flags. This was the improved 5 elements reversal formation that Qi Yunxiao had given him. Even if the Black Fiend schoolmaster is difficult to deal with this 5 phases reversal formation, we can just take up an invincible position. Hanli looked at the set of magic tools in his hand and muttered this to himself. He then strode into the pitch-black forest with a resolute spirit. 4 hours later, Hanli slowly walked out with an exhausted appearance. Because time was short, he was only able to lay out a small portion of the formation, but it still should be enough. Hanli took a look in every direction, and upon seeing that there was no one there, he released the soundproofing barrier and then flew off on his divine wind boat. Hanli had been quiet and hadn't alarmed anyone from the Black Fiend school during the time he infiltrated the imperial palace and set up the Great Formation. Although the 4 Great Blood Servants were exceptionally vigilant due to the instructions of the Black Fiend schoolmaster, the situation was as Hanli had predicted. They had only placed dense sentries outside of the cold palace, but the other locations were now even more lax than before. This was one of the reasons Hanli was able to leave and enter so easily. When he flew back to the Qin residence, the sky was still dark. Hanli chose to spend the remaining time before daybreak to meditate. When morning came, he walked out of the room and gathered together with the others in the large hall as if nothing had happened. He felt as if he had nothing to be afraid of. After he walked out of the hall, Chen Qian was still lost in thought as she looked in the direction of the garden with heart-moving attractiveness. As she heard Hanli's footsteps, without turning her head, she coldly said, "Accompany me to the garden. I wish to consult with Junior Marshal Brother about a few matters." With that said, Chen Qian didn't wait for Hanli's reply. She walked on as if she were certain Hanli would agree. Looking at her attractive appearance from behind, Hanli unconsciously wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he silently smiled and walked after her. To have a walk with such a delicate beauty was a truly delightful affair. Hanli was walking several steps behind Chen Qian, admiring her graceful and ample body. He already felt that this walk was well worth it. Besides, when he thought of his encounter with this great beauty during that year, he felt something unexplainable from his heart. "When I and eldest brother saw you that year, we truly believed that your esteemed self-success during the trial of blood and fire was only due to luck. I truly did not think during that year, Junior Marshal Brother Han was actually an expert, disguised as a pig to eat a tiger. Not only did you deceive us 2 siblings, but I fear you also kept all the other experts present there in the dark." As Hanli was letting his imagination run wild, Chen Qian indifferently said this with her back facing him. Hanli had somewhat anticipated these words earlier and didn't express any surprise. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and slightly smiled, saying, "Senior Marshal Sister Qin is quite funny. Disguised as a pig to eat a tiger." At the time, this little brother was truly fortunate and had only passed through with luck. When Hanli said this, his face didn't have the slightest hint of strangeness, as if he had spoken the truth. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you still wish to deceive me even now?" Hanli's words seemed to anger Chen Qian. After her voice grew cold, she suddenly turned around and her bright eyes turned ice cold. Seeing this, Han Li revealed amazement as if he had no idea as to why she was angry. When Junior Marshal Sister Qin saw Han Li act this way, she grew even more angry. Fine. I won't further question you about the matters of the trial of blood and fire. But there is one matter that you must sincerely answer. Although her tone grew even colder, her face wore a peculiar expression. What is it? Senior Marshal Sister Qin, do not hesitate to ask me. This one will certainly give a sincere answer. Han Li faintly realized something causing his heart to become restless. However, on the surface he still appeared extremely honest. 7 to 8 years ago, did you encounter anything on the east side of the Taiwan mountain range? When Qin Qian asked this, her cheeks became slightly red as if she became somewhat shy as she nervously waited for Han Li's reply. 7 to 8 years ago. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation as if he were recalling something. In truth, Han Li's heart was pounding. How after so many years, has this person still not given up her thoughts of finding me? Furthermore, her expression is bashful. Could it be she has fallen in love with her savior? Han Li thought, feeling greatly puzzled. This wasn't because Han Li was unromantic, rather, it was because he didn't have any intentions of having a pair cultivation partner. Although Han Li had a somewhat ordinary interest toward Qin Qian, whenever the question of affection was raised, Han Li would automatically eliminate such thoughts without knowing why. Perhaps this was because of the affectionate scene that year between her and Senior Marshal Brother Liu, caused him to be unable to accept this woman until even now. Chapter 316, Disappearance No. 7 to 8 years ago, this one was helping Senior Marshal Brother Ma take care of his medicine garden, but wasn't that when the trial of blood and fire take place? Why is Senior Marshal Sister Qin asking this? Han Li calmly replied after he raised his head, wearing a flawless expression of curiosity. Qin Qian's complexion instantly became pale, before momentarily biting her red lips and stiffly saying, "No?" Yet, I remembered Junior Marshal Brother Han had gone out that year, and the timing matches almost perfectly. Oh. That time I went out was in preparation for the trial of blood and fire, buying a few magic tools and talismans. However, when I went out, I didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Han Li calmly denied. Hearing Han Li's words, Qin Qian remained speechless for a long while. She only coldly glanced at Han Li, as if she were truly staring into Han Li's heart. Since it is like this, there is nothing to say. Junior Marshal Brother, you may leave. I wish to be alone in a moment of peace. A trace of heartfelt disappointment appeared on Qin Qian's face. She gently turned her face to the side and said this with a tiresome voice. When Han Li saw this, he sighed. He knew regardless of whether the other party trusted his words, this Senior Marshal Sister Qin would no longer disturb him. With his distant and respectful tone, this Senior Marshal Sister should come to a conclusion. But with her prideful nature, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to find him again. Senior Marshal Sister, I will take my leave. Han Li saluted and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and left the garden. When Han Li could no longer be seen, Qin Qian turned around and looked in the direction of the garden exit with a complicated gaze. She faintly whispered, "If it isn't you then who is it?" During that year, the only one who went out at the same time and had strength was you, Junior Marshal Brother Han. With that said, she gracefully walked up to blooming peony flower and nimbly picked the lovely flower with her flawless fingers. She put it up to her nose and took a soft whiff. With the fragrant scent of the flower, Qin Qian sunk into a deep state of contemplation. After Han Li left the flower garden, he let out a long sigh. After he shook his head, he quickly returned to the hall with hurried steps. When the others saw Han Li's quick return, they were all a bit startled. However, none of them were so tactless as to take the initiative to ask about the matter. Even when a few people made some jokes about Hanli and Chen Qian, Hanli laughed it away without paying it much mind. His expression wasn't the slightest bit strange. Not long after, Chen Qian returned and sat down next to Zhong Wenyang with her normal expression. She continued to whisper with her. When the others saw this, they naturally found it embarrassing to further joke about the two and immediately changed the topic back to the matter of their battle with the Black Fiend School. Time seemed to pass by quickly and the bright sky quickly darkened. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators had already returned to their rooms and were making preparations for their upcoming battle. Although they each felt that their party of Foundation Establishment cultivators held a great advantage and that victory should be of no problem, each and every one of them felt very wary. After all, no one wants to carelessly throw their own life away. However, when they thought of the many benefits they would gain from exterminating the Black Fiend School's nest, it was hard for them not to feel excited. After all, such opportunities to surround and annihilate Foundation Establishment cultivators without any recourse were incredibly rare. During their vicious fights with the Devil Dao cultivators, their minds would naturally be focused on the struggle of life and death instead. This time there wouldn't only be one or two Black Fiend School Foundation Establishment cultivators. Also, they were certain to have no small amount magic tools and good materials on hand as well. In particular, receiving a share of such spoils was a large reason as to why Junior Martial Sister Chen's fellow apprentices even agreed to help. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their life from the mere talk of annihilating a nest of evil cultivators? Hanli returned to his room as well, calmly inspecting the puppets he had on hand. Meanwhile, the four friends of Meng Mountain were standing in front of him, respectfully waiting on him as if he was their leader. After Hanli naturally introduced them to his fellow sect members, the dark-faced old man thought to become closer to these few cultivators and see whether or not he could dredge some benefits. However, regardless of who it was, none of them attached any importance to this dark-faced old chi condensation rogue cultivator. After speaking a few blunt words, these several people sent them away. This caused them to realize that not every Foundation Establishment cultivator of the 7 great sects were willing to associate with them. Thus, they became increasingly respectful toward Hanli. In this fight against the Black Fiend School, regardless of what happens, you are not required to come. It may be better for you to flee the capital during the night. The puppet beast in Hanli's hand flashed with white light and then he put it away in his storage bag. After that, he said this with an indifferent expression. But Senior, how could we flee from the battle? The dark-faced old man hastily spoke on behalf of all of them. This isn't a question of fleeing or not. You are all simply incapable of acting. If you were to personally join in, you would only be wasting your lives in vain. Here are some high-grade magic tools. Each of you may take one. Consider them parting gifts from a senior. After Hanli shook his head, he said this with a faint smile. With that said, Hanli then swept his sleeve as several exquisite, glimmering magic tools appeared across the table. It wasn't that Hanli didn't have a surplus of top-grade magic tools on hand. After he had killed so many Foundation Establishment cultivators, the number of tools he had received naturally made an astonishing collection. However, Hanli had no intention of handing them over to these people as high-grade magic tools could be considered a rather good gift to rogue cultivators. He feared that taking out top-grade magical tools, he would provoke their greed from them and it would be harder to satisfy them in the future. As expected, when the 4 friends of Meng Mountain saw these magic tools, they all displayed joy as they repeatedly thanked him. They also stated that he shouldn't hesitate to find them at Meng Mountain as they would be happy to take care of any matters he had in the future. Chapter 317 For Symbols Formation. As soon as the curtain of night descended, a group of unexpected visitors flew from the sky into the dark Imperial City. The group consisted of Hanli and 8 other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. With their magic tools, they arrived above the pitch-black walls of the Forbidden City. The leader, Lu Jing, glanced at this so-called forbidden area. After a slight moment of hesitation, he extended his arm forward with great heroism. Go! Without hesitation or doubt, Lu Jing resolutely said this, before he took the lead and charged in. When the others saw this, they naturally followed closely behind him. The fear toward the seven-sect prohibition had long ago been tossed to the back of their minds. Han Li wasn't at the front of the charge. Instead, he chose to fly at the back of the group and deliberately fell a bit behind. This actually wasn't because of any particular thoughts, rather, this was because he was silently feeling out the 5 elements reversal grade formation he had installed last night. When they arrived several kilometers away from the Imperial Palace, the corner of Han Li's mouth formed a mysterious smile. Excellent! The Great Formation was still intact and the spiritual chi mark he secretly placed wasn't damaged in the slightest. This caused Han Li to feel exceptionally happy. After a moment, the 9 of them were hovering above the Imperial Palace as they looked down at the entirety of it. Everyone listen up. For this operation, we will act according to our previously discussed arrangements. Our forces will be divided into 2 groups. The first group will hurry to the current Emperor of Yu's sleeping quarters and rescue him from the hands of the Black Fiend School, and prevent them from taking the state of Yu's Emperor as a hostage out of desperation. The second group will head to the Cold Palace where the Black Fiend Schoolmaster is located and first focus on killing the 4 great blood servants. Then the 2 teams will regroup before finally subduing the secluded Black Fiend Schoolmaster. With a solemn expression, Lu Jing repeated his plans for the night, causing the listeners to repeatedly nod their heads. The members of each team have already been decided. The 2 female cultivators, Chen Chaoqing and Zhong Wenyang, formed the first group and will be rescuing the Emperor of the State of Yu. Lu Jing and the rest formed the second group and would throw themselves at the 4 great blood servants that were guarding the Cold Palace. Han Li was included among them. 7th Junior Martial Sister Chen, be very careful. Lu Jing urged them with great concern before they split up. After the 2 women gave a solemn response, they flew down to the side. They silently disappearing into the darkness soon after. From now on, if anyone sees a cultivator, do not hold back. Any cultivators casually moving about in the Imperial Palace are certain to be enemies from the Black Fiend School. We will begin now. Let us create an opportunity for our 2 junior martial sisters. Han Li and the others followed after them. After a short moment, the 7 of them descended from the sky in an arrogantly domineering manner and were immediately discovered by the Black Fiend School disciples guarding the perimeter of the Cold Palace. After many sharp whistles were blown, countless magic techniques and tools assaulted them from every direction. Even mere specks of light dare to outshine the moon. After Lu Jing grandly raised his hand, a sparkling silk scarf flew out from his hand. In an instant, the scarf had formed a huge barrier that protected Han Li and everyone else behind it from the incoming attacks. It seemed he was truly confident in the power of this magic tool. The moment the silk scarf unfolded, a barrage of magic techniques and tools fell upon it, causing it to release a dazzling white light. The formation refers to the 4 divisions of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Chapter 318, Qing Wen's reappearance. As expected, Han Li is far beyond ordinary, being able to find a hole so quickly. What is its weakness? Lu Jing praised Han Li and amiably asked. Han Li faintly smiled and suddenly handed the crystal ball over. Senior Martial Brother, look into this violet light orb and you'll understand. Han Li pointed in the direction he had just looked at. When Lu Jing heard this, he took the magic tool with great curiosity and carefully looked into it. After he took a glance, Lu Jing revealed astonishment. After a short moment, he passed the crystal ball back to Han Li and lowered his head, muttering to himself. Another moment passed by before he raised his head and anxiously said to the others, Han Li's words are true. For some unknown reason, the spiritual chi fluctuations in that direction appears much thinner. It seems that this formation was laid out in a hurry and exposed an unintentional flaw. Lu Jing's voice grew louder, as if he were brimming with confidence. Then what does Senior Marshal Brother Lu intend to do? Chen Xiaoqian's Senior Marshal sister couldn't help but ask. Concentrate all of our attacks at the weak point. I am confident we will be able to break this formation without expending much magic power. Lu Jing said with certainty. Since it is like that, we should act quickly. When Song Mang heard this, he could no longer wait. He immediately raised his hand and released his blue-threaded sword, causing it to spin above his head. The others wore expressions of eagerness after hearing Lu Jing's words. When Lu Jing saw this, he no longer hesitated and immediately exclaimed, "Good! Let's break through this formation and give our enemies a show." After this was said, over 10 magic tools emitted a dazzling radiance and fiercely shot toward the formation's flaw. Outside of the formation, the ice demon felt extremely anxious while commanding the school disciples to take up an encirclement formation. Ever since the Black Fiend schoolmaster had requested the 4 great blood servants to remain within the palace, they should have been taking turns to guard in pairs. But Xia Shi, who was originally supposed to be on guard with him, had recently reached the great success stage in his cultivation. Using the excuse of wanting to immediately enter mid-foundation establishment, he stealthily ran off to the blood prison to cultivate. As Ice Demon, he was unwilling to offend the brilliant rising talent in the 4 blood servants, so he had tacitly turned a blind eye. However, that moment of neglect had left him alone while guarding the entrance against an invasion of so many strong enemies. However, it was fortunate that he was quick-witted. He first used this 4 divisions formation to trap the enemy, and then dispatched disciples to the blood prison and the rear palace to quickly fetch the other 3 blood servants without delay. He clearly understood that these few chi condensation disciples were no match against these strong enemies. But luckily, the enemy had been trapped within the 4 divisions formation, buying quite a bit of time. So long as he could stall for a bit of time, his 3 comrades would be certain to promptly arrive. With the 4 great blood servants acting together, the ice demon would have nothing to be afraid of. Just as he was thinking this, a loud rumbling vibration could be heard from within the 4 divisions formation. The thick white fog that filled the formation was then fiercely blown away, appearing as if the formation was about to be destroyed. What is this? It is impossible for the 4 symbols formation to break so quickly. Something must have went wrong. When the ice demon saw this, his pale face concealed by the cold chi had turned somewhat green. Sir Ice Demon, the enemies have struck far too quickly. A few of the disciples that were in charge of the formation died, causing the 4 symbols formation to be insufficiently manned. Chapter 319, The 4 Great Blood Servants. I'm not so sure about that. Hanli coldly sneered. Hanli then formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his magic tools that were attacking the azure barrier to loudly howl, before flying into the sky and converging as one. This scene stunned Qing Wen as he didn't know what Hanli intended to do. However, as he was also of the cunning sort, how could he allow Hanli to perform his magic so easily? His hands immediately shined, producing a dazzling golden ring in each hand that released dense cold chi. One could tell from their appearance that the rings were extraordinary. Go! Qing Wen softly yelled as he threw out the rings without the slightest hesitation. They turned into twin golden streaks of light as they directly attacked Hanli. Hanli raised his eyebrows in alarm, and with a menacing expression, he tightly gripped his white scale shield. However, before those magic tools struck their target, 3 green-foot-long streaks had suddenly flown in from the side and intercepted the 2 streaks of golden light. Fiendish Daoist, don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Senior Marshal Brother Wang flashed Hanli a friendly smile as he controlled the green streaks of light. When Hanli saw this, he felt relieved and returned the smile. However, Qingwen wasn't feeling calm like these two. His complexion darkened as his gaze started shifting everywhere. Not long after, he had reached his wit's end. After all, simultaneously controlling the azure wood true barrier and gold lock rings had nearly used up the entirety of his spiritual sense. He was unlike Hanli, who had learned the great development technique and was able to smoothly control so many magic tools. Although he possessed a few incisive magic tools, he didn't dare to lightly use them. Using the entirely of one's spiritual sense to control magic tools was very dangerous, as it left the user incapable of paying attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, cultivators being able to control over 10 magic tools simultaneously in an attack was something rarely seen. In part, Hanli was able to do this because these magic tools were created as sets, and only used the same amount of magic power as 3 magic tools. If it were truly more than 10 separate top-grade magic tools, even if Hanli's spiritual sense could support it, he wouldn't be able to produce enough magic power to activate them. Supporting about 5 magic tools was the limit of Hanli's magic power. This was why Hanli favored using complete sets of magic tools, as they allowed him to display the full power of the great development technique. As for why Hanli was able to control the 8 children blades of the Golden Beetle Swarm blades, it absolutely wasn't because of direct control. He instead completely relied on the mother blade in his hand to control the children blades. Its current power and flexibility was incomparable to before, as it was different as heaven and earth. As Qingwen was hesitating on what action to take, Hanli had finished casting his technique. Giant Sword Technique. Hanli said those words with an ice-cold tone. Soon after, the magic tools that were spiraling above Qingwen released a blinding radiance. In that tricolored radiance, the gold, black, and red streaks had intertwined, forming a huge sword of light that spanned over 30 meters in midair. This giant sword technique was something he had learned from the Azure Essence Sword Technique written compilation, the Golden Page. This was also the only sword controlling technique that he could use with his foundation establishment cultivation. Naturally, its might was beyond ordinary. Although Qingwen and senior martial brother Wang were locked in combat with their magic tools, they both revealed expressions of astonishment. Even an idiot could tell just how immensely powerful Hanli's technique was. Qingwen inwardly complained without end, immediately abandoning the 2 golden rings. Instead, he hurriedly searched himself and took out a shiny brass mirror. At this moment, Hanli pointed at the huge sword of light with an ice-cold expression. The huge sword fiercely chopped down from the sky without sound. The crushing blow was about to break through barrier and man with astonishing grandeur. Upon seeing this, senior martial brother Wang had forgotten to take advantage of Qingwen's moment of distraction to destroy his golden rings. Instead, he was mesmerized while staring at the huge sword's heaven-stunning might. His entire mind was occupied with the thoughts of whether or not he would be able to withstand such a strike. As the target of the attack, Daoist priest Qingwen's expression grew extremely solemn, and he hastily tossed the brass mirror above him. The brass mirror quickly flew out of the light barrier and flashed, producing a yellow cloud about 3 meters wide above him. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a huge shield that continuously revolved above him. Hanli's complexion sunk as he formed an incantation gesture with his hand. The huge sword of light thunderously roared and chopped down with even more astonishing might, reaching the brass shield in an instant. Along with the sound of an immense explosion, the shield released an immense yellow radiance. But underneath the huge sword's fierce blow, it was only able to endure for a short moment before releasing a wail as it broke into pieces. With nothing left to stop the sword of light, it chopped down on the azure prism barrier, causing it to groan underneath the huge sword's immense pressure. Seeing the huge sword's astonishing might, Qingwen's expression finally became panicked. His hands flickered with azure light before he quickly pressed them against opposite sides of the prism barrier. He then did his utmost to pour spiritual power into the azure wood true barrier in an attempt to strengthen its defensive power. The three-colored light released by the huge sword strained the azure light barrier underneath it, causing the barrier to produce a crackle. With Qing Wen's desperate assistance, the azure wood true barrier managed to withstand the might of the light sword's downward chop. In the following moment, Han Li expedited his magic techniques. He wished to use the huge sword to forcefully break through the light barrier and kill him as revenge for his previous betrayal. On the other side, Qing Wen was madly pouring spiritual power into the light barrier in an attempt to exhaust the sword's strength and save his life. At this moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang finally came to his senses and quickly destroyed the two golden rings with ease. He then commanded his three streaks of light to strike Qing Wen in a relentless charge, clearly understanding that Han Li was stuck in a deadlock with Qing Wen. So long as he provided even the slightest assistance, he would be the final straw that would tip the scales and overwhelm the enemy, easily killing this formidable opponent. With this, he would be entitled to a significant share of this blood servant's treasure when the time came. With that thought, the fire in his heart became even more fervent. But as Senior Marshal Brother Wang was dreaming, Qing Wen's complexion greatly changed, and a streak of yellow light shot toward Qing Wen at the speed of lightning. In the following instant, he had disappeared from his original location, allowing Han Li's tricolored sword of light to strike at the ground and create a large hole 3 meters deep. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's 3 streaks of green light naturally missed its target, causing him to glance in the direction of the yellow streak of light with alarm and anger. As expected, Daoist priest Qing Wen's light barrier appeared nearly 100 meters away. A yellow-clothed youth with a lazy appearance stood by his side. He looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang and said with complete calm, "This person had previously saved my life. Could your esteemed self not kill him off so lightly?" After he said this, he chuckled and continued, looking at Han Li with a smile, "Brother Han, I truly didn't think that we'd one day meet again." Wu Jiuji pays his respects. The unperturbed youth was that young cultivator Wu Jiuji who had attempted to pickpocket Han Li that previous year at the Great South meeting. However, at this moment, his body was faintly emitting a strange yellow light and his cultivation had reached the early foundation establishment stage. Jiuji, this person walks an entirely different path from us. Why must you speak so much? Since you've come, all 4 of us can now fight. Daoist priest Qing Wen retracted his previously thrilled expression and couldn't help but resentfully look at Han Li. When Wu Jiuji heard this, he sighed and didn't speak any further with Han Li. When Qing Wen saw this, he suddenly made 2 long whistles followed by a short whistle. When Tai Luo and the Ice Demon heard this, they revealed pleasant surprise. They immediately leapt out of the Yellow Maple Valley's joint attack and flew toward Qing Wen and Wu Jiuji. What going on? Another one has appeared. This is going to be troublesome. When Lu Jing saw the sudden appearance of Wu Jiuji, he immediately understood the battle circumstances had shifted and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. Now that 4 of these truly unordinary blood servants had gathered together, it was clear to Lu Jing that the situation had become more difficult to deal with. In the previous battle against the 2 blood servants with his group of 5, they weren't able to even injure one of them. Even with their advantage of numbers, they had only been able to gain the upper hand. With that thought, Lu Jing prudently called out for Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Wang to stand beside them. As Han Li looked at Wu Jiuji who had just appeared, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. During that year, he had quite a favorable impression of that strange, spirited youth. However, gods make fools of men and now the 2 had no choice but to fight to the death. Demon transformation. Qing Wen and the other blood servants realized that by relying on ordinary means, they would be unable to win against Han Li's group, as they were outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. Following Qing Wen's cold declaration, their bodies all released a blood-red radiance. They then transformed into 4 cocoons of blood-red light, and began their demon transformation, intending to eliminate Han Li's group in a single move. 1. Han Li met Wu Jiuji at the Great South meeting. He had attempted to pickpocket him. A large hole had appeared on her chest as if someone had reached in and torn out her heart. As she laid in a pool of her own blood, her beautiful appearance became slightly twisted as her limbs continuously thrashed about. Her eyes were filled with an incredulous fear before turning into unreconciled denial as her life slipped away. Chapter 321, Unseen Battle at Shuihong. One of Qin Chaoqian's senior martial brothers loudly grieved for her. It seemed they were pair cultivation partners. He waved his hands, immediately shooting a black light toward the woman's corpse that madly attacked its surroundings in an attempt to find the demon who killed her. It could be said that the death of this senior martial sister at Shuihong was truly unjust. Were it not for her competitive spirit, she wouldn't have used her treasure talisman and might still be alive. Before she attempted to activate the talisman treasure, a light muslin defensive magic tool had been hovering at her side. But, in order to hasten the activation of her treasure talisman and cut down magic power consumption, she had retrieved her magic tool, consequently, leaving herself defenseless and her life forfeit. It is truly unfortunate that this woman was inexperienced and made such an extremely careless mistake. Her enemies had turned into light cocoons in front of her, and her fellow sect members surrounded her. As a result, she dared to activate this talisman treasure with an easy heart. Who could have predicted that the ice demon would emerge from the cocoon half-transformed and immediately turn invisible before targeting her? At that moment, the woman had been in the final moments of activating the treasure talisman and was incapable of immediately stopping, thus, she had fallen prey to the ice demon's malicious scheme. When Song Meng had activated his spear treasure talisman, he hadn't employed any defenses either. However, the might of his talisman treasure was comparatively smaller, enabling him to activate it sooner. Otherwise, he might have been targeted by the concealed ice demon instead. Furthermore, it wasn't just those two that hadn't set up any defenses, neither had Han Li nor any of the others bothered to. They naturally wouldn't waste any magic power to deploy unnecessary defensive magic tools. After all, the light cocoons were targets incapable of striking back. They immediately set up defensive barriers with their magic tools after Han Li's reminder, preventing any further sneak attacks. Cold sweat ran down their backs from seeing Shuihong's tragic death. Her heart was torn from her chest, leaving her to die in a pool of her own blood. But what was most distressing was that regardless of what methods they used, none of them were able to track down this demon. They occasionally spotted traces of him, but that demon would again disappear before they could react, as if he were constantly changing his location at great speed. The ice demon was half-transparent and would occasionally flicker in and out of their vision in every direction. Even with specialized autonomous magic tools, they were still unable to find a trace of him, as if he had completely disappeared. Suddenly becoming fearful for their safety, they began looking in every direction. They had actually been completely suppressed without addition action from the ice demon. Only Han Li looked at the present scene with a trace of bewilderment. Senior martial brother Wang, who fought alongside Han Li, had never seen such a bloody scene before. His currently wore fearful expression with pale complexion. Her death appeared to be a nightmare. He had originally imagined that this would be the time for him to show off his divine strength and easily wipe out the enemy. But things had turned out entirely different from how he imagined. Not long before, he had even joked about in which manner they could have possibly met their end. With that thought, he looked at the senior martial brother that was Shuihong's pair cultivation partner, causing his face to appear even more unsightly. Could it be that the more one feared something would happen, the more likely it was to occur? It was unknown whether he was feeling guilty about the appearance of the ice demon or felt a desire to act from his helplessness. But as he despondently paced back and forth, a transparent ice-cold claw appeared from behind him from thin air, fiercely stabbing toward his heart. The small bronze shield that was protecting senior martial brother Wang's body was completely autonomous. Without waiting for a command, it flashed toward the strike and blocked it. Dong! Although the sharp, ice-like claws were blocked by the small bronze shield, it was instantly frozen in a layer of thick frost and bluntly fell to the ground, temporarily becoming useless. At this moment Senior Marshal Brother Wang discovered the astonishing event occurring behind him and felt blood drain from his face. He unconsciously turned around, incessantly looking in every direction, losing his mind to panic. After seeing there was nothing behind him, he hesitated for a moment before crouching to pick up the small bronze shield. He wanted to thaw it so that he would be able to use it once more. Quick, dodge! The nearby Lu Jing loudly yelled in alarm after seeing his actions. Ha! But by the time he realized what was going on, the crisp sound of his protective water attribute barrier shattering caused him to feel a heart-chilling wind down his back. Damn it! At almost the same time Senior Marshal Brother Wang realized what was going to happen, the ice demon had already left concealment to make a fatal strike. In this instant, Senior Marshal Brother Wang's mind grew blank, filled with only the scene of Senior Marshal Sister Shui Hong's tragic death. I truly didn't think that it would be my turn so quickly. This was the only thought that occupied his mind. But suddenly, his vision became hazy and he felt his body become light. His entire body flew as if he were a cloud being carried by the wind, hearing sounds of wind and thunder underneath him along with a loud, furious yell of surprise. Soon after, his two legs met the hard ground and someone was standing before him with absolute calm. Senior Marshal Brother Wang, are you all right? While not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he heard a familiar voice full of deep concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he blankly turned his head and saw Lu Jing looking at him with worry. Seeing his face, Senior Marshal Brother Wang realized that he was alive and unharmed. With unconcealed happiness, he gratefully said, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, were you the one who saved me? Senior Marshal Brother was frightened from his own voice. From his coarse voice, it could clearly be seen that he had been truly shaken from the moment before. When Lu Jing heard this, he revealed an awkward, embarrassed appearance and said, I am quite ashamed to say Junior Marshal Brother's survival wasn't my doing. Junior Marshal Brother Han had acted a moment ago to save you and is currently fighting that demon. Sigh, I actually wasn't completely convinced by your earlier words earlier that Junior Marshal Brother Han had killed over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators due to his young age. But now my perspective has been broadened. Junior Marshal Brother Han's strength is truly unfathomable. Junior Marshal Brother Han. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard this, he was shocked. He clearly remembered that Han Li had been over 15 meters away from him. How was he able to make it in time? With that thought, Senior Marshal Brother Wang hastily turned his head toward the sounds of battle. What he saw left him dumbstruck. The location where he was attacked was now completely empty. However, he could hear the clangs of a fierce battle along with snarls and cries of injury. Furthermore, he could see sword chi and sharp streaks of light flying out of nowhere and strike the nearby terrain, leaving countless deep and shallow grooves. After a long moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang finally came to his senses. As he thought to ask something about that astonishing scene, a violent wind suddenly blew at that location. A shining, translucent white silhouette appeared, followed by a strange figure that shot forth to attack it, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Wang breathless. The silhouette attacking the half-transformed blood servant appeared even more demonic than his target. His entire body was as transparent as clear crystal. Impossible. How are you able to see through my invisibility? How are you able to match my speed? The demon's sparkling face was full of furious surprise and even held a trace of fear. However, after those words left his mouth, he let out a bestial snarl and fiercely pounced forward, his body disappearing from sight once more. The sound of battle stopped for a moment and Han Li's cold snort could be heard amongst the silence. The sounds then resumed, becoming even fiercer and were no longer confined to their original location. The sounds began to appear from every direction, causing the others, who could only hear the battle, to retreat with blanched faces. The pair cultivation partner of the dead female cultivator was the same and could only helplessly fall back. He feared he would unknowingly become tangled in Han Li's fight with the demon and die without knowing how. They all knew in their hearts that they were unable to intervene in this unseen battle. "Quickly, look at the ground!" Song Meng shouted out in alarm. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but lower their heads and look. What they saw overwhelmed them with shock. At some unknown time, a layer of thick, clear ice had condensed onto the ground. Underneath the moonlight, it appeared flawlessly smooth. This demon is quite crafty. He actually transformed the ground and put junior martial brother Han in a disadvantage. Song Mang anxiously said with worry. That doesn't seem to be the case. Although I don't know what movement technique Han Li is using, we were all unable to discover any trace of him, and from what we've heard, it doesn't seem that Han Li is at a disadvantage. It is clear that the icy ground doesn't have much of an effect on him. However, the transformed demon's craftiness truly caught us by surprise, unexpectedly causing one of our sect members to lose her life. I am truly to blame for this. Lu Jing unhurriedly said this after a moment of silence. After hearing this and seeing Lu Jing's solemn expression, the others didn't know how to console him. However, these people didn't know that the junior martial brother Han they spoke of was loudly scolding them in his heart as he fought with the ice demon. Chapter 322, Lu Jing's True Seal. Han Li felt furious. His anger wasn't due to the fact that he had saved senior martial brother Wang in a moment of benevolence, or even because he had to fully utilize his shifting smoke steps. Han Li's anger was due to the fact that Lu Jing and the others were squandering this opportunity to eliminate the 3 transforming blood servants. Once the 3 blood servants finished transforming, a huge dilemma would await them. Han Li was reminded of senior martial brother Wang's kind assistance during his fight with Qing Wen, and thus, when Han Li noticed that senior martial brother Wang was on the verge of falling in the ice demon's scheme, he instantly flashed forward into order to save him. Enraged from Han Li's intervention, the ice demon immediately pursued him, forcing Han Li to deal with him. But soon after, Han Li felt that this ice demon would prove extremely troublesome for his fellow sect members and decided it would be better for him to take care of it alone. After all, if even more of his fellow sect members died, they would be lacking in numbers for the upcoming battle. However, during his fight with the ice demon, he didn't expect that the others would just stare blankly. They were actually squandering this great opportunity to attack the 3 remaining light cocoons. Even so, Han Li had a faint feeling that the others didn't even know this opportunity existed due to their fear of the ice demon's ambush. Although they realized that having to deal with the fully transformed blood servants would be even more troublesome, they were still hesitant and slightly desired to retreat. In reality, Han Li didn't come here in order to eradicate the Black Fiend School but rather for another predetermined objective. As such, he was unable to run away in a rash manner. Ever since the half-transformed ice demon left his cocoon, he had been trying to kill Han Li. But Han Li found that so long as he was a bit careful, the demon did not pose much of threat to him. In fact, he felt that the large bald man was significantly harder to handle in comparison to the demon. Following the transformation, the ice demon acquired a transparent body, exceptional speed, and some control over cold chi. Thus, he was now able to utilize his speed to create an illusion of invisibility similar to that of the shifting smoke steps. But due to the ice demon's transparent body, he became even harder to detect. Since this strange movement technique could only be displayed on land, as long as they were above ground, they could force the ice demon to reveal itself by using large-scale magic techniques. After all, his high-speed movements were only deadly within a short distance. It was unable to keep up with a cultivator's flying magic tool. Because Lu Jing and company had never experienced this kind of close combat, they felt that their opponent was extremely monstrous and difficult to engage. Fortunately, Han Li had often fought in this manner and naturally held greater experience in fighting such battles. With that in mind, Han Li suddenly repelled the demon's sharp claws with a wave of his silver sword. He stood still, becoming visible as he loudly yelled, "Everyone, fly to the skies and continue to attack the other 3 blood servants. I will prevent this demon from attacking you." Following these instructions, Han Li's figure suddenly flickered, disappearing from sight once more. It was not surprising for Han Li that the silver sword, which had been looted during the trial by blood and fire, was able to withstand the demon's sharp claws. The fact that caused Han Li to become astonished was that the claws were also undamaged. When Lu Jing heard Han Li's instructions, he immediately understood what Han Li intended. Even so, he remained hesitant and felt extremely conflicted. Although Lu Jing originated from a large cultivation clan, he had been captured by evil cultivators during his childhood. During that time, he suffered from extreme, agonizing torment to the extent where he had almost lost his life. It was only afterwards that he was rescued by his clan and was apprenticed to Li Huayuan. Due to the trauma he had experienced in his childhood, Lu Jing held deep hatred toward evil cultivators. As a result, he followed an iron-blooded policy to kill all evil cultivators on sight, refusing to allow any evil cultivator from escaping his grasp, regardless of what freakish techniques they practiced. Much to his delight, these actions rewarded him with great popularity among other cultivators, even causing a few 7-sect cultivators with higher cultivation than him to look at him with a trace of admiration. Although Lu Jing continued to appear unfazed on the outside, his heart gradually began to indulge in these feelings of admiration. In fact, he later took the initiative to root out evil cultivators from every direction, mostly for the sake of seeing others gaze upon him with admiration. Naturally, Lu Jing hid this fact in the depths of his heart with extreme care and conducted himself as though he were a moral paragon. Thus, Lu Jing became known as an enemy of evil, the iron-blooded senior martial brother Lu. Now that another evil known as the Black Fiend School had appeared, he was compelled to eliminate it. However, they were the strongest evil cultivators he had ever encountered. He wasn't completely confident that he would be able to rely on his normal magic tools to eliminate the 3 remaining blood servants. His attack power was lacking and would only serve to end their transformations earlier, resulting in 3 more half-demons to fight. One half-transformed demon was already very difficult to handle. They did not know if they could handle additional half-demons or if they would just be throwing their lives away. But if they were to retreat now, they would have just scared the Black Fiend School away, resulting in the complete failure of their mission. If they allowed the Black Fiend School to disappear without a trace and conceal themselves once more, Lu Jing's painfully nurtured reputation would be thoroughly and irrevocably destroyed. The thought of others looking upon him with contempt caused Lu Jing to feel winded and extremely depressed. Han Li's exhortation had forced him to make a choice. "Senior Martial Brother Lu, should we retreat? The Black Fiend School is far stronger than we've imagined. If we're going to retreat, we must do it now or else it will be too late." Senior Martial Brother Wang softly said after approaching hesitantly. Lu Jing could clearly see cowardice from Martial Brother Wang's shifting gaze. "Retreat? If I retreat now, then I'll appear just as cowardly." Lu Jing thought with a bitter smile. "Everyone, fly to the skies and protect me as I cast my magic. Let me deal with the 3 blood servants," Lu Jing instructed. Chapter 323, Demon Execution. True seals were several times more difficult to activate compared to common seals. As a result of this, Lu Jing asked his fellow sect members to protect him as he did not wish to meet the same tragic end as his junior martial sister. Finishing his instructions, Lu Jing protected himself using his yellow ring magic tool before he sat down cross-legged on his flying magic tool. With a calm heart, Lu Jing began to pour magic power into the Firebird True Seal. As the fire-red talisman's glow gradually intensified in Lu Jing's hand, the inscribed Firebird's wings became increasingly nimble and lively. It seemed as though the Firebird would suddenly materialize and fly out from the talisman at any moment. Although Hanli was engaged in battle with the ice demon on land, he felt at ease knowing that his fellow sect disciples were taking action. He had feared that his fellow sect disciples would cower and run away in defeat. If he were left alone, Hanli would be unable to obtain the item he desired from the Black Fiend schoolmaster. No longer worried about being deserted, Hanli wholeheartedly focused on the enemy before him. Even as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, the shifting smoke steps still placed a significant burden on his body. Thus, he couldn't let this battle of extreme speed drag on. He had to risk an all-out assault. With that in mind, Hanli incessantly flickered about while brandishing a silver sword in one hand, suppressing the ice demon and leaving him winded. With Hanli's other hand, he silently summoned an item from his storage pouch and wound it around his ring finger. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Hanli charged forward at a fearsome speed, sword grasped in both hands. He suddenly made a vicious attack, inspiring fear in the ice demon. The ice demon hastily fell back and raised his sharp crystal claws in defense. Dong! The ice demon coldly laughed. Taking advantage of the strike's momentum, the ice demon flew backwards and increased the distance between him and Hanli. At that moment, a slight sneer appeared on Hanli's face. When the ice demon saw this, he felt extremely uneasy. Hanli let go of his sword with one hand and pulled. In turn, the ice demon felt an indescribable force halt his retreat and could no longer avoid Hanli's fierce strike. At that moment, Hanli grasped the sword in both hands once more and expressionlessly moved to strike. When the ice demon saw this, he turned pale and hastily started struggling with all his might. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Hanli had already appeared before him. Hanli's sword blurred momentarily and countless silver streaks assaulted the ice demon as they flashed past each other. At the following instant, two figures appeared beneath the moonlight, Hanli standing with a sword in his grasp and the ice demon falling to the ground. Having clearly seen this, Song Mang and the others couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. The ice demon staggered to his feet and looked at Hanli's back with an evil grin. As he thought to say something, his expression suddenly froze. The sound of a series of sharp ruptures could be heard, revealing countless fine cracks on the ice demon's transparent body. As the sounds continued, the cracks grew larger, eventually turning the ice demon's body into a pile of broken, translucent ice. As the translucent crystals broke down, a complete undamaged claw weakly reached out with its sharp tips still emitting dense cold chi. This was the only thing to survive Hanli's rapid cuts. It was also left completely unharmed. Hanli dispassionately looked at the ice demon's remains. Then he turned his gaze toward the dazzling three light cocoons, wrinkling his brow. He silently pulled his hand, causing the ice claw to fly toward him. From the reflection of the moonlight, a thin transparent thread could be faintly seen between the sharp claw and Hanli. But to use something as precious as a true seal, in order to maintain his reputation, Hanli wouldn't be willing to do such a foolish thing even if he would be killed. Even so, Lu Jing's action had truly left an impression on Hanli. He even doubted the validity of his long-held belief. If there were those in this world that truly acted to exterminate evil, then what would that make him? Could he be considered a good person? Just as Hanli was feeling slightly ashamed, he suddenly heard a ferocious roar filled with the desire of blood and massacre from below. Hanli and company hastily looked down in alarm. One of the three light cocoons had undergone a huge change, appearing as if the blood servant within was about to emerge. Hanli's heart trembled. It seemed he would have to fight another blood servant in order to buy time for senior martial brother Lu to finish. With that in mind, Hanli started to take action but was interrupted by a tranquil voice from behind him. Everyone, step aside. Allow me to eliminate those 3 demons. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed joy. Hanli hastily turned around and saw Lu Jing looking at them with a smile. He had a small, exquisite red bird in his hand. It fluttered about and appeared extremely adorable. Additionally, the scorching qi in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace at an unknown time. That is the appearance of the true seal. Hanli looked at the small red bird with astonishment. Thank you very much for protecting me, everyone. Lu Jing flew to the front of the group in a relaxed manner. Under the gaze of the others' amazement, he acted without the slightest hesitation and lightly blew at the small bird in his hand. With a clear chirp, the small firebird quickly flew forward from Lu Jing's hand. At that moment, a light cocoon beneath them had finished its transformation. Puchi. A demon wrapped in azure light emerged from its cocoon. Its shape was quite similar to the half-transformed ice demon, however, its appearance was a deep azure. From the demon's appearance, one could clearly tell that it was Daoist priest Qing Wen. But at this moment, he appeared completely crazed, as if he didn't possess the ability to think. He let out 2 mad roars and raised his head to look at the small fluttering firebird. His body immediately grew still and the insanity displayed on his face was restrained, revealing an expression of great fear. He then lost himself to panic and looked around him. He suddenly flew to the skies covered in azure light. It seemed he wished to escape. But at that moment, a fierce explosion erupted from the small red bird, changing it into a large blazing bird about 3 meters wide. It spread its wings and traveled over 30 meters in an instant, appearing before the demon-transformed Qing Wen. With its sharp red beak, it lightly pecked at him. Chapter 324. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster. The blazing firebird flew over 20 meters into the air and pecked at Qing Wen with its huge beak, turning him into a huge, plummeting fireball. When he landed on the ground, he only managed to wretchedly scream twice before turning into a pile of ash without the slightest resistance. As Hanli watched on in complete astonishment, the huge firebird sharply cried out. Turning its head toward the 2 remaining light cocoons, it fiercely charged toward them. As a result, a huge pillar of fire erupted into the sky from the location of the cocoons. The 2 nearly transformed blood servants were instantly engulfed in an ocean of fire. The light cocoons were only able to bitterly resist the raging flames for a short moment before completely disappearing. The defenseless blood servants then silently swayed for several steps before completely turning to ash. The blazing flame appeared extraordinary. Its unexpected ferociousness greatly shocked Hanli, leaving him with another memory of a core formation cultivator's magic treasure's might. Apart from Hanli, his fellow cultivators all had expressions of pleasant surprise. That true seal is incredibly powerful. We were able to eradicate this evil school all because of Lu Jing. The others excitedly spoke to each other in great excitement. From their point of view, with the blood servants eliminated, all they had left to deal with was the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. As a group of many Foundation establishment cultivators, there was no reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with a lone evil schoolmaster. As Lu Jing saw the firebird's raging flames gradually disappear, he greatly lamented, but after hearing the others' praises, his spirits were raised. We've wasted quite a bit of time. Let's enter and exterminate the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. Lu Jing waved his arm with a mighty, heroic air. The others nodded in agreement and followed after him. Hanli faintly smiled, but as he was about to follow after them, he spotted Senior Marshal Brother Wang blankly staring in some direction with a strange expression. This somewhat surprised Hanli and he couldn't help but follow Wang's gaze. Aside from the white ash of the transformed blood servants and the pitifully arranged remains of Shui Hong, what else could he be looking at? Senior Marshal Brother Wang, did you discover something? Hanli couldn't help but doubtfully ask. No, no, I didn't discover anything. Junior Marshal Brother Han, you are being overly suspicious. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard Han Li's question, he immediately shifted his gaze before answering. When Han Li saw this, how couldn't he tell that something was strange? This person had certainly discovered something important but didn't want to tell the others. Why else would he act like this? Han Li became somewhat depressed, but with a slight smile, he said, "Since it is nothing, let's quickly descend. Everyone wishes to go in." Pointing in the direction of the cold palace, Han Li wordlessly descended, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Wang to be the last one remaining in the sky. Uncertainty and doubt fluctuating on his face, he eventually stomped his foot and helplessly followed after them. As Han Li landed on the ground, he heard a lovely voice from the sky. "Senior Marshal Brother Liu, Junior Marshal Brother Han, wait for us." After a moment of surprise, Han Li slowly turned his head toward the sky. When the others heard this, they stopped and looked in the direction of the voice with happy expressions. Underneath the soft moonlight, Zhong Wenyang and Chen Qian were slowly descending from the sky with an extremely pale middle-aged man in tow, suspended by his collar on the flying magic tool. The middle-aged man wore golden clothes and had a deathly pale complexion. When he saw Han Li and the others, he appeared to become even more panicked. When they all heard that this person was supposed to be the Black Fiend schoolmaster, even Han Li couldn't help but appear shocked. Each of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators then took out their magic tools as they faced this great enemy. After Lu Jing's expression sunk, he deeply exhaled and suppressed the panic in his heart. Soon after, he stealthily made a careful gesture to the others and coldly asked, "Correct. I am Lu Jing, the leader of this mission. I've come to exterminate your evil Black Fiend school. Even now that you are alone, you still dare to violently kill. You are truly courageous." Lu Jing said this awe-inspiring, righteous speech in a fearless display. Although he was very satisfied with his own performance, he became even more imposing as he continued. So long as he eliminated this evil school's master, his name would reach even greater heights among the 7 sects. In turn, others would look upon him with even greater reverence and admiration. With that thought, Lu Jing's mind gradually became drunk with fervor, and he took out 2 silver hooks along with a ring. Without waiting for the opposition to act, the Black Fiend schoolmaster suddenly flashed a strange smile to him and softly whispered to Lu Jing in a voice only he could hear, "Then you can die." At that moment, Lu Jing felt a pain from the center of his chest. Without knowing what had happened, a blood-drenched arm had already pierced through his chest, revealing a round squirming object in its hand. What is this? Lu Jing couldn't help but think this in amazement. Perhaps he truly understood what happened, but he was unwilling to believe it. Soon after, he felt the world spin around him and his vision turned black. He could still hear several shrieks and the morning cries from his unrequited admirer, Zhong Wenyang. However, those sounds became increasingly unfamiliar and distant as time passed. Sigh, this young girl really loves to cry. Lu Jing had one last, anguished thought before sinking into eternal darkness. Han Li's expression became very unsightly. Before the battle even started, the enemy had already killed 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Even Lu Jing, the leader of the group, had actually died so easily. With hands stabbed through the corpses of Lu Jing and Senior Marshal Brother Wang, Lu Jing's attacker flashed toward the Black Fiend schoolmaster's side and flashed an evil grin toward them. This had happened so fast that Han Li had been unable to react. After Lu Jing died, Zhong Wenyang was thoroughly stunned and was only able to release heart-wrenching screams. When Chen Qian saw this, she hastily pulled Zhong Wenyang behind her in an attempt to protect her. She then looked at the attacker with a face filled with fury and remorse. Chapter 325, Peculiarity. Thud. Lu Jing's and Senior Marshal Brother Wang's corpses were casually tossed to the ground by the ambusher. The corner of Han Li's eye twitched when he saw this. "Since you've come, don't think about leaving. I am still lacking Foundation establishment blood sacrifices." The ambusher smiled sinisterly, causing his white teeth to twinkle underneath the moonlight. The ambusher was none other than the Emperor of Yu, who had appeared to be scared stiff just a moment ago. But now, he was no longer that sorry figure that lost himself to fear but a late Foundation establishment cultivator with magic power fluctuations no weaker than those of the blue-robed man, the Black Fiend schoolmaster. Han Li's expression grew ice-cold in response to the sudden appearance of an opponent with such deep cultivation. Han Li didn't know what technique the Emperor had used a moment ago, but he was able to completely conceal his cultivation from all of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. This reminded Han Li of his prior inability to detect magic power from the young prince and steward Wang. Unlike the previous occasion, Han Li didn't perceive a queer premonition of danger, instilling him with even greater fear and caution. Han Li flicked his finger, causing the white scale shield and the tortoise-shell magic tool to unhurriedly revolve around him. As the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators nervously glanced at the Emperor of Yu and the blue-robed man, they took out their magic tools and closely wound them around their bodies, protecting themselves. Seeing the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators act as if they were facing a great enemy, the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend schoolmaster looked at each other and coldly laughed. The Black Fiend schoolmaster suddenly flashed, appearing over 30 meters away next to the sparkling ice pile, which were the fragmented remains of the ice demon. The Black Fiend schoolmaster glanced at the ice pile and casually held out his hand towards it, which caused a blue bead to fly from the ice demon's remains into his hand. At that same moment, the treacherous Emperor of Yu flashed toward the two blood servants that were turned into ash by the Firebird True Seal. He fiercely slapped the ground, causing a golden and a yellow bead to fly from the ground and toward his hand. "Those are..." When Han Li saw those beads, he drew a connection to the azure bead that was taken from Marshal Brother Wang's corpse. He immediately came to a faint realization on what they were and felt his heart tighten. He truly didn't expect that his objective for coming here would suddenly appear before his eyes. These were certain to be related to the 5 elements blood cores, concerning core formation that the young prince had mentioned. However, there were only 4 such beads here. Where could the final one be? At the same time Han Li came to this conclusion, the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend schoolmaster beamed with joy, having gathered the beads. Facing towards the sky, the group suddenly broke into laughter. As they continued laughing, they turned their cold gazes toward Han Li and company, revealing an unconcealed desire for murder. Han Li and company couldn't help but slightly pale in response. "Everyone, take to the skies." Thoughts suddenly surged through Han Li's mind before he finally shouted this and summoned his divine wind boat, flying first to the sky. The others were startled at Han Li's shout. But Song Meng and Shui Hong's Dao companion, who held great confidence in him, unconsciously flew to the sky as instructed. However, when Chen Chaoqian heard Han Li, she hesitated for a moment before dragging Zhong Wenyang along with her to the sky. When the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend schoolmaster saw this, their faces flashed with astonishment before sneering in unison. While it was clear they were 2 completely different people, the smiles they gave Han Li left him with the strange impression that they were one, causing Han Li's heart to tremble. "That boy is quite quick-witted. It seems you'll have to sacrifice your body earlier than expected." "Me? Why not you? Once you take it, it will be irrecoverable." The Emperor of Yu and the blue-clothed man faintly spoke beneath them. Hearing their strange comments, Han Li and company felt a cold chill down their backs. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, what are they talking about?" Song Meng gulped and moved closer to Han Li. Having seen so many fellow sect members die before him, even the battle-obsessed Song Meng was unable to maintain his originally fearless drive. He asked Han Li in order to calm his heart. After all, Hanli gave him a feeling of mystery and slight reliability. When Hanli heard the question, he bitterly smiled in his heart. As he was thinking of what to say, something occurred below them. Hanli's expression vastly changed and he immediately swallowed what he was about to say. Chen Chaoqian then cried out, drawing Song Meng's fearful gaze to the scene below. He saw the Emperor of Yu stick his hand into the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's chest. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster had held his arms wide and didn't struggle in the slightest. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster and the Emperor of Yu each emitted a dazzling bloody light. Through the Emperor of Yu's arm that pierced the Black Fiend Schoolmaster's chest, their bloody lights joined together and the light from the Black Fiend Schoolmaster madly surged into the Emperor of Yu's body. It appeared that the Black Fiend Schoolmaster had taken the initiative to deliver himself to the Emperor of Yu, leaving Song Meng dumbstruck. The Black Fiend Schoolmaster's brilliance grew increasingly weaker and his flesh grew increasingly shriveled. Conversely, the Emperor of Yu's light grew stronger by the moment and even appeared slightly younger. What evil technique is this? Song Meng cried out with shock. Hanli's expression grew incomparably dark and he paid no mind to Senior Marshal Brother Song's outburst. Instead, he took a deep breath and suddenly flung his hands outward. No less than 200 fire attribute talismans raced from his hands toward the Emperor of Yu and the Black Fiend Schoolmaster. This talisman barrage, consisting of fire serpents, fireballs, and other such fire attribute techniques, was made up of all the fire attribute talismans that Hanli had on hand. Halfway through, these talismans turned into a heaven-shrouding display of fire attribute techniques, a huge and overbearing wave of fire. This grand display exerted an even greater pressure than that of Lu Jing's Firebird True Seal. Such a display of over 100 talismans being thrown out was extremely rare in the cultivation world. After all, someone would have to spend hundreds of spirit stones to acquire that many talismans. Zhong Wenyang turned and looked below in surprise. What she saw suddenly caused her expression to become unsightly. As they were talking, the Emperor of Yu, who was below them, withdrew his shield of light. The bloody light that surrounded his body surged and expanded until it was about 10 meters thick. The magic tools that were trapped within the bloody light had then started to gradually melt away. The radiance protecting his body was now several times larger and his cultivation was far greater than it was previously. As such, the bloody light on his body was now able to easily resist the assault of magic techniques and puppet attacks. The Emperor of Yu raised his head to stare solely at Hanli with ice-cold eyes. He abruptly reached his hand out from behind him and grabbed at the air. A fire-red bead then suddenly flew out from somewhere and accurately dropped into his hand. Seeing this, Hanli's eyes flashed with surprise as he thought of the blue-robed man that had died from his heavenly lightning seed. It seems that this bead was from his remains and now the 5 elements blood cores could be considered complete. So long as Hanli could kill this fiend, he would be able to acquire this treasure that would greatly benefit his core formation. Boy, do you have any more heavenly lightning seeds? If you have them, then I'll stand right here and receive them. I want to see whether your heavenly lightning seeds or my protective devilish art is greater. The Emperor of Yu carefully put the bead away and said this to Hanli in a cold voice. Once those words left his mouth, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were startled and couldn't help but look at Hanli. Hanli's expression didn't change, but he inwardly snorted. He calmly replied, "This one is also quite curious whether you are the Black Fiend School's sect master, or if that other person was. Furthermore, it appears from the current circumstances that your esteemed self had previously absorbed over half of his cultivation before you were interrupted. I am quite puzzled as there are rarely such people willing to act as a sacrifice in this world." Hanli didn't answer his question but asked a question in return. He returned derision with derision. When the Emperor of Yu heard this, he revealed a strange expression that resembled both regret and mockery. But soon after, for some unknown reason, his face appeared increasingly menacing as his eyebrows became downward slanted. Han Li's heart trembled and he opened his mouth slightly, quietly sending the 4 remaining Yellow Maple Valley cultivators a sound transmission that left them shocked. Having finished that, Han Li then indifferently said, "Whether or not you believe my words is up to you." Han Li didn't use sound transmission for that last sentence, allowing the Emperor of Yu to clearly hear him. The Emperor's face grew cold, and he suddenly pointed a finger at Han Li, shooting a beam of red light as thick as a thumb toward him in an instant. Chapter 327, Entering the Formation, Get Lost. The Emperor of Yu yelled gloomily. With a long whistle, the bloody light hurriedly enveloped the group of puppets. Then with a savage appearance, he chased after Han Li and company, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After a short moment, the motionless puppets suddenly fell from sky. They were all broken into fragments. Han Li arrived at the great formation he had set up. Having felt his puppets being destroyed from his threads of consciousness, Han Li felt very regretful. He then called out to the other cultivators to descend and enter the small bamboo forest. As Han Li and the others hurriedly descended, the Emperor of Yu had already broken through the puppet encirclement and clearly saw Han Li and the others enter the bamboo forest. This greatly surprised and puzzled the Emperor of Yu, but he inwardly rejoiced. When he arrived above the bamboo forest and saw that Han Li and the others hadn't left, he sinisterly smiled and immediately waved his arms. A small chunk of his body's bloody light then separated itself from him. Poo-poo. The bloody light flashed and fiercely shot into the bamboo forest. Midway, it suddenly enveloped the entire bamboo forest in a huge, shining red barrier. Having seen the bloody light silently entrap the bamboo forest, the Emperor of Yu revealed a somewhat pleased expression. So long as this devilish light barrier firmly surrounded the bamboo forest, he would be able to use another secret technique to completely dissolve everything within it. Since the enemy had trapped themselves there, they had better not blame him for being merciless. His hands formed a series of dazzling movements, the incantation gestures to activate the secret technique. As he performed these gestures, the bamboo forest was suddenly covered in a blue and white dome of light that easily stopped the barrier of bloody light from further shrinking. After a moment of surprise, the Emperor of Yu's expression grew cold. As expected, that group came here for a reason. They had even laid out a formation spell here. The Emperor of Yu thought with bitter resentment. But this is nothing. How formidable can a hurriedly established formation spell be? At worst, I'll just refine the people along with their formation. In any case, I cannot allow them to flee from the imperial city. The Emperor of Yu thought resolutely. With a plan in mind, he formed incantation gestures without restraint and immediately cast secret techniques. The bloody light that had been stopped, then flashed with a brilliant radiance and attempted to further pressure their spell formation. However, the bloody still had little effect. But the Emperor of Yu didn't stop there. He shallowly cut at himself with his finger, sending off another chunk of bloody light to merge with the devilish light barrier. The color of the bloody light barrier grew even deeper, faintly releasing the scent of blood. Anyone who smelled it would feel the desire to vomit. Having seen this, the Emperor of Yu appeared slightly pleased. He repeatedly formed more incantation gestures with his hands and cast a series of magic techniques toward the bloody barrier. The magic techniques shot into the barrier, causing the barrier to fiercely expand in every direction and its bloody light to become a richer crimson. The azure-white radiance bitterly resisted the increased pressure, appearing as if it would collapse at any moment. The Emperor of Yu felt at ease after seeing this. From what he currently saw, the deaths of the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators was only a matter of time and it was impossible for them to escape. However, the aftermath would be troublesome to deal with. It seems that I can no longer act as the Emperor of Yu. I'll have to conceal my identity and start all over. The Emperor of Yu thought regretfully. As the Emperor of Yu was considering his possibilities in midair, Song Mang and the others were overwhelmed with fear inside the bamboo forest. Having heard Han Li's sound transmission, the others quickly retreated to save their lives. With confidence stemming from Han Li's display of strength, everyone had decided to trust him without discussion. But none of them had expected that they would arrive at such an obscure bamboo forest and actually be trapped within such a dangerous situation. Although a defensive formation spell was established at this location, they were surrounded by an impenetrable bloody light. In addition, this formation spell appeared to be on the verge of collapse. With imminent danger approaching, how could these people not panic? Junior Marshal Brother Han, is this the defensive preparation that you had prepared? Song Mang muttered this question without confidence. That's right. Is there a problem? Han Li indifferently said, observing the circumstances before him. In an instant, Song Mang's face turned extremely pale. The faces of Zhong Wenyang and Chen Chaoqian's senior martial brother also turned very unsightly. Only Chen Wenyang looked at Han Li with a calm appearance. A strange appearance of thoughtfulness flashed through her eyes. Han Li, if you have any other methods, please speak of them. Don't keep us in the dark. I am confident that you have other methods prepared, not just this magic formation. Chen Chaoqian suddenly said this in a calm manner. The others were startled upon hearing this, and looked at Han Li with lifted spirits. From the caution Han Li had displayed during this night, there was no way that he would have made such a foolish move. When Han Li heard this, he lowered his head in thought. He then faintly smiled to the others. Be at ease. Since I've brought my senior apprentices here, I naturally have something in mind. He said with a calm expression, before patting his storage pouch and taking out a small purple flag. The flag was densely filled with incantation symbols and appeared to be an extraordinary magic tool. Is that a formation flag? Zhong Wenyang asked with astonishment. Formation plate and flag-type magic tools were very rarely seen in the state of Yu. Senior Marshal Sister is quite knowledgeable. Han Li agreed, lightly praising his 7th Senior Marshal Sister. This greatly surprised the others and slightly strengthened their confidence. It seemed that Junior Marshal Brother Han truly did have something else prepared. Under their attentive gazes, Han Li held the small flag with both hands. The small, exquisite flag grew several times larger in the blink of an eye and faintly emitted a purple radiance. Han Li laid the formation flag flat in his hands and softly muttered an incantation, before loudly spitting out the word, swiftly, at the end. Whoosh! The formation flag immediately shot off and could no longer be seen. Han Li then took out 3 more identical formation flags from his bag and did the same thing, having them fly off in other directions. After doing this, Han Li coldly glanced at the sky with an almond yellow formation plate in his hands. The formation plate was unremarkable and held no light. However, Han Li then solemnly held the plate flat above his head, causing it to lightly glow. A thick beam of yellow light soared from it and into the sky, striking the azure-white light barrier. At nearly the same time, beams of gold, azure, red and blue light shot from the sky from 4 different directions. Upon receiving the 5 pillars of light, the azure-white barrier that was on the verge of collapse immediately stabilized and the faint sounds of ocean waves could be heard from it. The sounds above them gradually became larger and more frequent, eventually becoming the sound of unfettered thunder. Those who heard it couldn't help but feel fear. As the sounds grew louder, the appearance of the azure-white light barrier unexpectedly changed, becoming a barrier of rainbow light. Despite how the exterior red light attempted to collide with it, the new rainbow light barrier was like a reef below a stormy sea, completely unfazed. Seeing this, Song Mang and the others grew at ease and realized that Han Li's formation was rather extraordinary. It seemingly would have no problem in preserving their lives. The Emperor of Youth saw this strange scene and cast several devilish techniques in response. However, as his techniques had little effect against the colorful light beneath his red barrier, he felt that this matter was anything but good. His stern, cold face flashed with hesitation and he wrinkled his brow. Then, he abruptly stamped his foot and had the red light flow back to him in streams of various sizes. Then, he turned his body into a ball of red light without hesitation and flew off into the sky at a speed that would leave even Han Li ashamed. Strangely, while this person flew off at great speed, he returned at even greater speed. It was unknown why he had returned despite attempting to flee. The Emperor of Yu's face revealed an expression of disbelief as he attempted to fly off another 8 times. However, he was unable to fly off more than 100 meters away each time before obediently flying in a circle and returning to his original location. By this time, the Emperor of Yu no longer appeared bewildered. Instead, his face was filled with terror. Upon seeing this, Han Li laughed coldly while the others were wide-eyed and speechless. From joy and surprise, Zhong Wenyang had tightly clenched her fist, not noticing in the slightest that her long fingernails had dug into her flesh, causing her to bleed. In addition to surprise, other, more complicated emotions had also surfaced on Qin Chaoqian's face. Han Li took out his tortoise shell and white scale shield and had them revolve around his body. Lacking the time to explain the secrets of the 5 elements reversal formation, he said with a deep voice, "If anyone has a treasure talisman, use this opportunity to activate it. In a moment, we will launch a joint attack to exterminate him. Since he is already trapped in this great formation, he won't be able to quickly escape from it." Han Li's words were filled with great confidence. Chapter 328, Black Blood Saber. Han Li's confident words along with the self-assured manner in which he sat down with his azure talisman, inspired Qin Chaoqian and Zhong Wenyang to do the same. They took out red and yellow artifact seals respectively from their storage backs and silently sat down cross-legged to activate them. Qin Chaoqian's senior martial brother and Song Meng looked at each other with a bitter smile. It wasn't as if neither of them had artifact seals. Although Qin Chaoqian's senior martial brother had his deceased Dao companion's blue artifact seal, he was familiar with neither its power nor its usage. Naturally, he couldn't just take it out and recklessly use it. As for Song Meng's gray spear artifact seal, its power had been completely exhausted during the fight with the ice demon. As a result, the two could only insipidly wait for the 3 and protect them. At this moment, the Emperor of Yu realized that madly flying around like a housefly was ineffective and stayed motionless in midair. After he lowered his head and momentarily muttered to himself, he sinisterly took off the golden crown on his head and allowed his long, disheveled hair to flow in the wind and cover over half of his face. His increasingly demonic and mysterious appearance contrasted with the bloody light emitted from his body. He took in a deep breath and suddenly used a sharp fingernail to cut a cross on his wrist. Blood profusely poured out of the cut and merged with the bloody light on his body, causing it to suddenly darken, instantly turning it dark red. Although they were separated by such a large distance, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were still able to smell that bloody, vomit-inducing scent. Their faces slightly grimaced, but they could only bitterly continue to look on as the enemy casted his magic. Seeing that the color of his body's bloody light had finished its transformation, the Emperor of Yu opened his mouth, and spat out 2 streams of red qi toward his wrist. This unknown magic technique immediately stopped the bleeding and caused the deep wound to gradually fade away. However, his complexion was greatly paled from the loss of blood. With a stern expression, he took out a dull, jet-black hilt. The hilt was only half a foot long, but it appeared extremely worn and completely unremarkable. From the way the Emperor carefully handled the object, it didn't seem to be a useless item but rather extremely dangerous. As he rigidly stared at the hilt, he started to softly mutter an incantation. The incantation was neither loud nor easily understood. But from its slow chant, a faintly savage chi pervaded the air, which gave the others an impression of ancientness. What is he doing? As he watched this from far away, Song Meng couldn't help but ask with great surprise. I don't know, but it's likely that he's using a formidable magic technique. Chen Xiaoqian's senior martial brother said with worry. He was also unable to understand the words of the incantation. Although the two didn't understand what the enemy intended, from seeing him bleed himself, they knew that the Emperor of Yu had taken desperate measures and was giving it his all. As the two restlessly watched on, the cadence of Emperor of Yu's incantation grew quicker and that savage aura became progressively stronger. As the Emperor's eyes flashed with red light, an astonishing scene occurred. The hilt suddenly burst out into a ball black light and floated in midair. It rose about a foot above his head before remaining motionless. The Emperor of Yu grew increasingly cautious and formed strange hand seals one after another with exceptional skill. The bloody light on his body turned into strands of blood that hurriedly flew toward the floating hilt. At the start, there were only several strands of black blood. But not long after, the threads of blood proliferated, becoming 10, several tens and finally over 100 strands of black blood. Although Hanli had been activating his artifact seal a moment ago, he had a clear understanding of his enemy's actions from his formidable spiritual sense. Previously, as the black blood saber had been taking form, Hanli's wandering spiritual sense had been strongly sucked in by the blade, which wanted to completely absorb it. With great fright, Hanli hastily withdrew his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the black blade's attempt to absorb his spiritual sense was autonomous and wasn't the doing of the Emperor of Yu. Thus, he was able to easily retrieve his spiritual sense from the black blade's grasp. Still, this fearful event had left Hanli drenched in cold sweat. If his spiritual sense had truly been absorbed by that evil saber, the consequences would be unspeakable. Although Hanli knew how fearsome the saber currently was, he remained completely confident in the strength of this hurriedly established, 5-element reversal formation. After all, even Lei Wanhe, a core formation cultivator, said that it would be difficult to break through his original, 5-element reversal formation. Even without completely setting up this upgraded, stronger version of the formation, he was completely confident that a foundation establishment cultivator would be unable to break through it in a short amount of time. Thus, although he had opened his eyes, his heart remained completely at ease. As these thoughts churned through Hanli's mind, the Emperor of Yu knocked against the multicolored barrier of light with great force. ZZ. The rainbow light barrier easily resisted the attacks. The Emperor of Yu had expected this and evilly grinned. He then tightly grasped the black blood saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at the rainbow light barrier. With a sharp whistle, a huge streak of black radiance surged from the saber. Swoosh! The astonishing black saber streak, which was over 30 meters long, had chopped off a large portion of the rainbow light, creating a 3-meter-wide gap. When the Emperor saw this, he felt great joy and charged toward the gap without the slightest hesitation. With the incessantly flickering black streak in hand, he had actually entered the rainbow light. No! This is far from good. Song Meng immediately cried out in panic. Although the other idol senior martial brother didn't speak, he appeared far from okay, with an expression filled with worry. There is no need to be alarmed. That rainbow light is only the first layer of defense, this great formation isn't so easily broken. Having heard Hanli's indifferent voice, the pair calmed down and faintly smiled. Still, they were both greatly astonished that this junior martial brother Han had enough leftover concentration, while activating his artifact seal, to pay attention to their conversation. How truly amazing! The Emperor of Yu had immediately charged over 30 meters into the barrier of rainbow light and had clearly seen the yellow Maple Valley cultivators beneath him. He was able to vividly see Hanli and two others activating their artifact seals. He smiled sinisterly and flashed over 10 meters, appearing over where Hanli sat. With a light wave of his black blood saber, a black saber streak over 30 meters long chopped down. The small red sword grew incredibly large, and the crystal ball emitted a blinding yellow light. Under Chen Chaoqian's and Zhong Wenyang's control, the two artifact seals silently split into different directions, attempting to flank the Emperor. As he watched these events unfold, the Emperor's face grew ashen. He madly flourished the black blood saber in his hand and shot out 8 huge saber streaks from within the whirlwind. With a sharp crackle of explosions, a majority of the small rods smashed into pieces upon meeting the attack. Han Li's face turned slightly white. Because his mind was connected to the rods created by the artifact seal, he had suffered damage from the strikes. This blood saber was powerful beyond expectation. But fortunately for Han Li, he didn't have to forcefully defend against its blows. As for the Emperor of Yu, he was currently making his last stand. Even with the obstruction of the saber streaks, the small red sword, the yellow crystal ball, and the remaining swarm of azure rods were able to seize an opportunity to charge into the bloody wind. A storm of sharp whistles immediately rose from within the whirlwind as countless bursts of azure, red and yellow radiance surged against the black streak in confrontation. It was clear that the struggle within was incomparably intense. Suddenly, an abrupt yell of fury burst forth, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The black, red, and yellow streaks of light all violently flashed for a moment before completely disappearing from the blood-red whirlwind. At that same moment, the complexions of Chen Chaoqian and Zhong Wenyang paled and their eyes became spiritless. 7th Junior Martial Sister, are you all right? When Song Meng saw this, he hastily asked with concern. It's nothing, his blood saber is just truly demonic. It was actually able to take down my and Zhong Wenyang's artifact seals in mutual destruction. Now we will have to see whether or not Junior Martial Brother Han's artifact seal will be able to kill him. Chen Chaoqian softly said. She took out 2 blue medicine pills, swallowing one and handing the other to Zhong Wenyang. Your artifact seals were destroyed. When the other Yellow Maple Valley cultivators heard this, their expressions became astonished. In their minds, only magic treasures should be able to contest with artifact seals. Impressive. I suspect our enemy's demonic saber is actually a ruined fragment of some kind of magic treasure. After Zhong Wenyang swallowed the pill, her face became flushed and her lips reddened. The ruined fragment of a magic treasure. How is that possible? Chen Chaoqing asked with astonishment. A series of earth-trembling booms suddenly rang out from above them, causing them to hastily look up in surprise. Separated by a thin layer of rainbow light, a great battle consisting of dazzling, chaotic bursts of azure and blood-red light was occurring above them. Chapter 330. Fiend Core. When Han Li saw that the 5-element blood cores were among the Emperor's items, he was jubilant. He immediately took them from the puppet beast's mouth and closely examined them. From the great spiritual power contained in the cores, Han Li verified that their medicinal properties were genuine. Relieved, Han Li took out an exquisite jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the 5 blood cores inside. Han Li didn't know the specific effects of the 5 elements blood cores mentioned by the young Prince Axane. But from how urgently the Emperor of Yu had collected these items, their usefulness toward core formation should most likely be true. Han Li then shifted his attention to the other items, a pitch-black alms bowl, an awl with an inch-long, blood-red spike, and a jade slip emitting a light gray chi. Upon seeing these items, Han Li felt somewhat fearful of them. These kinds of magic tools were commonly used by devilish and evil cultivators. It was likely that such items would have restrictions or curses placed on them, so he wasn't in any hurry to fiddle with them. Instead, he took in a deep breath and covered his hands in a layer of faint azure light. With this protection, Hanli was able to pick up the jade slip with his heart at ease, and carefully examine it. Apart from releasing a strange aura, the jade slip didn't have any sort of obvious restrictions. Hanli let out a sigh of relief and slowly submerged his spiritual sense into the slip. As his spiritual sense entered the jade slip, Hanli stood motionless. However, his expression underwent strange changes. First, he appeared pleasantly surprised, then dismayed, and finally, extremely cautious with a slight trace of fear. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense and found himself in a daze. The jade slip's contents went far beyond Hanli's expectations. It contained information on all of the Black Fiend School's cultivation arts, such as the Young Prince's Black Fiend Azura art, the Four Blood Servants' Fiend Demon art, the Emperor of Yu's Divine Bloodlight, and so on. Hanli was shocked to discover that all of these cultivation arts mentioned a book called the Profoundine Scriptures. It seemed to be the origin of all these arts. This greatly piqued Hanli's curiosity. But as Hanli hurriedly scoured the jade slip, he was unable to find anything related to the whereabouts of the scripture. With no other choice, Hanli could only bury his desire to find the scripture in his heart and focus his attention to some of the strange secret techniques. A few of these greatly pleased Hanli. Not only did they resolve some of his long-held doubts, but they also mentioned the true use of the 5 elements blood cores. Hanli calmed himself and carefully examined the passage. It turned out that the 5 elements blood cores were formed within the bodies of cultivators who practiced the fiend demon art, much like how a demonic beast condenses a core within their body. It was the most important aspect of the fiend demon art. The reason as to why they were able to turn into fiend demons and didn't need to use Foundation Establishment pills to enter Foundation Establishment was because of the formation of this core. Although this fiend demon art didn't require the use of blood sacrifices, it still greatly increased the speed of cultivation. However, Foundation Establishment was the highest layer this cultivation art could achieve. There would be no hope of reaching core formation. In fact, the rest of these cultivation techniques were more or less the same and held the fatal flaw of being incapable of reaching core formation. Of course, their speed of cultivation left others astonished through the additional assistance of blood sacrifices. It seems these 5 elements blood cores were supposed to be a solution to the defects of these kinds of cultivation arts. The jade slip also mentioned a secret technique called the fiend core technique. According to what was stated by the secret technique, even if one were a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with poor aptitude, so long as they consumed the 5 elements blood cores, in accordance with the technique, there was a 1/3 chance of forming a fiend core. This false gold core would be similar to a genuine core formation cultivator's gold core. With the successful formation of a fiend core, while one's strength would be inferior to a genuine core formation cultivator, the difference wouldn't be that great. In addition, it would have the wondrous effect of extending one's lifespan similar to genuine core formation. When Hanli read this, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. A 1/3 chance of forming a core. The 5 elements blood core was truly heaven-defying. He immediately felt an urge to set everything else aside and consume the 5 elements blood cores. However, a flaw later mentioned in the description of the secret technique had left Hanli astonished. Since the fiend core was an artificial golden core, there was no possibility of further improvement. This implied that for the rest of one's lifetime, there would be no way to further one's cultivation and progress past early core formation stage. If it were only this, Hanli still wouldn't allow such an opportunity to pass him by. This was because the method, the 3 essence revolutions technique used to form a core, was truly unpredictable and unreliable. Even if he were able to scatter his cultivation 3 times, Hanli wasn't confident it would work. After all, this cultivation method was something created from the mere conjectures of the founder of the Azure Essence sword art. No one had ever successfully cultivated it before. On the other hand, from the tone of this text, that fiend core technique was certain to have previously been used. A one-third possibility of core formation was extremely enticing to Hanli. As for the inability to reach nascent soul stage after forming a fiend core, this matter was too far removed from Hanli's current situation for him to consider. Nascent soul stage was still something Hanli could only dream about. At the moment, being able to achieve core formation was his highest objective. As for whether or not he could extravagantly hope to condense a nascent soul, he would only think about it after he reached core formation. But the following details of the fiend core technique left Hanli dumbstruck. It said that after the fiend core was formed in one's body, fiend demon chi would be continuously released for a long period, and it would be capable of gradually eroding a cultivator's mind. Although the erosion wouldn't leave one completely without mind or memories, decreased mental acuity along with gradually reduced intellect were unavoidable. This caused Hanli's heart to tremble without end. What Hanli was most confident of was his mind and quick-wittedness. These were the main reasons that he had been able to remain so free and unfettered in the cultivation world until now. Thus, when he read that passage, Hanli had only a moment of internal struggle before completely severing any intentions of using the 5 elements blood cores. After reading about the drawback, Hanli was extremely vexed. He had done so much to acquire the 5 elements blood cores, but it proved to be of absolutely no use to him. After a moment of further consideration, Hanli felt that something was amiss. If the drawback was so severe, then why would the Emperor of Yut specially cultivate these cores? That cunning old fox certainly wasn't going to directly consume it. With that thought, Hanli looked through the secret techniques once more and his attention was caught by a very interesting secret technique, external reincarnation. This was a renowned top-grade secret technique of the devilish Tao. Hanli had heard about it long ago. Although there were many techniques called reincarnation techniques, the specific cultivation method and effectiveness of these techniques were exceedingly strange and varied. Regardless of the reincarnation technique, to a devil Tao cultivator, they were all as precious as their own lives. They were all fundamentally the greatest secrets of each sect. The 7 sects of Yu had previously attempted to collect all the cultivation arts related to reincarnation but ultimately ended up empty-handed. Hanli quickly read through this technique several times and grew rapt with joy. He had found a use for these 5 elements blood cores, after all. If he had guessed correctly, the Emperor of Yu must have had the same plan in mind. Thus, he had painstakingly cultivated those blood servants in order to condense those 5 elements blood cores. As for the blue-robed man, the self-proclaimed Black Fiend schoolmaster who had died from the heavenly lightning seed, that was an incarnation he had refined. Only that would explain why the blue-robed man was completely willing to allow his cultivation to be absorbed without the slightest resistance. The distracting thoughts that Hanli had pushed to the back of his mind resurfaced as he read through the secret technique. As for secret techniques such as the cultivation essence pill and methods of blood sacrifice, since Hanli didn't cultivate devilish arts, he had little interest in them. Only the condensation method of the blood spirit drill caught Hanli's eye as he read on. He read through it several times and memorized it. After Hanli withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, he properly digested the information before moving on to the next 2 items. The blood red all was the solidified form of the blood spirit drill after leaving the body. It should be quite a useful magic tool. As for the pitch black alms bowl, it must have been the rarely seen magic tool, the soul congregation bowl. It was specialized in holding the souls of cultivators. Any soul that entered this magic tool would gradually lose its intelligence and become a feral, common soul suitable for refinement or control. After only briefly examining this soul congregation bowl, the dark, cold chi that the bowl contained caused Hanli to shiver and he hastily deposited it into his storage pouch. The magic tool's dark, cold chi gave an impression that countless cultivators' souls must have been ruined within. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. Han Li clearly understood that without cultivating these kinds of dark arts, he would have no use for this magic tool. The more he made contact with this bowl, the more ill he felt. Chapter 331, Orders. After carefully putting away the items he procured from the emperor, Han Li looked up toward the rainbow light and quickly flew to a corner of the bamboo forest. After a brief moment, Han Li arrived at a huge bamboo stalk with a formation flag stabbed into it and pulled the flag out. The rainbow light barrier immediately disappeared without a trace. Han Li smiled faintly and flew off to another corner of the forest. Soon after, Han Li left the bamboo forest, having retrieved all of the formation flags and plates with exceptional care. After experiencing the might of the improved 5 elements reversal formation, Han Li had come to value it far more than before. When Han Li calmly walked out of the bamboo forest, something caught his eye: the pulverized corpse of the Emperor of Yu. It seemed that when the rainbow light had disappeared, the body had fallen onto the ground. Han Li wrinkled his brow and let out a sigh. He then shot a fist-sized fireball toward the corpse, turning it to ash. Han Li would have lamented if the ashes of such a remarkable character had been blown into the wind after death. As such, Han Li patted his storage pouch, and a streak of golden light flew out, blasting a large hole in the ground. Han Li then lightly waved his sleeve, sweeping the ashes into the hole with a gentle gust of wind. Suddenly, white light flashed. Just as Han Li thought to close the hole, he paused. With amazement, Han Li beckoned with his hand, causing an embroidered cloth to fly from the ashes and into his hand. This is... Han Li took a quick look at it with curiosity. This embroidered cloth was slightly yellow and appeared to be ancient. He did not know what it was made from, but it emitted a faint glimmering light. Han Li suspected that the embroidery was actually an indistinct map. Han Li's curiosity was piqued and he hastily examined the map. After looking through it several times, he then lost all interest. This was because after careful examination, it was certain to not be any terrain in the state of Yu, as it was particularly unfamiliar. The drawing should be of a strange land. Furthermore, the cloth was clearly damaged and incomplete. He wasn't sure if it was even half of the original map or merely a tiny piece. However, since the map only appeared after the Emperor of Yu had turned to ash, it seemed he had used some sort of secret technique to conceal it within his body. Else, his puppet beasts would have found it from the start. From this, it appeared that the map was extremely important. Han Li pondered for a moment before deciding to store the badly damaged map into the jade box along with the 5 elements blood cores. Now was not the time to unravel this mystery. He had to hurry and find the others. After all, with the Emperor of Yu dead, the aftermath would be quite troublesome. When Han Li found Chen Chaoqian and the others in front of the cold palace, he was met with some unfortunate news. They discovered Wu Xian's corpse within the Black Fiend schoolmaster's private room. He had recently died as a blood sacrifice and had his blood essence absorbed. When Han Li heard this, he was startled. But then he smiled bitterly and remained silent. Because of this matter with the Black Fiend school, many of his own Sex Foundation establishment cultivators had died. When Han Li returned, his master, Li Huayuan, definitely wouldn't look at him favorably. After all, this matter was brought up because of him. After wallowing in the feeling of helplessness, Han Li bluntly passed the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath to Chen Chaoqian and Zhong Wenyang. He then found an excuse to return first to the Qin residence. However, Han Li completely had not expected that as soon as he returned, he would meet an entirely unexpected visitor. Greetings to Martial Uncle Han. A middle-aged man wearing embroidered clothes saluted him. Martial Nephew Ma. Why have you come to find me so late? Has something important happened? Han Li's eyes flashed with confusion. Han Li, who had just returned from the forbidden city of Yu, did not expect to find the disciple responsible for contacting the sect from Yujing to be waiting for him in his courtyard. Furthermore, it appeared the disciple had been waiting for quite a long time. "Martial uncle, this one has just received news of an order. All Foundation establishment disciples must hurry to the 7 sects' main barracks at the border. The enemy has delivered a war ultimatum. In 2 months, the 6 Devil Dao sects will have a battle for supremacy with the 7 sects of you. For this, all hands are to return to the battlefield. In addition, Martial Ancestrally has sent a message to you." The embroidered clothed man solemnly said and handed a writ and jade slip over to Hanli. When Hanli heard this, he was slightly startled, but he still maintained his calm expression as he took the 2 items and carefully examined them. The writ's orders were exactly as he had been told. All Foundation establishment cultivators out on missions are required to assemble at the border camp within a month of receiving the writ, and the date of the decisive battle had already been determined. The spiritual signature at the end of the writ was also genuine. Having finished reading the writ, Hanli submerged his spiritual sense into the jade slip. A hollow image of Li Huayuan appeared within and spoke very plainly. He merely instructed that Hanli no longer needed to protect the Qin residents and that Hanli along with his other disciples were to return to the border. He had previously received information that the Devil Dao's plan to infiltrate the State of Yu's secular world and wreak havoc was cancelled for some unknown reason. When Hanli heard the few words of Li Huayuan's hollow image, he was vexed to the point of spitting out blood. Hanli strongly suppressed the sullenness in his heart and withdrew his consciousness from the slip. After a moment of thought, Hanli looked at the items in his hands and said, "Leave behind the writ and jade slip. I will inform the others about this." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before respectfully replying, "Then, I will have to trouble senior uncle." He then took his leave. Hanli didn't speak any further and watched as the middle-aged man departed. Afterwards, he softly exhaled and slowly returned to his room. On the morning of the 2nd day, Hanli and the others sat in the guest hall and discussed their departure from Yujing. "Before I could travel to the border camp and participate in the great battle, I must first pay a visit to my clan. Thus, I will not be able to travel together with you all." Not long after she read the writ, Chen Chaoqian said this as she lightly bit on her lips. "I must deliver senior martial brother Lu's remains back to his clan," Zhong Wenyang said with a haggard appearance and slightly red eyes. Although it wasn't explicitly said, all the others undoubtedly intended to travel alone as well. "I have no plans, so I'll travel together with junior martial brother Han." Song Meng was quite forthright and patted the shoulder of Hanli beside him. "Fourth senior martial brother, I can't. I also have a few personal matters to attend to." Hanli had previously made plans and declined Song Meng with a slight smile. "Let's forget about it then." Song Meng appeared very disappointed. "How about I accompany junior martial brother Song?" Chen Chaoqian's sole surviving senior martial brother said to Song Meng with a smile. Song Meng's spirits were immediately raised. Now, he would have someone to swap pointers with along the way. When Hanli saw this, he couldn't help but inwardly laugh. He didn't think that after such a bloody battle, his 4th senior martial brother would stay completely the same. With that, everyone agreed that on the morning of the next day, they would go their separate ways. By late afternoon, Hanli had already informed Qin Yan that the danger had come to pass and he would be departing the next day. Qin Yan revealed great happiness at the news, but hastily said a few words urging Hanli to stay as a guest. Hanli refused with a faint smile, so Qin Yan could only drop the subject. After speaking with Qin Yan, Hanli returned to his residence. But he didn't expect that in an unavoidable garden on the way back, he would encounter Chen Chaoqian wearing a white skirt with her back to him. As she was admiring the flowers, she just happened to be blocking his path. Having seen this, Hanli was a bit surprised and found it embarrassing to silently pass by her. Senior Marshal Sister Chin, what a coincidence. Han Li found a casual encounter preferable to just passing her by. However, Qin Qian suddenly straightened her back and turned around to face Han Li with an appearance as dainty as a flower. It isn't a coincidence. I was waiting for you here. Qin Qian spoke, slightly opening her almond-shaped lips. With a complicated expression on her face, she stared at Han Li with her autumn-colored eyes. Waiting for me. Han Li looked astonished. Although he did not know why, he felt both bitterness and joy in his heart. After a moment of silence, Qin Qian spoke a few words that left Han Li astonished. I heard that the White Chrysanthemum Mountains at the outskirts of Yuejing were gorgeous and one of the nearby marvels. Would Junior Marshal Brother Han accompany me there to sightsee? Sure. Han Li had originally intended to refuse, but upon seeing the sorrow in her eyes, he had reflexively agreed. Was this the doing of the gods? When Qin Qian heard Han Li agree, her face slightly blushed, revealing a happy expression. It complemented her incomparable beauty. That is great, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Let's go now. If we wait until after the sun sets, we won't see anything. Chapter 332, a once familiar place. Immediately after Han Li agreed to accompany Qin Qianqiao, he felt slight regret. He had previously came to a clear decision to no longer be tangled with this woman. But now, he had agreed to accompany her for some unknown reason. It seemed he wasn't as determined as he had thought. Han Li inwardly shook his head and replied, all right. Then how about Senior Marshal Sister ride with me in my Divine Wind boat? We'll be able to arrive there much faster. With that said, Han Li took out his spotless white Divine Wind boat and invited Qin Qianqiao to ride with him. When Qin Qian saw this gesture, she smiled sweetly and entered the boat without any objections. After a moment of flight, Han Li brought Qin Qian to the Yuejing's famed White Chrysanthemum Mountain. The mountain was covered with all sorts of chrysanthemums, a majority being white. The scene was truly mesmerizing. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, Qin Qian didn't speak to him after arriving on the mountain. They merely walked along the small mountain path minding their own business. Only when they occasionally saw a particularly breathtaking scene would they stop for a moment. Han Li did not speak as he followed behind her, dispassionately gazing at her charming body without the slightest shame. After 2 hours, Qin Qian had climbed to the mountaintop and stood on a small pavilion with Han Li to the side. At that moment, no one was on the mountaintop aside from the two, not even a single traveler. As the two were unwilling to speak, it was extremely quiet. It was unknown how long this subtle mood continued before Qin Qian broke it with a few faint words. Junior Marshal Brother Han, after the great battle is concluded, I fear that I am going to be married off. Upon hearing those words, Han Li couldn't help but tilt his head and reveal an expression of astonishment. The groom is a direct lineage disciple of the great Qin cultivator clan, a disciple of Heavenly Imperial Fortress and a cultivator that has just reached foundation establishment. I've seen him several times and he seems decent. If nothing unexpected occurs, then he will marry into my Qin clan and become my Dao companion. Qin Qian spoke calmly and turned a blind eye to Han Li's appearance of amazement. After a moment, Han Li's astonishment gradually waned, and with some hesitation, he politely said, Then I must congratulate Senior Marshal Sister Qin on finding a suitable marriage partner. Junior Marshal Brother will certainly prepare a gift for you later. It became clear as Han Li started to speak, that Qin Qian had no intention of listening to his words. Those were not the words she had wanted to hear. She trembled for a moment before releasing a disc-shaped flying magic tool and flying off with a cold face. After seeing Qin Qian disappear into the distance, Han Li motionlessly stood in place with a cold expression. After a long while, he let out a long breath and dispiritedly flew off. Although Han Li had already made his decision about Chen Chaoqian, he still felt at a loss when confronted with her interest to marry him. This was perhaps a common flaw that all men possessed. Even if they were called cultivators, they had the same emotions as mortals. Han Li mocked himself as he flew back to the Qin residence. After returning to the residence, Han Li learned from the others that Chen Chaoqian had already departed, starting her journey early. When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had greatly disappointed Chen Chaoqian, and now, she was preparing her heart to marry someone else. Although he was a tad depressed, Han Li wasn't of the normal sort. With an ordinary expression, he nodded his head and joked around with the others for a while longer. Like that, the morning of the second day had arrived and the others left the Qin residence. Han Li was the last cultivator to remain. From what he had heard, the Rainbow Sect master seemed to be surnamed Li. It seems they now occupied their defeated enemy's nest. Not knowing why, Han Li felt particularly bothered when he saw the sign saying Li Residence. He found the previous Mo Residence sign somewhat more pleasing to the eye. As Han Li was lost in thought, his dishes were brought by the waiter and simultaneously the sounds of banter were heard on the floor below. Several youths wearing embroidered silk clothes walked up the stairs followed by their burly guards. They appeared to be the young masters of a noble family. Among these young masters was a man so thin he might blow away in the wind. He casually swept his gaze over the floor and impolitely beckoned to the waiter. The waiter complacently ran over and hastily said with an enchanting smile, "Young Master Xia, do you have any instructions? Call for the shopkeeper. Today, we're inviting an esteemed guest to dine with us. Have everyone on the third floor leave. We will pay for the damages." This skinny man spoke quite arrogantly. The waiter didn't reveal the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, repeatedly nodding his head, before hurrying off to inform the shopkeeper. After a short moment, a 40-year-old man arrived. Once he saw the thin man, he immediately agreed to his request with a smile. He then brought the waiter to the third floor to apologize to the customers who were already there. It was unknown whether this shopkeeper was naturally so quick and efficient or whether this young master had a truly great background. Not long after, all of the customers on the third floor had paid their bills and left. Not a single one of them had dared to complain. Han Li lazily looked over before he returned his gaze to the bustling streets outside the window. The newcomer was only a young master among mortals, an arrogant person only relying on the might of his clan, commonly found at all places. Han Li had absolutely no interest in him. At that moment, the youth in charge, young Master Xia, then nodded with satisfaction and descended to the ground floor. Later, the sound of footsteps came up from below. This time, Han Li was startled and couldn't help but turn his head around and stare. This was because among those heavy footsteps, feather-light footsteps could be faintly discerned. Only a Jianghu martial artist who practiced to a certain stage would be able to display such control. This greatly piqued Han Li's curiosity. The management of the fourth-level gang is quite good. It seems I had chosen the right person. Not only did this youth address him by his full name, he also spoke to him in a superior tone. This youth was Han Li, who had secretly infiltrated into the fourth-level gang's headquarters. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li, he immediately recognized him as the person who had originally helped him that year. After all, Han Li looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago due to the fact that he had taken the face-setting pill. This shocked Sun Ergu and caused a storm of perilous uncertainty to rage in his heart. After a short moment of his expressions changing incessantly, Sun Ergu revealed a respectful appearance as he hastily stepped forward and saluted Han Li, so it turns out that young master had arrived. Sun Ergu pays his respects to young master. This was quite difficult for the current gang leader Sunday. He hadn't spoken with a humble attitude for many years but was unexpectedly still able to do so quite skillfully. Hanli raised his eyebrows and revealed surprise upon seeing Sun Ergu's bearing. Quickly after, he faintly smiled and said with slight curiosity, "It's all right. You're a gang leader now. There is no need to be so courteous. My current visit is to see how you've grown. I'll be leaving soon anyways." Sun Ergu immediately grew at ease. He had feared that he would have to hand over his authority. As he had held a high position for so many years, he knew a bit about cultivators and that mortals like him couldn't hope to resist such characters. Even knowing this, Sun Ergu was also aware that this person was extremely elusive. He had originally believed that Hanli had given him such great benefits because he would have to act as Hanli's puppet. But he hadn't thought that Hanli would release his grasp and conceal himself for so many years. As such, Sun Ergu got a taste of what it was like to be above others. He hadn't expected that this young master would suddenly reveal himself. He had believed that Hanli had completely forgotten about him. As he didn't know Hanli's objective, he grew truly apprehensive. Hanli looked at Sun Ergu with surprise. "Come over here and let me see your wrist." Hanli wrinkled his brow and gave an indisputable command. Sun Ergu was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently walked over and extended his wrist. Hanli impolitely grabbed his wrist and poured a bit of spiritual qi into his body, quickly circulating it through his meridians. After a short moment, Hanli released Sun Ergu's wrist with an indifferent expression and said a few words that left Sun Ergu pale from fright. "A hidden poison has started to take effect in your body. At most, you have a month to live." Hanli's voice was ice-cold and emotionless. Young Master wishes to take Sir Crooked Soul away. But young Master, Sir Crooked Soul is no longer in the 4th level gang. When Sun Ergu heard Hanli's tone, he incessantly complained in his heart, but he still had to summon the courage to reply. "What do you mean? You lost him?" Hanli's face darkened and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, causing Sun Ergu tremble in fright. "Young Master, please calm down. It wasn't that I had lost him, but that Sir Crooked Soul had run off on his own. Although he is not in the city, he is not too far away, at a nearby mountain forest. I had sent a few people to follow after Sir Crooked Soul." Sun Ergu explained at great speed, fearing that Hanli would act on his anger. "He ran off on his own. What going on? Explain it clearly. If it isn't as you say, then don't blame me for coming back to punish you." Although slight astonishment had flashed across Hanli's face, he still managed to respond with a relaxed expression. It was good enough that Sun Ergu knew about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. But since Crooked Soul was only a walking corpse, Hanli found it hard to believe that he could have run away on his own. Seeing that Hanli wasn't angry, Sun Ergu felt relieved. Not daring to neglect him, he hastily explained, "Ever since young Master had handed over Sir Crooked Soul to me, I have followed young Master's instructions to only use him as a last resort and to not allow others to see him. But an anomaly occurred 6 years ago with Sir Crooked Soul. That period of time was a crucial moment of expansion for my gang and we were against a mid-level gang with a great amount of experts. I had Sir Crooked Soul help me deal with them. During that battle, Crooked Soul had displayed great might and won our gang a decisive victory. But a few days after the battle had concluded, a subordinate I tasked with watching Crooked Soul suddenly came and reported that he had actually started talking. I was extremely astonished and rushed over with the soul guiding bell. Then Sun Ergu stopped there and bitterly smiled. What happened? Don't tell me that Crooked Soul attacked you while still in possession of the soul guiding bell. Having heard that Crooked Soul could speak, he was greatly astonished. But having seen that Sun Ergu had deliberately kept him in suspense, Hanli unhappily rebuked him. Frightened, Sun Ergu continued, "He didn't attack me. But before I entered his room, Sir Crooked Soul seemed to know that I had arrived. He suddenly broke the wall and ran away as if he was flying. I was completely unable to chase after him." As Sun Ergu said this, he revealed an expression of helplessness. He ran away. With raised eyebrows, Han Li's mind seemed to have wandered off into thought. "That's right, young master. Although Sir Crooked Soul has done this for several years, for some reason, he is still lingering at the boundary of the forest. Although I've tried several times to find Crooked Soul and bring him back with the aid of my gang's experts, he was always unwilling to see me. Whenever I approached him, he would immediately flee. I had a few experts block his path, but nobody proved to be Sir Crooked Soul's opponent. 2 of my gang's experts have even died," Sun Ergu said, perplexed. "It isn't a great mystery. It's likely because of the soul guiding compass that you carry. Although I don't know why control over Crooked Soul was lost, it seems the restrictions I originally put on him were still effective." Han Li coldly laughed before saying this with an indifferent expression. "So it was like that." Sun Ergu had appeared to be convinced. It seemed that he had previously come to that conclusion as well. "Tell me about Crooked Soul's whereabouts. I will deal with him later. As it seems that this matter isn't your doing, I'll have to personally go to see what had happened. Since you no longer have a use for the soul guiding bell, give it to me." After a moment of thought, Han Li said this calmly. "Yes, young master. My subordinates reported of Sir Crooked Soul's whereabouts 2 days ago. He is currently in the west side of." Sun Ergu respectfully gave directions to a place about 100 kilometers outside of Jiayuan City. He then carefully took out the soul guiding bell magic tool and offered it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded his head and examined the magic tool for a moment. He then placed it in his storage pouch, having found that it was in good condition. "In addition to Crooked Soul, I came here because I also had a few questions to ask you about the Rainbow Sect. You must answer me honestly." Han Li's face suddenly grew stiff, his voice once more becoming cold. Han Li's change in tone had clearly stunned gang leader Sunday. After a short pause, he repeatedly nodded his head like a baby chick pecking grain. "What kind of person is the current Rainbow Sect master? What family does he have? Have any outsiders recently appeared in the Li estate and have any of them remained?" Han Li fired these questions off with a stiff expression. Sun Ergu felt his heart tremble, but he answered without the slightest hesitation, "As for the Rainbow Sect master, this one truly doesn't understand what sort of person he is. This one had only previously seen him at a distance and I only understand that his martial arts are unfathomable. With regards to family, he has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are married. I've heard that his eldest son is presiding over at the Rainbow Sect's previous headquarters. His second son has followed the Rainbow Sect master to the Li estate and is presiding over that. I've also heard." Sun Ergu gave a very comprehensive explanation. It was clear that he regularly put forth great effort into gathering intelligence on the Rainbow Sect. As Han Li calmly listened, he unconsciously placed his hand on the table and started to tap. It appeared he was digesting the information. When Sun Ergu saw Han Li stay silent for a moment, his heart stirred and he carefully asked, "Could it be because of that matter with the Missouri estate several years ago that you wished to act against the Rainbow Sect?" Once Han Li heard this, his brow wrinkled as his face became gloomy. "You speak too much. Don't randomly ask about matters you have no right to know. Even more so, do not guess. You wouldn't want to tragically become one of those poor souls who have lost their memories, right?" Han Li's ice-cold voice caused Sun Ergu's expression to drop and he immediately begged for forgiveness. Han Li snorted, letting the matter drop. One couldn't afford to be polite when establishing authority. Chapter 335. Astonishment. Seeing that Sun Ergu's face had broken out in a cold sweat, Hanli knew that his limit had been reached and prepared to give a few benefits to him. Enough. In the future, you can continue to act as gang leader Sunday. If there is nothing that I need you for, then I won't be coming to find you. However, I must tell you that I do not know when we'll meet again. As such, you should take this and put it away. In the future, your descendants will be able to recognize me with this item. So long as your descendants are willing to serve me, I will protect their lives, wealth, and prestige. As Hanli said this, he took out a sheet of common blank talisman paper. Swoosh! He clearly tore it in two and handed one half to Sun Ergu while putting away the other. When Sun Ergu first heard Hanli's words, he first appeared astonishment. Soon after, he appeared wrapped with joy and knelt down in front of Hanli. He sincerely kowtowed, knocking his head 3 times against the ground. He then raised his head and earnestly said, "Many thanks for young master's great kindness. Young master, please be at ease. My Sun clan shall revere young master for many generations and will never renege on this agreement. Else, my clan may face extermination and calamity." With that said, Sun Ergu kowtowed, knocking his head against the floor once more before standing up with a respectful appearance. Hanli was somewhat startled from seeing this. His original intention was to coax Sun Ergu. But he hadn't thought that with a mere promise, that he would be rendered grateful to the point of tears. But after a moment of thought, Hanli came to a realization. In the mortal world, the continuation of one's bloodline along with their clan's prosperity were most important. As such, it was natural for Hanli's guarantee of the prosperity of Sun Ergu's later generations to be met with sincere servitude. After all, Hanli hadn't given Sun Ergu any unreasonable orders these past years. As such, he felt that having his descendants continue to serve Hanli was best. With that figured out, Hanli felt quite happy. Having Sun Ergu handle his affairs sincerely instead of half-heartedly would be of much greater effect. Good. Since you've now sincerely paid allegiance to me, I will naturally leave behind a few good benefits. Take these 2 pill bottles. This bottle is filled with medicine that is used for the treatment of external wounds. So long as they still draw breath, they will make a full recovery. As for the other bottle, it is the same as the poison detoxification pill I gave you before and will cure all poisons under the heavens. These should help preserve your life. With a flip of his hand, 2 exquisite porcelain bottles appeared in his hand and he handed them over to Sun Ergu with a calm expression. Sun Ergu naturally felt grateful beyond words and would later strive his hardest. Afterwards, Hanli gave a few warnings to Sun Ergu before having Sun Ergu respectfully send him off, flying away from the headquarters of the 4th-level gang. This backup plan still continues to exist, but when will I next have a use for it? Hanli silently thought. He was standing at the edge of a street and had turned his head to look around. He had just arrived at the Lee estate underneath the pitch-black night. In an instant, his figure blurred and he flew toward the sky on a magic tool. Not long after, he was above the Lee estate. Taking advantage of the curtain of the night, Hanli effortlessly descended from the sky and made use of several concealment techniques, noiselessly disappearing into the Lee estate. With his previous experience of infiltrating Prince Xian's mansion, Hanli was able to skillfully restrain powerful experts with soul-lock talismans and use the soul-controlling technique to inquire about the Rainbow Sect Master's whereabouts. The result left Hanli quite happy. With that said, the young woman coldly turned her head. She had clearly considered Hanli to be one of those 4 guards. After the young woman and Hanli saw each other's appearances, they both cried out in surprise. "It's you. What are you doing here?" the expressions on young woman's face continuously changed from clear and dark. Her beautiful face was covered in shock while containing a trace of bewilderment. She appeared as if she had been caught having an affair while in bed with another man. It was quite ridiculous. Hanli did not find this funny in the slightest, and his expression became extremely unsightly. After a long while, Hanli lightly sighed away a breath of his melancholy and coldly said, "Should I address you as Senior Marshal Sister Mo? Or would Mistress Li be better? What will it be, Mo Yuju, 1. She is first mentioned in." This young woman was actually the eldest among the 3 Mo sisters. During that year, she had a majority of Jiayuan City's young masters head over heels for her, the peerless beauty of her generation that had no mind for others. Although she was now dressed as a young married woman, her beauty hadn't faded in the slightest, still revealing an astonishing charm that would drive men wild. Having heard Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's face became incomparably pale. She lost the strength in her legs and her body swayed, nearly causing her to fall on her backside along with her child. "Yuju. Why do I hear an unfamiliar voice? Who are you speaking with?" The people inside the house seemed to sense that something was amiss outside. The speaker's voice sounded familiar to Han Li. The house door opened, revealing an old man with white hair and a 30-year-old youth. During the day, Han Li had previously seen the young Master Li at that fragrant restaurant. As for the old man, his hair was as white as snow, and though his face was wrinkled and red, it gave an amiable impression. When he saw Han Li, his face appeared slightly strange. "This person is the Rainbow Sect Master." Han Li turned his ice-cold gaze to the old man, asking Mo Yuju without a trace of politeness. However, Mo Yuju could not speak. She was tightly embracing her young daughter, and was staring at Han Li with her mouth rigidly shut. "Who are you? What did you do to my wife?" When the youth saw that an unknown young man was standing in the courtyard, he was stunned. But when he heard him call her Mo Yuju, he grew furious and charged forward, wanting to teach Han Li a lesson. However, before he had even taken a step forward, the Rainbow Sect Master stopped him and calmly said, "You are grown now, but yet you so recklessly want to charge forward." This person was capable of silently charging through our expert guards. He is certain to be no simple character. Do not be spurred into taking action. As expected, this old man was quite capable. From the Rainbow Sect Master's careful gaze, he was able to deduce that Han Li was not a common character. If he truly was a Foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li was certain to be very cautious and view him as a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, he was but a mortal with a sharp mind. In terms of absolute power, Han Li wouldn't even put him into his eyes. Since your esteemed self is standing here, it seems that you aren't an unknown figure. May I ask if Sir is Yuju's old friend? If this is true, then your esteemed self cannot be considered an outsider. Please, enter the room and chat with us. The Rainbow Sect Master suddenly asked this with a chuckling smile. He appeared quite polite. These words stunned the youth beside him, who revealed a trace of astonishment. When Han Li heard this, his expression darkened, and his mouth formed a sneer. Many years ago, I had learned many skills under the tutelage of Mo Juren. This daughter-in-law of yours can be considered my senior martial sister. Naturally, I cannot be considered an outsider. However, before we go and confuse our relationships, how about we first address the extermination of the Missouri estate? Having seen Mo Yuju married off to an enemy clan, he felt gloomy after recovering from his astonishment and intended to act. "You're a survivor of the Missouri estate?" The youth cried out with an appearance of complete surprise. The Rainbow Sect Master revealed astonishment, but soon after, his face darkened and his eyes grew indistinct. His body suddenly swelled without warning and gave off a grand pressure. "Since you are a remnant of the Missouri estate, don't think about leaving. Your life will remain here. The Rainbow Sect Master loudly shouted, wearing a completely different expression. He then made a large step forward with his hair fluttering about. Left behind in the bluestone that he stepped on was a 2-inch deep impression. It seemed this person's power was quite shocking. When the youth saw this wordlessly slipped to the side, planning on coordinating with his father's movements. Hanli expressionlessly looked at the father and son's movements. Without saying anything further, he wordlessly raised his hand. Puchi. Several fist-sized fireballs appeared above his hand, releasing a scorching air. The Rainbow Sect Master had froze, halting his advance. Cultivator. He hoarsely said with an expression of complete disbelief. The youth at his side was also dumbfounded. Humph. Hanli didn't intend to waste more words. He pointed his finger, intending to kill the two with fireballs. But at this very moment, Mo Yuzhu, who was originally embracing her young daughter, appeared resolute. In an instant, she appeared in front of Hanli, blocking his attack. Don't do it. I forbid you from killing this child's father. If you kill him, then you must kill me and my daughter as well. She said with a grieved expression. Hanli wrinkled his brow. With a burst of loud crackles, the fireballs suddenly swelled to the size of bowls and became even more scorching. Although Mo Yuzhu appeared miserable, she still would not move. Cultivator, there must be a misunderstanding. Our Rainbow Sect. Seeing that Mo Yuzhu was protecting him, he felt greatly moved and felt fear that Hanli would truly kill her along with his daughter in anger. Thus, he hastily mentioned their great backer. Without waiting for him to finish, Hanli coldly interrupted, "Shut your mouth. Neither you nor your father are in any position to speak. I know of your backer, Spirit Beast Mountain, but I don't care in the slightest. If I hear you two speak again, I will exterminate your entire residence." The youth's complexion became flushed and he didn't dare to do anything else. He couldn't help but look at his father with burning anxiousness. Although the Rainbow Sect Master still appeared calm, his heart had sunk with worry as his son anxiously looked at him. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill them. This is revenge for the Missouri estate. Furthermore, Fengwu had personally requested this of me. Hanli spoke to Mo Yuzhu with an indifferent tone. Fengwu is still alive. That's great. I was always so worried. Only later had I realized that she had attempted to drown herself. When Mo Yuzhu heard this, she revealed an expression of happiness. Not only Fengwu, but fourth martial brother and Saihuan are also alive and well. However, I feel quite disappointed with you. I'll give you a moment to convince me. Otherwise, I will be taking their lives. Hanli said with an indifferent tone. He then raised his hand and caused the floating fireballs to disappear without a trace. Having seen Hanli restrained from attacking, the Rainbow Sect Master and son let out a breath of relief. At the very least, their lives were preserved for a moment more. They feared that Hanli would not listen to Mo Yuzhu's explanation as he was overwhelmed with fury. As they had more knowledge of cultivators than ordinary mortals, their fear of them was far greater as well. They were fundamentally unable to resist them. Mo Yuzhu's expression also became relaxed, and after a moment of thought, she spoke in a soft voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, considering that you've traveled a far distance in order to avenge the Missouri estate on behalf of my father, I must first give you my thanks. However, I must ask Junior Marshal Brother, for what reason are you moving to take revenge on my husband? He didn't move to harm any of those from the Missouri estate. He had only given the order, an order not decided by him but by another party. As for who they are, Junior Marshal Brother should know of them as they are also cultivators." Hanli grew startled and muttered to himself for a moment. How could Hanli not understand what Mo Yuzhu said? The main culprit of those who ruined the Missouri estate were without doubt the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. How could Hanli afford to provoke such an enemy? But what's more was that Hanli could not believe the Missouri estate had created an enemy of such a degree. With that in mind, he had only considered to vent anger for Mo Fingwu on behalf of their previous friendship. If it was just that, it would have been fine. After all, regardless of whether the Rainbow Sect Master and his son were innocent, they were still involved in the extermination of the Missouri estate. But now that Mo Yuju had appeared, married to this enemy clan, Hanli began to feel that his assumptions were amiss. He could only let out a long sigh towards the sky. The heavens do love making fools of men. Since a member of the Missouri estate had an opposing view, Hanli naturally would not strain himself to perform such an undesirable task. Thus after a moment, he slowly spoke with a relaxed expression. Senior Marshal Sister's words do hold reason. But regardless of how it is said, these two are complicit and killing them could not be considered unjust. What's more is that once they heard I was a member of the Missouri estate, they had wanted to execute me. It is hard for me to be convinced that they had nothing to do with the extermination of the Missouri estate. With that said, his face was shrouded once more in a layer of cold frost, causing the Rainbow Sect Master and his son to appear fearful once more. However, since Senior Marshal Sister is involved and the wishes of both sisters differ, I have no intention of becoming the evil one and will leave this to be disputed among sisters. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to talk it over with Fingwu. With that said, he passed on the whereabouts of the Mo Tsaihuan and Mo Fingwu to her. Having heard this, the Rainbow Sect Master and his son now realized that this cultivator had renounced his desire to kill them and couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Rainbow Sect Master stepped toward with a grand smile, hoping to incur Hanli's favor. However, Hanli's ice-cold gaze caused the old man to shiver. He no longer dared to continue forward. I don't know what methods you used to marry my senior marshal sister off to your son, but I don't plan on investigating this irreversible affair. But from now on, you had best treat her well, otherwise. Hanli did not finish his words, but the threat was clearly heard. Junior marshal brother, you misunderstand. Mo Yuju hastily thought to resolve this misunderstanding, but before she had finished speaking, the old man had interrupted her. Sir Immortal, do not hesitate to be at ease. I will be certain to have Quanzi treat Yuju well. She will not be wronged in the slightest. The Rainbow Sect Master was rather quick-witted, realizing that Hanli didn't want an explanation but a promise. Thus, he gave a sincere agreement. Hanli nodded his head, expressing satisfaction. Mo Yuju's eyes flashed with appreciation. After a moment of hesitation, she gently handed over the young girl sleeping in her arms. Junior Marshal Brother Han, since you are an immortal now, please carry her. Her name is Yingning. Perhaps by touching Junior Marshal Brother's immortal chi, she will be bound to receive good karma. Mo Yuju softly said. Having heard the beautiful woman say this, Hanli was slightly startled. He then faintly smiled and wordlessly received the child, lowering his head to look at her. The child possessed an innocent appearance lacking any evil, delicate facial features, and white, rosy skin. Although she was still very young, Hanli could faintly see a future Mo Yuju in the making. The young girl still remained soundly asleep with a sweet smile, perhaps because she was too tired from her daytime playing. Hanli strongly resisted his urge to pinch the toddler's chubby cheeks. After a light sigh, he took out a misty white jade pendant from his storage pouch and gently placed it in the child's grasp. He then passed the girl with the pendant back the Mo Yuju. This is passing spirit jade. Although it isn't some rare item, it remains warm during the winter and cool during the summer. In addition, bugs won't dare to approach her. I'll give it to her as a token of remembrance. After going through several great battles, Hanli acquired many spoils of war. Not only did he receive all sorts of magic tools, but he also acquired a few rarely found treasures, the passing spirit jade being one of such treasures. Chapter 337, A Concealed Expert, Crooked Soul. As for tonight's matters, I do not wish for Spirit Beast Mountain to know of them. You too should keep this to yourselves. Hanli suddenly raised his head and coldly glanced at the Rainbow Sect Master and his son. The old man's heart trembled in fear and he remained silent with a humble appearance. Hanli wordlessly stared at the Rainbow Sect Master for a moment. When he saw that the old man had broken out in a cold sweat, he revealed a smile and then his body blurred, disappearing without a trace. While the old man was stunned, he felt a hand lightly pat his shoulder. His body immediately stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Hanli was indifferently standing behind him. Does Sir Immortal have any commands? This old man will certainly follow them. The Rainbow Sect Master said with an apprehensive smile. It's nothing. I just wanted to give you a greeting. Hanli replied with a calm expression. A greeting. The old man was startled, not fully understanding Hanli's intentions. But something soon came to mind and he hastily inspected his body with worry. Fortunately, he didn't find anything unusual and calmed down. Hanli then released his divine wind boat and appeared inside with a flash. After giving a deep glance at the youth and the old man, Hanli coldly chuckled and flew off in a streak of white light. The old man and his son were left completely baffled along with Mo Yuzhu. As Hanli flew on his divine wind boat, he unconsciously sneered. Although the old man had said that he didn't dare to tell Spirit Beast Mountain about him, Hanli saw something amiss from his expression. Having seen this, Hanli naturally wouldn't ignore a deep schemer who held hatred toward him, even if he was a mortal. Therefore, when he had appeared behind him, he secretly took action and had a burrowing worm enter his body with a pat. This insect was very strange. It was the size of a fine hair and was nearly invisible to the naked eye, only completely detectable through spiritual sense. So long as it entered the body, it would slowly crawl through one's blood vessels and eventually reach the heart. After 1 or 2 years, the infected party would start to experience heart pain and an inability to sleep soundly. The symptoms would grow increasingly severe over a span of several months until the heart pain surges, leading to death. It would appear no different than if he had died an ordinary death from heart problems. Even expert cultivators wouldn't find anything wrong in the least unless they knew what to look for beforehand. Since it would occur such a long time after Hanli had patted his shoulder, no association would be made to Hanli. This unscrupulous and strange insect was something Hanli had acquired from the spoils of a Devil Dao cultivator. He initially had no idea what it was until he had someone else appraise it. Now knowing its purpose and usage, he had used it on the Rainbow Sect Master. With this, he was able to fulfill his promise to Mo Fengwu without appearing evil in front of Mo Yuzhu. Hanli felt quite pleased with himself. Hanli currently no longer cared if they informed Spirit Beast Mountain that Hanli had been there. After all, he hadn't harmed the father or the son in the slightest. Presumably, Spirit Beast Mountain wouldn't pursue him over such a minor affair. As for the Rainbow Sect Master's son, he seemed decent. Hanli hoped that Mo Yuzhu would have a happy life with him. With that thought, he flew his divine wind boat to the west of Jia Yuan City. He wanted to hurry and resolve this matter of Crooked Soul's peculiarity. Although he didn't know what Crooked Soul was up to, he definitely couldn't just leave him alone. West of Jia Yuan City was a tall mountain range filled with dense forest. It was said that poisonous snakes and fierce beasts roamed in these parts. As such, people would rarely tread in that region. This was most likely the main reason why Crooked Soul ran there after the peculiarity had arisen. Hanli silently observed the densely covered mountain range from the sky. After a long while, he took out the soul-guiding bell from his storage pouch. He gradually poured spiritual power into the bell as he grasped it in his palm. A short while later, the soul-guiding bell glowed with faint white light and floated in the air. Go. After he threw the small bell, he formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and softly spat out his command. The soul-guiding bell trembled for a moment before releasing a clear ring. It then flew off at great speed. Hanli faintly smiled and chased after it with his divine wind boat. By using Crooked Soul's blood essence that the bell contained, he was able to easily use the bell to track down where Crooked Soul was located. Naturally, he couldn't do this if the bell was too far away from Crooked Soul. If Crooked Soul was over 500 kilometers away, Hanli would be powerless to act. But now that the bell had responded, Hanli grew happy, knowing that Crooked Soul was concealed nearby. The small bell flew straight for about 15 kilometers before suddenly descending. When Hanli saw this, he knew he had found his objective and immediately grabbed the small bell in midair. Then, he completely covered the small, glowing bell in a layer of azure light. From Sun Ergu's words, Hanli knew that Crooked Soul could now sense the soul-guiding bell. By concealing the bell's aura, he could avoid having Crooked Soul flee. He quietly descended on a small mountain's peak and started to sweep his gaze in every direction. Although it was already dark, Hanli was still able to vaguely see as he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. As a result, he headed straight towards the direction in which the small bell had originally descended, into a large pile of stones on the mountaintop. Hanli walked without the slightest sound as if he was a ghost. From Hanli's measures, he had ultimately caught Crooked Soul completely unaware. Crooked Soul was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in meditation as if he were refining qi. Hidden behind a rock, Hanli secretly watched Crooked Soul with complete amazement. Hanli was able to feel spiritual qi within Crooked Soul's body. His spiritual qi fluctuations indicated that he was at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, leaving Hanli stunned. Hanli had clearly remembered that Zhang Taiwan was originally unable to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts because he didn't have spiritual roots. Wait! Although Zhang Tai was unable to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts, that didn't mean that he didn't possess any spiritual roots. It only meant that he didn't have what attributes spiritual roots. Could it be that Zhang Tai possessed spiritual roots of another attribute? Hanli thought, suddenly coming to a realization. What were the odds? Dr. Mo was actually able to accept 2 disciples with spiritual roots when a person with spiritual roots couldn't normally be found among 10,000 mortals. With incredulity, Hanli continued his thoughts, it is truly unfortunate. Because he didn't have similar attributed spiritual roots, we ended up with completely different fates. If I happened to not have what attributed spiritual roots, then would I have ended up? Hanli felt a trace of lingering fear in his heart. However, how did Crooked Soul acquire a foundation cultivation technique he could use? Could it be? Hanli seemed to have thought of something and wrinkled his brow. His eyes flashed with malicious intent, but he continued to silently watch Crooked Soul cultivate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Crooked Soul opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his limbs. His eyes displayed intelligence as if he truly possessed consciousness. But when Hanli saw this, his face only appeared gloomier and his expression held a faint trace of maliciousness. Today's progress wasn't bad. It seems that in 4 months, I won't have to be afraid of the magic tool that controls this body. As Crooked Soul revealed happiness, he heard an ice-cold voice from his side. It seems that your esteemed self is quite satisfied with that body. Who is it? Crooked Soul's expression turned cautious as he hastily looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Hanli walked out from concealment with an icy expression. Who are you? You're a Foundation establishment cultivator. When Crooked Soul discovered that he was unable to see through the depth of Han Li's cultivation, he couldn't help but reveal fear. That's what I wanted to know. Why did you occupy and steal that body? That is the body of my close friend, and I personally handed it over to my subordinate for safekeeping. You've occupied that body for so many years, so how about you give me an explanation? Han Li calmly said. This body is yours. Crooked Soul revealed doubt as his eyes continuously shifted about. It was clear that he had some sly plan in mind. When Han Li saw this, he coldly sneered. He suddenly flipped his hand, revealing the soul-guiding bell. What are you doing? When Crooked Soul saw Han Li move, he immediately jumped 10 meters back like a frightened hare. He then stared at Han Li with a face of vigilance. Although he had previously felt the existence of the soul-guiding bell, he did not know its specific form. He also didn't know that the small bell was a magic tool that specialized in controlling his body. He had only believed that Han Li had taken out a magic tool to casually act against him. 1. Han Li's friend and fellow disciple of Dr. Mo, who was later refined into Crooked Soul. Chapter 338. A forced confession. Han Li didn't pay any mind to Crooked Soul's alarm and scattered the azure light that enveloped the soul-guiding compass. Dong! Han Li tapped his finger against the bell, causing it to lightly ring. Thud! Just as Crooked Soul thought of using this opportunity to escape, he fell to the floor on his back. A Life Origin Magic Tool. You have the Life Origin Magic Tool for this body. Crooked Soul shouted with fear. It's good that you know. If you don't want to suffer, then you had best give me an explanation of your origins. I am quite curious. How were you able to invade this body? Aren't cultivators unable to possess the bodies of mortals? Han Li asked with a calm expression and a flat voice as if he were chatting with a close friend. When Crooked Soul heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. Cultivators that possess bodies were loathed in the cultivation world. While it isn't to the degree where they would be exterminated on sight, they absolutely wouldn't be looked upon favorably. With the addition of Han Li's strange behavior, he couldn't help but feel perturbed while vainly dreaming of escaping. Fellow Daoist, please forgive me. I was previously a Foundation establishment cultivator, but I lost my body in a war against an enemy clan. As a result, I had no choice but to occupy this body. Instead of answering Han Li's question, he stood up and gave this explanation with a smile. Really? Han Li indifferently commented. In truth, Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, when Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's thoughts through his indifferent appearance, he couldn't help but become scared and hastily plead. Although this one's cultivation had dropped to the low levels of qi condensation, I still retained a few magic tools and spirit stones. So long as fellow Daoist doesn't pursue this matter, I would be willing to gift them to you. He had spoken humbly. He clearly understood that he had no choice but to yield while under Han Li's control. However, Han Li didn't pay attention to his seductive words and asked after a moment of contemplation, "Are you a cultivator of the 7 sects?" Han Li appeared to have casually asked this. According to his knowledge, very few Foundation establishment cultivators existed outside of the 7 sects within the state of Yu. Only a few large cultivation clans would possess a number of Foundation establishment cultivators, the Yen clan for example. 7 sects. Ah, yes. I am a cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain. Could it be that your esteemed self is also a 7 sects cultivator? Crooked Soul said these words calmly, but Han Li was able to spot a trace of fear within his eyes, causing Han Li to feel great suspicion. So it turns out that fellow Daoist is from Spirit Beast Mountain. How is young Mistress Han Yunji-1 doing? Han Li asked with a faint smile. Han Yunji. I am truly sorry. This one had been in secluded cultivation for so many years and thus has no recollection of the younger disciples. After being surprised momentarily by Han Li's question, he made a forced laugh and self-mockingly said, "You aren't familiar with her? Then how about fellow Daoists, tell me the names of a few disciples that you do remember." This one knows many fellow Daoists from Spirit Beast Mountain. Perhaps I might know a few. Han Li flatly continued with his close questioning. This crooked soul appeared somewhat panicked and began shifting his eyes in every direction. His expressions were more honest than his words. Seeing that this person had failed to answer, Han Li's expression grew dark and cold. "Fellow Daoist, you truly disappoint me. You are still hesitating and now I must force you," Han Li said bluntly. With a blur, his body flashed forward and back. Crooked Soul remained motionless in his original location. However, a soul-lock talisman was now attached to the center of his chest, removing any opportunity for him to act. With a panicked appearance, he hastily shouted, "Fellow Daoist, what is the meaning of this? We can talk about this." When used on mortals, a soul-lock talisman was capable of completely locking down their bodies to the point where they wouldn't be able to speak. But when used against cultivators who possessed magic power, its efficacy was somewhat lacking. Although there were other methods to immobilize weaker cultivators, there were few that left them capable of speaking and expressing emotion. At this moment, Han Li paid no mind to any of his shouts and took out a pitch-black alms bowl from his storage pouch. Once it appeared, a sinister chi filled the air, causing the nearby temperature to drop several degrees. Shortly after, the alms bowl released a ghastly wail and surrounded itself with a strange black fog, causing its ghostly aura to thicken. This was the Soul Congregation Bowl that Han Li had recently acquired. Single-handedly grabbing the magic tool, Han Li ominously glared at Crooked Soul as he approached him. As Crooked Soul stared at the strange alms bowl, he appeared bewildered. But he then immediately thought of something and his expression became nervous. He forced himself to say, "What do you plan on doing? Don't tell me you plan on using a soul refinement technique." When he said the words soul refinement technique, his eyes revealed extreme fear. The soul refinement technique was a notorious, fear-inspiring magic technique in the cultivation world. Some cultivators would even swear death oaths under threat of this wicked magic technique. All of the sects and great clans have specialists that would learn this technique in order to deliver the harshest of punishments to set an example for traitors. This practice had gained much infamy due to the cruelty involved. It was said that practitioners of this technique were capable of extracting one's soul and using specialized magic techniques to torment them. Rumor has it that direct suffering inflicted on a soul for even a short moment was unbearable even to those with adamant wills. Furthermore, the stronger the cultivator's soul, the greater suffering they would feel. These gruesome details would cause cultivators' faces to pale when they spoke of them. Rumors of the soul refinement technique have spread all across the cultivation world. The best known among them was the rumor that cultivators capable of the soul refinement technique were able to cultivate a soul tool, a tool inseparably linked to their own souls. Only with such a magic tool would the user be able to fully utilize the soul refinement technique and damn the target soul to suffer a fate worse than death. Not many cultivators had personally seen a soul tool, but it was said to release a dense, sinister and ghostly aura. Its description closely matched the appearance of the Soul Congregation Bowl, a magic tool that had held the souls of over 100 cultivators. Thus, with the threatening appearance of the alms bowl and Han Li's previous threats, this person had mistakenly believed that Han Li was capable of using this soul tool to perform the dreadful soul refinement technique. It was no surprise why he thought this. When someone thought of soul torture, the first thing that came to mind was the soul refinement technique. How could he not have been scared out of his wits? When Han Li heard Crooked Soul's words, he remained expressionless despite the surprise he felt. In fact, Hanli hadn't thought of using the soul refinement technique to threaten him. He only wanted to use the dark, icy chi of the alms bowl to submit his soul to a bit of suffering. But now that Crooked Soul believed that Hanli was capable of using the soul refinement technique, Hanli was prepared to take advantage of his misconception. I'm going to ask you one more time. Tell me about your origin and why you have impersonated a spirit beast mountain cultivator. Hanli coldly responded with a question of his own, not bothering to answer whether or not he intended to use the soul refinement technique. Hanli's evasive answer caused this person to be more convinced of his previous assumption. With a distressed expression, his lips trembled but no words came out. Seeing this, Hanli didn't continue to talk nonsense. Instead, he started to vaguely mutter an unknown incantation and moved the soul congregation bowl closer to Crooked Soul's face. With regards to the alms bowl's sinister chi, even Hanli, a foundation establishment cultivator, coldly shivered upon contact with it. As a chi condensation cultivator, Crooked Soul would be affected far more strongly. Thus, as the alms bowl was placed in front of him, he felt his body break out in a strange, extreme chill as if needles of steel had pierced through the depths of his soul and frozen it stiff. After a short moment, he was no longer able to endure the pain and screamed with a twisted expression. Don't be so hasty, I haven't even used any magic yet. Then, the pain will be 100-fold more. Hanli suddenly whispered these fleeting words in his ear. 100-fold. When Crooked Soul heard this, he nearly lost himself to fear. He was unable to endure the current pain for even a short moment. To endure 100 times the pain would cause his soul to disappear in anguish. Having suffered, Crooked Soul was completely certain that this was the rumored, soul refinement technique. Thus, when he saw Hanli form an incantation gesture, he hastily changed his words to avoid further pain. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I will speak. Please put away your soul tool and refrain from using the soul refinement technique. Because of the penetration of the alms bowl's cold chi, he stuttered, repeating his words as he shivered. Were it not for the protection of the spiritual chi in his body as well as the extreme strength of Crooked Soul's body, he would have long been frozen stiff. Had you been so tactful earlier, you could have avoided a bit of pain. Hanli casually moved to put away the alms bowl and spoke as if Crooked Soul had been the one to bring this upon himself. In fact, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Because he wouldn't talk, Hanli put away the soul congregation bowl shortly after. This was also because Hanli was no longer able to endure the cold, dark chi of the magic tool, having directly held it in his hand. When Crooked Soul saw that Hanli had truly put away the magic tool, he took a deep breath. It would be best if you didn't think of deceiving me. I will naturally be using magic techniques to test the truth of your words. I hope your esteemed self isn't so stupid as to keep your secrets. Otherwise, I will scatter your soul and ensure that you will never reincarnate. Hanli spoke with a tone colder than ice. Having just suffered greatly, Crooked Soul involuntarily shivered and his expression became extremely unsightly upon hearing those words. 1. A recurring character. She was first introduced in Chapter 137 when she sold Hanli the golden sincerity brush. He later meets her once more at the trial by blood and fire. She mentioned her name in Chapter 203. Chapter 339, Astonishment. Your esteemed self had better avoid calling yourself a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, I'd feel inclined to distrust you. Hanli expressionlessly interrupted him. Crooked Soul bitterly smiled. It appeared that as he was still unresigned, he had thought to say as such. As a result, after some slight hesitation, he dispiritedly said, "It is as fellow Taoist suspects. This one has an unusual identity. He is not from the state of you. You aren't someone from our state of you." Upon hearing this, Han Li's face revealed a fraction of the shock he felt in his heart. I was actually a controlling spirit sect cultivator from the state of Tiando. Crooked Soul slowly said. The Devil Dao controlling spirit sect. Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at him with a gaze as sharp as a sword. That is correct. I arrived at this place several years ago, but I hadn't expected that one of your country's cultivators would ruin my mystic body and reduce me to this state. As Crooked Soul spoke about the destruction of his body, he wore a helpless expression. After a moment of thought, Han Li asked with raised eyebrows, Your body was damaged 6 years ago. As Han Li's voice was calm, Crooked Soul was unable to make out Han Li's interest. He honestly replied, That's right. After you took possession of this body, you hadn't thought of returning? Han Li calmly asked. This one had naturally wanted to do so. But it seems your esteemed self doesn't understand much about our Devil Dao. Crooked Soul's face continued to appear helpless. What was the matter? Although I know a few things about the Devil Dao, they are only bits and pieces from rumors. Han Li openly admitted. Our Devil Dao is particular about how strength is truth and how the weak are just prey for the strong. Only with strength would one be able to enjoy authority. Originally, my position at the controlling spirit sect wasn't low. I had a dainty, pretty Dao companion and a few obedient disciples. But now that my cultivation has greatly diminished, those things would no longer be mine if I returned. My position would most likely be coveted by my fellow disciples and fall to a hidden scheme. Crooked Soul explained with a cold smile. After hearing this, Han Li wrinkled his brow and remained silent. Crooked Soul continued, This one's cultivation was lowered to this stage because he took possession of this body. Thus, this one is confident that he will be able to restore his cultivation within 40 years and will be able to openly return. What, did Daoist friend believe that I wish to remain in this backwater place where even birds don't go to shit? From what you've said, you haven't encountered any other cultivators while you hid nearby Jia Yuan City? None. Daoist friend is the first cultivator from the state of Yu I've seen after taking possession of this body. He said with an uneasy appearance. Then why is it that you tried to impersonate a spirit beast mountain cultivator at the start? Han Li closely continued with his interrogation. I believed that your esteemed self was a 7-sex cultivator and didn't want to put myself at a disadvantage. Crooked Soul brightly assured. Having heard that, Han Li suddenly smiled. Is that the truth? Han Li amiably asked. However, his kind appearance caused Crooked Soul to feel a chill down his back. That's right. Could it be that fellow Daoist is unsatisfied with something? He cautiously asked with an uneasy expression. I've previously heard people say that it is easiest to deceive others with words holding 7 parts truth and 3 parts lies. I wonder, how much of what your esteemed self told me just now is true? Han Li slowly said this as he stared at him. He. Daoist friend's suspicions are far too strong. I am telling the truth. Crooked Soul was clearly uneasy. But once he thought of the consequences of telling the truth, he could only boldly continue to hold his ground. How about I mention a few things first? Your Devil Dao has already invaded our state of Yu. As such, we are now enemies. Thus, I now feel disinclined from torturing you for any secrets. I'll just rip out your soul and save myself some time. Han Li sinisterly said with a calm expression. Having recently suffered, Crooked Soul's complexion turned pale. Invade your state of Yu. How is this possible? The timing is clearly off. In an instant, his pale face revealed an expression of remorse. Han Li felt shocked. You knew of this matter. It seems I've truly underestimated you. Regardless, even if your status in the controlling spirit sect was great, you are currently only a chi refinement cultivator. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Hanli gradually narrowed his gaze and said with a menacing expression. Hanli turned his hand, causing the soul congregation bowl to appear once more. Its dense, cold chi immediately filled the air. But what happened next left Hanli stunned. Crooked Soul didn't reveal any fear and stared at the alms bowl with a strange expression, causing Hanli feel ill at ease. Hanli couldn't use the soul refinement technique, he was only using it as a threat. If Crooked Soul truly intended to die, then Hanli could only watch on as he perished, taking his body with him. He did have a few soul extraction spells among the secret blood sacrificial techniques, but unfortunately, he hadn't practiced them in the least. Just as Hanli thought this, Crooked Soul let out a long sigh before saying, I have a few secrets on me. Furthermore, it has much to do with the life and death of your 7 sects. However, what will guarantee that you will spare me after I reveal them? You might just kill me and refine my soul afterwards. When he said the words soul refinement, he couldn't help but twitch. Having heard Crooked Soul speak so solemnly, Hanli stroked his nose and put away the alms bowl once more. What guarantee do you want? So long as it is reasonable, I will consider it. Hanli responded indifferently as if he didn't consider the secrets to be of importance. Humph. I cannot trust a common oath. But to the best of my knowledge, those that cultivate the soul refinement technique are able to swear forbidden oaths with their soul tools. If they were to break them, then their soul refinement technique will backlash and kill them. All right, I agree. Hanli agreed with the slightest hesitation, coldly laughing in his heart. After that, Hanli took out the soul congregation bowl and made a death pledge in accordance to Crooked Soul's words. Seeing Hanli so easily and cleanly swear the oath, Crooked Soul grew suspicious and faintly felt that something was amiss. I swore your death pledge. Don't tell me that you have other conditions. Hanli stonily interrupted Crooked Soul's doubts, deliberately revealing discontent. Of course not. This one knows what happens to those who are greedy. Yes, I do possess a few secret letters between Spirit Beast Mountain and my own sect. In fact, I was in charge of relaying information in the state of use several years ago. But I wouldn't have thought. When Hanli exposed him, Crooked Soul revealed slight embarrassment. Hanli inwardly sighed in response to his admission. This person was surprisingly crafty. It seems he'd have to be a bit more careful, he didn't even know his age. Where did you put it? As Hanli bluntly asked this question, he started to sweep his gaze across Crooked Soul's body. The jade slip letters are in my storage pouch. I placed it at a nearby cave. How about I bring fellow Daoist there? Crooked Soul appeared to be rather cooperative. You don't have it on hand. Hanli's gaze flashed with doubt. As you know, this body is a reanimated corpse. Although it far exceeds ordinary men, it had lost a majority of its senses. Therefore, I fear that during an unknown moment of carelessness, I would lose my storage pouch. For that reason, I left it behind at my dwelling. Crooked Soul explained this with difficulty, causing Hanli to feel something was amiss. Hanli didn't say anything and carefully searched his body, ending up empty-handed. He then asked with an icy tone, "Where is the cave?" "I will go and find it." Seeing that Hanli was so very cautious, Crooked Soul could only gloomily tell Hanli its location. Hanli nodded and turned to depart. But something suddenly came to mind, and he turned around to ask, "How did you enter that corpse?" Although the body would be easier to possess as it doesn't contain a soul, it still isn't a cultivator's body. Hanli was genuinely curious. "I don't know." His answer caused Hanli's face to darken. But without waiting for Hanli to speak, Crooked Soul hastily explained, I truly don't know why. During that time, I dragged my heavily injured body to Jiayuan City and was on the verge of death. I could only desperately eject my soul and search in every direction for a cultivator to possess. However, I was unable to find a cultivator anywhere nearby. Just when I was about to give up hope, I found this soulless corpse. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to enter its body. Against all my expectations, I was truly amazed that I had succeeded. The controlling spirit sect cultivator appeared to be incredulous from this as well. Hanli remained silent and stared at him for a moment. He suddenly walked toward Crooked Soul and slapped 2 additional soul lock talismans on his body before vanishing into the darkness. Crooked Soul was left behind with a bitter expression. But a short while later, Hanli returned with a strange glare in his eyes. Hanli was able to easily find the cave using the directions given. It didn't appear to be very large. With a wave of his hand, a moonlight stone flew out of his storage pouch. Hovering above his head, the moonlight stone illuminated his surroundings. Chapter 341, A Difficult Situation. The White Scale Shield was a top-grade magic tool refined from materials of the Inky Flood Dragon. It had supported Hanli through many fierce battles. Aside from the time that it had been pierced by the blood spirit drill, it hadn't sustained the slightest of damage. Hanli truly found it hard to believe that it was just destroyed by some monster. At this moment, Hanli was able to use the Moonlight Stone's faint light to take a look at this monster. The creature appeared extremely strange and was only about a meter tall. It had a small head perched on a very thin neck. However, its 2 green, fist-sized eyes unemotionally stared at him with cold, malicious intent. What caught Hanli's attention the most were its 2 black incisive scythe-like forelimbs. Hanli grew greatly fearful of them. This monster had weapons. But how could these scythes be so sharp that they can split his white scale shield in one blow? As these thoughts surged through Hanli's mind, his body flickered, shooting straight toward the cave exit like a loosened arrow. He wouldn't be able to last against that monster inside such a small cave. Even if he had several lives, it still wouldn't be enough. He had to escape in order to stand a chance. As Hanli shot forth, the monster silently pursued him with shockingly equivalent speed. Like 2 gales of wind, Hanli and the monster raced the short distance toward the cave's exit. Once he left the cave, Hanli waved his hand without the slightest of thought, shooting a streak of white light in front of him. The white light turned into the flawless, white divine wind boat. He planned to take to the skies. Since his defensive magic tools were unable to endure the monster's attacks, he would have to increase the distance in between them and use magic tools to ravage it from afar. As Hanli slowed down to bring out his divine wind boat, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The monster suddenly appeared between Hanli and his divine wind boat. Clang! Clang! It icily stared at Hanli while rubbing its scythe-like forelimbs against each other. Hanli felt his heart drop. Not only was this monster ferocious, it was also intelligent. This proved quite troublesome. But now that they had left the dark cave, Hanli was able to fully make out the monster underneath the moonlight. It was a huge dark gray mantis that released a strange gray aura. Hanli lightly exhaled, suppressing the unease in his heart. His body became blurred for a moment before transforming into 6 identical images. Each of the illusions charged directly toward the huge mantis. Hanli wasn't completely confident that the fastest speed of his shifting smoke steps could break through the monster's guard. The mantis' eyes flashed with green light and its body also blurred, turning into several similar reflections. Each of them moved to block Hanli's illusions. Hanli's face became aghast. Puff! Puff! One by one, Hanli's reflections were struck down by the mantis blades. Just as Hanli's true body was about to be struck, he was forced to use his tortoise shell to block its strike. As a result, the strike blew him back to his original location and left a deep scar on his tortoise shell. Hanli looked at the scar on the tortoise shell with a pale expression and gulped. It was clear that this magic tool would be unable to endure further strikes. Without waiting for Hanli to make any plans, the mantis' meter-long wings began to shimmer and buzz. The demonic beast had actually rapidly fluttered its wings and lightly hovered off the ground. Hanli bitterly swore. How could he possibly forget that mantises were insects capable of flying? Once in flight, this demonic beast will surely be immensely fast. For the first time, Hanli lacked confidence in his movement techniques. Even so, Hanli hurried used the body lightning technique, along with other auxiliary magic techniques on his body and patted his storage pouch, releasing streaks of gold, black and red light. He hurried, wanting to use this opportunity to take the initiative. However, the demon mantis acted before Hanli could begin his assault. It launched itself into the air and suddenly disappeared without a trace. An instant later, it reappeared above Hanli and fiercely chopped down, intending to split Hanli into two. At this moment, Hanli appeared incomparably calm. As the scythe sliced through Hanli's afterimage, Hanli had completely disappeared. However, his magic tools had remained, spiraling around the demonic beast like a swarm of bees, wanting to shred it into pieces. Dong, dong. A series of clangs rang out as the huge mantis swung its sides at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, creating a huge defensive net. In the clash between the magic tools and the mantis sides, 3 of the golden blades and 1 of the fire tridents were cut into fragments, turning them into clouds of sparkling dust. Hanli took this opportunity to fly off on his divine wind boat while feeling great heartache. He urgently recalled his remaining magic tools, causing the streaks of light to rush back toward him. However, the demon mantis was unwilling to let him go. It clanged its forelimbs against each other and suddenly charged forward, turning into a black blur as it rapidly advanced. In an unrestrained chain of slashes, 2 more golden blades were broken, scattering into dust. Hanli's feeling of loss only grew deeper. Although this set of golden beetle swarm blades couldn't be considered exceptional among top-grade magic tools, it was hard to come by such a large set that was easy to use. Furthermore, he had this set of magic tools for many years and had become quite attached to them. He didn't expect that a majority of them would be destroyed today. Fortunately, Hanli's most important magic tools, the Black Dragon's claws, were still intact. As the pair had managed to survive, it could be considered a silver lining among this terrible situation. But with the demon mantis still rigidly staring at him, Hanli was unable to feel hopeful. If he didn't have a good way to deal with this monster, he might not be able to save his own life, let alone his magic tools. With that in mind, Hanli madly poured spiritual power into the divine wind boat beneath his feet. The divine wind boat lightly trembled for a moment before soaring into the sky as a streak of white light. Hanli truly believed that this demonic beast would be unable to match the speed of the divine wind boat. However, after a short moment of flying, Hanli couldn't help but recognize how shallow his experience was. The mantis had kept up with him and was slowly catching up. At this moment, Hanli was wildly driving forward as he threw several fireballs behind him, attempting to stop the demon mantis from chasing him. This is far too strange. Not only are its attacks fierce and swift, but its flight speed is even quicker. Even my own divine wind boat is slightly slower than it. Hanli gloomily thought. He was now completely certain that this demon mantis was far more powerful than the white spider he had previously fought. This huge mantis wasn't a mere top-grade 4th-level demonic beast. It was a 5th-grade demonic beast from legend, a monster nearly capable of contending with core formation cultivators. When Hanli thought of this possibility, he felt more cold sweat on his back and fired fireballs with even greater effort in an attempt to stop the demonic beast's gradual approach. Each of the fireballs were easily chopped into two, but they managed to slightly slow it down, buying Hanli some precious time. Hanli clearly understood that if this continued, the mantis would eventually overtake him. He couldn't allow this deadlock to continue. Therefore, he separately used a thread of consciousness to enter his storage pouch and see what magic tools could be used for this situation. Suddenly, he felt a very soft item with his strand of consciousness, and his mind flashed with inspiration, coming up with a plan immediately. Thus, after lowering his head and observing his environment, he fiercely stomped on his divine wind boat, causing it to immediately descend into the thick forest. At that same moment, he casually took out 8 common magic tools from his storage pouch and recklessly shot them all behind him. Afterwards, he threw 5 puppet soldiers behind him as well. As soon as they emerged, they shot out dazzling light arrows that closely followed behind the magic tools. Although this wild attack forced the mantis to respond, it was able to quickly tear the puppets and magic tools into pieces. But when it thought to resume chasing after Hanli, Hanli had already silently disappeared into the forest without a trace. The demonic beast's eyes continuously flickered with green light and slowly descended. It then circled around the forest, still wanting to find Hanli. Down below in the dense forest, Hanli was solemnly staring at the huge mantis in the sky from behind a large tree. His eyes revealed nervousness. At this moment, he was wearing a cloak of muslin, hiding all traces of his body and completely isolating him from the world. This concealing spirit muslin was something Hanli had acquired after the fight with the white spider, loot he had acquired from Xianyu. Xianyu had originally planned to take advantage of this item and use the spider to deal with Hanli, but he had died as a result. Not only can this muslin isolate one's spiritual chi fluctuations, it can also hide one's scent and presence, allowing for complete concealment. Hanli had no choice but to use this magic tool, hoping that the demonic beast wasn't too bright and would leave after searching for a bit. Else, if it persisted, Hanli would be in dire straits. But to guard against any contingencies, Hanli had the solidified blood spirit drill ready in his grasp. Although this item had astonishing speed and destructive power, Hanli wasn't confident that it would be able to kill the demonic beast, having personally witnessed the mantis' terrifying speed. Thus, he had only taken it out just in case. Chapter 342, Bewilderment. While holding his breath, Hanli gazed at the huge mantis as it flew several few kilometers nearby before suddenly shooting toward Hanli's hiding place. Hanli's complexion turned deathly pale. With a cold face, he firmly held the blood spirit drill in his hand and began to pour spiritual power into it, causing it to gradually heat up. Hanli coldly gazed at the demonic beast as it approached, waiting for the mantis to come closer before releasing the magic tool. Only by doing this would he have a higher chance of injuring or even killing it. Naturally, waiting for it to come closer put him in far greater danger, but Hanli was left with no other choice. 150 meters, 120 meters, 90 meters. Hanli's heart violently thumped in his chest, and he couldn't help but suck in a deep breath as he prepared to release the blood spirit drill in his hand. But what Hanli saw next left him dumbstruck. When the demon mantis was just 60 meters away from Hanli, it suddenly circled off into another direction, descending not far away from Hanli. After 2 miserable roars sounded out, the huge mantis flew away without the slightest reluctance, carrying a large mountain boar in its forelimbs. After seeing the demonic beast fly away into the distance, Hanli finally let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground, despite appearing unbefitting of a cultivator. He had just gone through a matter of life or death. Had he went ahead and launched the attack, he would have ended up just like that boar, as food for the demonic beast. He was extremely fortunate to come out unscathed. Hanli silently rejoiced. This was the first time he had felt that his luck was quite good. But now that he had calmed down, Hanli thought of the culprit that caused all of this, the controlling spirit sect cultivator that resided in Crooked Soul's body. Hanli couldn't help but feel burning fury. It was clear the cave was a trap, those jade slip letters were just a fabricated lure. Despite his carefulness, he was still no match for that cunning old fox. He had fallen deeply into his trap and had nearly died as a result. Oh, very good. Since I'm still alive, I'd better go and pay you a visit. As Hanli rested, he felt an intense hatred burning inside him that he never felt before. Hanli knew that because he stuck 3 soul-lock talismans onto Crooked Soul, it would be impossible for him to escape, his cultivation was simply too weak. Once Hanli returned, he would be able to easily take his life. When he felt that his physical strength and magic power had recovered, Hanli shot off on his divine wind boat toward Crooked Soul. However, he now didn't dare to boldly fly up into the sky. Instead, he cautiously flew at a low altitude, about 30 meters up in the air, because he was afraid of catching the demonic beast's attention once more. On Hanli's journey back, the freezing night wind had calmed a majority of Hanli's raging fury. Once his mind became clearer, he started to re-examine his interactions with Crooked Soul. The words and actions of the controlling spirit sect cultivator were well thought out. In addition, with the fearsome strength of the demon mantis, Hanli was beginning to doubt that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could such a fearsome demonic beast appear within 50 kilometers of a place like Jia Yuan City? There was no way it could be wild. When he thought of the controlling spirit cultivator, he couldn't help but think that this huge mantis was likely a domesticated spirit beast. It's hard to imagine that such a fearsome spirit beast was domesticated by a Foundation establishment cultivator. From his point of view, that mantis spirit beast could handle 4 late Foundation establishment disciples, it was beyond ferocious. Could it be that this Crooked Soul wasn't a Foundation establishment cultivator but actually a core formation? Hanli couldn't help but guess. Hanli's heart jumped. Seeing that he was about to arrive, Hanli stopped his advance and entered deep contemplation while still floating in midair. How could a core formation cultivator be reduced to such a miserable state where their body was destroyed and their soul was cast adrift? Could it be that he was forced to eject his soul because he was no match for another core formation cultivator? Or could it be that he ran into a nascent soul eccentric from the state of you? However, the 7 sects' nascent soul cultivators have long since detached themselves from the world. Only 2 or 3 still remained within the state of you. Even among the clashes between the Devil Dao and 7 sects, Hanli had never heard of a nascent soul cultivator taking action. Such a display was quite hard to imagine. With just a single wave of a hand, such an expert could easily shatter mountains and overturn the seas. However, Hanli felt some resentment toward these nascent soul cultivators and inwardly cursed them several times for their detached observation of the wars of lower-level cultivators. When would these profound cultivators finally take action? Could it be that was what happened? Is it possible that this core formation expert came across a nascent soul eccentric? Hanli speculated in his mind. If a core formation cultivator truly was trapped inside Crooked Soul's body, it completely made sense. After all, he knew much secret information about the Devil Dao's invasion and possessed such a powerful spirit beast as well. After further contemplation, Hanli conceded that Crooked Soul was most likely a core formation cultivator. This caused him to break out in cold sweat and wear a queer expression, holding traces of both fear and excitement. Could it be that he had disguised himself to lure me in? Did he pretend to have low cultivation to play with me this entire time? Hanli did his utmost to ponder about the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Impossible. Those displays of weakness couldn't be faked. After a moment more of deliberation, he finally arrived at a definite conclusion. It was an indisputable fact that he had already occupied Crooked Soul's body for several years. The only possible reason for this was because he had lost his body, along with his profound cultivation, like he previously said. Even with his primordial soul, Crooked Soul would only be able to recultivate without any bottlenecks. His current cultivation should be as it appeared. Furthermore, Hanlik figured out that he was unable to control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have such a fearsome beast follow him as a bodyguard? During his current moment of weakness, Crooked Soul's greatest need was strong protection. That was why he had no choice but to trick Hanli into entering the cave, in the hope that his uncontrollable mantis would kill him. With his sharp mind, Hanli mulled through the series of events before gradually realizing the complete truth. His heart grew courageous once more. Hanli wasn't merely taking advantage of someone's weakness. He was dealing with a core formation cultivator, a great enemy belonging to the controlling spirit sect. If Crooked Soul managed to run away, he would come back as a core formation cultivator and be certain to dismember him into countless pieces. Therefore, Hanli absolutely couldn't leave this person alive. Understanding how things stood, Hanli continued his flight without the slightest hesitation and flew onto the small mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, Hanli arrived on the mountaintop and saw Crooked Soul still held in place. The talismans on his body were still untouched. Hanli was jubilant and descended about 30 meters away from Crooked with a relaxed heart. But at the same time, he held a magic tool in each hand. Having seen Hanli descend, Crooked Soul appeared extremely shocked, as if he hadn't expected that Hanli would return alive. Following that, he forced himself to widely smile, wanting to say something. But Hanli just advanced several steps forward and raised his hand, shooting 2 black streaks of light toward him. Since Hanli already decided to kill him, he had no need to speak with him. Seeing the fierce and overbearing advance of the black dragon's claws, Crooked Soul's complexion paled. Recognizing that Hanli wanted to rip him apart, Crooked Soul's body suddenly flashed, jumping several meters to the side and avoiding the attack. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you forgot about your death oath." The controlling spirit sect cultivator cried out in a fluster. He clearly hadn't expected to see Hanli again and was caught off guard by his attacks. Hanli appeared to have ignored Crooked Soul's words. Instead, he was intensely staring at the 3 soul-lock talismans still on his body as if he didn't dare to believe his own eyes. The talismans weren't removed, but he can still move. Hanli's heart was filled with doubt. However, now was not the time to be distracted by questions. Thus, Hanli snorted and remained silent. He pointed at the black dragon's claws and caused them to immediately grow several times their original size, turning into 2 huge black lights before charging toward Crooked Soul. Hanli had already made up his mind. Even if he had to sacrifice the body of Crooked Soul, he had to thoroughly eliminate this core formation cultivator. Seeing that Hanli had no intention to stop until he was dead, Crooked Soul gaped from desperation upon seeing the black dragon's claws oppressively charge toward him. A streak of green light spouted out from Crooked Soul's mouth, rigidly blocking the full power of the black dragon's claws. Chapter 343, Brilliant Green Dagger, What is that? Hanli was greatly surprised that Crooked Soul was actually able to block his full power strike and couldn't help but stare at the green light. The inch-long dagger glimmered with a translucent green brilliance. Magic treasure. Hanli couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Regardless of whether it was a magic treasure or not, Hanli was still shocked. With just his 6th-layer chi condensation cultivation, he still was able to use that item to block the black dragon's claws. Hanli was surprised that he still had a magic treasure to protect himself. It'll be a bit more troublesome, but Hanli would be able to kill him with pleasure and leisurely acquire this treasure. He was now completely certain that this person was once a core formation cultivator. With that in mind, Hanli continued his fierce assault with the black dragon's claws and flipped his hand, revealing the spirit guiding bell. The reason why Hanli didn't think of using it from the start was because he thought that it was unnecessary, since Crooked Soul had already been restrained by the soul lock talismans. Seeing that Hanli took out the soul guiding bell, Crooked Soul's eyes flashed with panic. But, soon after, he immediately struck his lower abdomen with a grimace, spitting out an emerald green ball. As soon as it appeared, it released a soft green light that enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Hanli started to ring the soul guiding bell, intending to cause Crooked Soul's bones to become numb and leave him unable to fight. After a series of rings, Crooked Soul stood there unscathed as if he was completely unaffected. Hanli's expression grew solemn. It was clear that the green ball's radiance was protecting him from the bell's effects. With that in mind, he rang the bell 2 more times. Seeing that it had no effect, he gloomily put it away. Then with a wave of his hand, over 10 puppets appeared in a flash of white light. They were Hanli's last remaining grade 2 puppets. If these were broken, then he would only be able to use his weak self-made puppets. Therefore, Hanli had no intentions of dragging this on further. As soon as the puppets appeared, he commanded them to shoot light beams and arrows in an overbearing assault. Upon seeing such a fearsome attack, Crooked Soul clenched his teeth in furious alarm. He hastily flung incantation gestures toward the green ball, causing it to quickly spin and glow brighter. Suddenly, the streaks of light interweaved among each other and erupted in a dazzling explosion. Crooked Soul then rode the waves of the explosions to retreat about 10 meters. Hanli was left dumbstruck. A cultivator at only the 6th layer chi condensation was actually able to block the full power attack of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. This action was heaven-defying. However, when he recalled that this person was once a core formation cultivator, he didn't feel that it was too strange. He'd have a few trump cards after all. Crooked Soul inwardly sighed in relief. His secret techniques had managed to block Hanli's attack. At that same moment, he was mulling over the words he should use to persuade Hanli to stop his furious barrage of attacks. Since he had a pitiful amount of magic power, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But without waiting for him to speak, Hanli touched his storage pouch after a moment of hesitation and suddenly raised his hand, releasing a blinding flash of red light. Crooked Soul was astonished. Without understanding what had happened, the floating green ball had ruptured before his eyes, and he felt an agonizing pain from the very depths of his soul. He couldn't help but scream loudly as he fell to the ground with limbs incessantly flailing about. The green light protecting Crooked Soul's body had disappeared without a trace upon the destruction of the green ball. With nothing left to obstruct the light beams and arrows, he was suddenly overwhelmed as if he were drowning in a torrent of rain. Without a master to control it, the green dagger suddenly decreased in power and was forcibly suppressed by Hanli's black dragon's claws, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Hanli was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that risky strike to be so effective. The reason why he hadn't used the blood spirit drill to directly strike at the heart or the head was because they were not vital points to Crooked Soul, a moving corpse. At most, Hanli would only be able to severely injure him while being unable to kill him. With that in mind, it would be better to strike at that troublesome green ball. However, he hadn't expected that the green ball would rupture from a single strike and cause Crooked Soul to meet his end. It appeared that the green ball had a close connection to his soul. It was no wonder that he had such an unsightly expression when he spouted it out to face an enemy. Could it have been the golden core he had condensed from core formation? Hanli sinisterly guessed. Hanli then waved his hand, stopping the puppet's attacks before taking a close look in Crooked Soul's direction. After the streaks of light faded away, Hanli clearly saw a blackened corpse lying on the ground. Hanli was greatly surprised to find that the corpse hadn't turned into ash. Could it be that Crooked Soul's body was extraordinary because he was a... Hanli remained motionless, looking at the corpse for a moment and muttering to himself. He then raised his hand to the sky, causing 6 fist-sized fireballs to appear in the air. Go! With a single command, the fireballs shot toward the corpse like a loosed arrow. Puff! Puff! Hanli indifferently gazed at the corpse as it burned in the inferno. An instant later, an egg-sized green sphere of light suddenly flew out from the inferno, wanting to escape. Hanli's face grew cold and his body blurred, appearing behind the ball of light. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing it while covered in white light. The green sphere of light suddenly let out a miserable scream before Hanli crushed it with his spiritual power-infused hand. Hanli then blurred, returning to Crooked Soul in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, the fire on Crooked Soul's body disappeared without a trace. It seems even a core formation cultivator can be duped with a mere illusion technique. Hanli lowered his head to look at the blackened Crooked Soul with a sneer on his face. Hanli then carefully examined Crooked Soul's injuries. He was greatly surprised to find that apart from his completely scorched exterior, Crooked Soul's internal organs and bones were entirely undamaged, much to Hanli's pleasure. Although Crooked Soul was only an empty corpse, Hanli had regarded him as a loyal servant. If Hanli was able to repair him, then he would naturally do so. Besides, he had a plan in mind that required Crooked Soul. As such, Hanli lightly rung the soul-guiding bell. Crooked Soul immediately stood up and opened his eyes with a blank expression. Hanli nodded his head. Although Crooked Soul had flesh wounds, he should be able to quickly recover with his exceptional regenerative power as a juncture. Hanli then turned his gaze toward the small shining green dagger floating in the air. Having lost its master, it was now completely still. Hanli proceeded to use his black dragon's claws to gradually suppress it before carefully submerging his spiritual sense into it. He found that he was completely blocked from entering it. It seems like the rumors were true. Without core formation cultivation, I will be completely unable to use magic treasures. Hanli thought with annoyance. He could only look upon this magic treasure with envy. However, Hanli was still very interested in this magic treasure. After a few cautious tests, he finally grabbed it with his hand and carefully admired it. The blade of the dagger was only 1.5 inches long. Without a master to imbue it with spiritual power, its splendor had greatly weakened. However, it still released a mist of cold aura that appeared exceptionally beautiful. In addition, the dagger's body was inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Hanli couldn't help but softly whisper upon reading its name, Green Brilliance. Hanli lovingly fiddled with it for a moment before reluctantly putting away the Green Brilliance dagger inside his storage pouch. Hanli looked around to see if he had missed anything. As a result, his attention was drawn to specks of green light on the ground. He went over to take a careful look and discovered that they were fragments of the green ball that had been destroyed by Blood Spirit Drill. Although it had been shattered, its radiance hadn't diminished in the slightest. He walked over and bent down, carefully gathering the shards. Although he didn't know how he could make use of it, Hanli could guess that it should have something to do with a core formation cultivator's golden core. Chapter 344, Exterminating a Demon in a Formation. Hanli didn't carefully study the fragments. Instead, he carefully swept his surroundings once more. After he was convinced that he hadn't overlooked anything, he started to think about how he should deal with the huge mantis. He didn't want to let this demonic beast slip by. After all, its forelimbs were rare, high-quality crafting materials, not to mention the other parts of its body. As for subduing the monster alive, Hanli abandoned the thought after some consideration. He clearly understood that he did not have the experience required to attempt it. Cultivators that control demonic beasts have learned to restrain magic beasts since their childhood and have become extremely familiar with the process. Wanting to vainly keep such a powerful spiritual beast was just wishful thinking. As for the controlling spirit sect cultivator, he had probably lost control of the mantis when he lost his body and changed appearances. Else, his spirit beast would have remained in his control. The spirit beast would have loyally served him for a lifetime and never leave him. It was bound to be more loyal than a human. As for whether Hanlik should inform the 7 sects and their allies of this information, he decided to wait for a few days and listen for any news since he had no way of knowing whether the controlling spirit sect cultivator's information was genuine or not. After all, he could travel at great speed. Even if he was a few days late, he would be able to arrive at the 7 sects camp before the deadline. As a result, Hanli spent a day in the dense forest near the mountain cave, secretly setting up the 5 elements reversal Great Formation. Hanli didn't lay out a portion of the Great Formation in a hurry, like he did at the Imperial Palace. He had set up the formation in its entirety. Its power was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, he saw the huge mantis leave to hunt for food. It had actually brought back a huge black tiger, leaving Hanli astonished. This was the first time he had seen this kind of black tiger. It was definitely no common beast. However, it was quite unfortunate that this beast had met its end, merely becoming a wholesome meal for the mantis. Having finished his preparations, Hanli quietly snuck into the mountain cave. But just a short moment later, he was already rushing out of the cave on his divine wind boat, flying straight toward his formation. A shadow closely pursued him. It was the huge mantis that Hanli had startled. Because he had placed the formation nearby, Hanli entered the formation's territory soon after he left the cave. Although the mantis was somewhat intelligent, it couldn't possibly comprehend the formation spell and was easily trapped within the formation spell. In the following 2 days, Hanli allowed the huge mantis to frantically run around within the 5 elements reversal formation, fully displaying the effects of the illusionary entrapment and the boundaries of area confinement. After the 2 days had passed, the demonic beast was exhausted and no longer moved within the formation. At that moment, Hanli took out many puppets and started to unceasingly harass it from outside the formation, prohibiting it from resting. Although the mantis attacks were exceedingly fearsome, its defense was just ordinary. Because it couldn't approach the puppets attacking it, it was forced to use its scythe-like forelimbs to protect itself. This continued for half a day until the demon mantis was no longer able to endure, allowing the puppets to strike at its body. Although its injuries weren't heavy, its strength had been mostly exhausted. At this moment, Hanli took turns changing the puppet's spirit stones. Seeing that it was almost time to finish up, Hanli summoned a treasure talisman, a small yellow knife. Under the cover of the puppet's attacks, it stabbed through the mantis' head, killing it within the formation. Victorious, Hanli walked toward the demon beast's corpse with barely concealed excitement. He then took out his huge silver sword and cut off its incisive forelimbs. Then with great expectations, he slowly opened the mantis' abdomen. He hoped that this demon beast was truly a grade 5 demon beast. As such, he would be able to acquire an exceptionally rare demon core. Hanli's face suddenly revealed pleasant surprise, but his expression turned strange immediately after. He was shocked by the items he had taken out of the corpse, several identical shining white ovals with visible veins. Monster beast eggs. Hanli spoke to himself with astonishment. He was a bit confused. He had been expecting a demon beast's core. After Hanli recovered from his astonishment, he removed another 7 eggs from the mantis' abdomen for a total of over 10 eggs. These eggs were the same size as a chicken's egg. Hanli couldn't help but laugh. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He immediately thought of something and suddenly wrinkled his brows. His brows remained furrowed as he placed his finger on a white egg and closed his eyes. Shortly after, Hanli's face became unsightly. These eggs didn't contain the slightest aura of life and were clearly lifeless. This was quite common with regards to demon beasts. After all, how could an extraordinary demon beast leave behind offspring so easily? With a gloomy expression, he tested the rest of the eggs. As expected, all the eggs were lifeless, causing him to feel depressed. With an angry heart, Hanley thought of turning the eggs to ash, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided to keep them in a jade container. This mantis wasn't a common demon beast. Even if its eggs were dead, they could prove to be useful. Hanley said with unwillingness. After he picked off the mantis' gray wings, Hanley turned its corpse into ash and flew off toward the cave. Although his hopes weren't high, Hanley still wanted to see if there was anything worth taking. Hanley's search resulted in a surprise. Inside the cave, Hanley actually found a shriveled, gray-robed corpse. The corpse had an intact storage pouch at its waist. As Hanley grasped the storage pouch, his heart was pounding heavily. There was no question. This corpse was certain to be the remains of that controlling spirit sect cultivator. When he ejected his soul from his body, he had actually left his storage pouch behind, leaving behind a pleasant surprise for Hanley. Naturally, Hanley couldn't have known that the controlling spirit sect cultivator had immediately perished because his injuries were too severe. He was only able to bind his green brilliance dagger and condense a small amount of his golden core's spiritual chi into that green ball, flusteredly taking 2 items with him before his soul left his body. After all, if he was too late, then his soul would perish along with his body. The storage pouch in his hands had belonged to a core formation cultivator. Chapter 345. A small old man and bell tolls. After looking through the items in the storage pouch, Hanley bluntly moved all of the items into his own storage pouch before slicing the original storage pouch into pieces. Although this storage pouch was clearly much better than his own, Hanley didn't dare to use it as he wasn't sure if the bag possessed any hidden traces. Hanley then rested for another day before he felt that it was about time to leave. With Crooked Soul in tow, he flew toward Yellow Maple Valley instead of the Seven Sects camp. Hanley reckoned that if anything bad occurred at the Seven Sects camp, the sects would be the first to receive this information. Therefore, he first headed to the sect in order to hear if there was any news. If nothing was out of the ordinary, then he would quickly convene at the Seven Sects camp. After flying for 6 days, he had uneventfully arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. Hanley didn't notify anyone. Instead, he first secretly returned to his own immortal's cave first. Once he entered the cave and closed off his formation from the outside, Hanley felt much more at ease. After all, he was in the safety of his own territory. Hanley immediately rushed to the secret room containing his spirit wellspring. He found 2 fist-sized spiders floating in the spirit wellspring, having already hatched from their eggs. Although they weren't large, one could tell that they were beyond ordinary from their sparkling and translucent bodies. Upon seeing Hanley, the small spiders blurred, immediately shooting toward him. Hanley was surprised at first, but something immediately came to mind, and he didn't avoid them. As a result, the 2 spiders steadily landed on Hanley's shoulders and mischievously crawled over Hanley's body. Hanley faintly smiled. It seems the soul-controlling restriction that used his blood essence had an effect. The 2 spiders already saw him as their parent and thus had shown such affection. Delighted, Hanley picked up a spider off of his body and carefully observed it with curiosity. Although spiders generally gave people feelings of great disgust and hate, this spider had a shining, pure white body. It was extremely beautiful, giving people the notion of wanting to pet it in admiration. But what surprised Hanley the most was that the small spider already had the spiritual chi of a 4th-layer chi condensation cultivator. It was already a genuine low-grade 1 demonic beast. It appeared it had great potential. With regards to the white spiders ranking on the list, it was listed as the blood jade spider at about rank 100. Although it was not as fearsome as the golden-backed demon mantis, it was a rare breed. Hanli played around with the two small spiders for a moment before placing them inside a leather bag. Since he didn't know when he would be able to return, he naturally wanted to carry them with him so that he could properly train them. Afterwards, Hanli went to his own bedroom and took out a small chest from underneath his bed. The box contained storage pouches filled with all kinds of talismans. Hanli casually took 2 of them. Since he had nearly used all of the talismans on hand, he had to replenish them. Having finished his affairs, Hanli left Crooked Soul in his Immortal's Cave and confidently flew straight toward Yellow Maple Valley. Perhaps it was because a majority of the people had already hurried off to the 7 sects camp, Hanli only came across a few separated chi condensation disciples. He casually stopped one and made an inquiry about the circumstances of the valley. No news had arrived about misfortune falling upon the 7 sects, much to Hanli's relief. But since this had only come from a chi condensation disciple, Hanli couldn't let this matter drop. After a moment of consideration, he headed straight toward the 100 Medicine Garden. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, that small old man should have some reliable information. A short moment later, Hanli had appeared above the 100 Medicine Garden, but he was blocked by the white mist formation spell. He had long returned its command medallion to the small old man and could no longer enter the 100 Medicine Garden as he pleased. Although Hanli had already witnessed the power of the 5 elements reversal formation, the small old man's simple illusion formation was still able to obstruct Hanli. Instead of entering by force, Hanli sent a sound transmission talisman instead. After speaking into it, it turned into a streak of fire, flying into the white mist. Not long after, the white mist below him blew away, allowing him a path in. When Hanli saw this, he chuckled and gently descended. When he arrived at the center of the 100 Medicine Garden, he found 2 people waiting for him. Senior Marshal Brother Ma, it's been a while. Hanli grinned at a small old man as he said this. Humph. Even without seeing each other, you still went and found trouble for me. The small old man, the master of the 100 Medicine Garden, didn't greet him with a smile and rolled his eyes instead. Hee hee. Could it be that such an adorable disciple like young Lady Xiao is not to your satisfaction? Hanli continued to grin at him completely without concern. With a slightly red face, the young woman saluted Hanli and greeted him with gratitude. Xiao Chui'er pays her respects to Marshal Uncle Han. Many thanks for Marshal Uncle's great kindness. This young girl was the granddaughter of that Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair. When the small old man heard this, he revealed an unsightly expression. But when he wanted to say something, Hanli quickly interrupted him. Senior Marshal Brother Ma, the reason why I came here is because I have a few important matters to discuss with you. It concerns something significant. Hanli suddenly said with a solemn expression. Having seen Hanli's solemn expression, the small old man wrinkled his brow. An instant later, he instructed Xiao Chui'er, guard the garden's entrance. I have a few matters to discuss with your Marshal Uncle Han. Yes, Master. The young woman respectfully replied and silently walked to the garden's entrance. Xiao Chui'er's obedient action was clearly to the small old man's satisfaction. He had even revealed a trace of a fond expression. When Hanli saw this, he inwardly laughed. This senior Marshal Brother Ma said that he gave him trouble, but he was inwardly fond of Xiao Chui'er. Even so, he was still trying so hard to save face in spite of this. The small old man brought Hanli into his guest room. After they both sat down, he insipidly asked, Junior Marshal Brother, shouldn't you be at the border camp? How do you still have time to come here for questions? Let's hear what's so important that you had to come here. Senior Marshal Brother Ma wore an indifferent expression. It's a long story. Hanli sighed and bitterly smiled. Because Hanli had been friends with the small old man for so many years, he knew that although the old man's words were caustic, he had a truly good character. Thus, he had told him about his encounter with the controlling spirit sect cultivator. Naturally, Hanli glossed over the finer details of the fight and focused on the possibility that Spirit Beast Mountain was still working with the Devil Dao. After hearing Hanli out, the small old man's expression became stiff. A long while later, he eventually asked Hanli with a strange expression, "Junior Martial Brother Han. You exterminated the soul of a core formation cultivator? And Spirit Beast Mountain is still an agent of the Devil Dao?" He was in complete disbelief, as if he had listened to a tall tale. Han Li's face became bitter in response. It was no wonder why the old man was like this. No one could be convinced in such a short amount of time. Han Li tensely wrinkled his brow and replied, "I don't know how reliable this information is. That's why I returned to the sect first to see if there was any news from the border camp. If nothing had happened, I would be able to go there with an easy heart." Han Li didn't conceal anything from the small old man, fully revealing his great desire to preserve his own life. "There is nothing. We've only received requests to transport large quantities of spirit stones and other supplies. No negative news had arrived. It has all been very ordinary," the small old man said with a stern expression. Han Li lightly sighed and stroked his nose, muttering, "It seems I was completely made a fool of by him. I want to curse that cultivator out to vent my gloominess. Or maybe I should be celebrating that nothing bad had happened to the main camp instead." Dong, dong. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a huge bell continuously tolled from the official hall. The small old man and Han Li couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The bell tolls continued for the time it would take to finish a cup of tea before stopping. The small old man had an extremely unsightly expression and took a deep breath. He spoke with a deep voice, "No less than 81 tolls. It seems your information is most likely true. The circumstances are far from great. Let's go and see what happened. It might not have anything to do with my information," Han Li calmly said after a moment of silence. "Humph. It'd be a miracle if it were not. If it's not a major defeat at the front lines, what else would cause the dragon-waking bell to toll 81 times, representing an extermination-level crisis of our sect?" The small old man bitterly smiled. Chapter 346, Venerable Ancestor Ling Hu. Han Li and the small old man left the room together. Having heard the series of bell tolls, Xiao Chui'er, who was guarding the garden entrance, couldn't help but look back at the old man in panic. The small old man wrinkled his brow and walked over to her, whispering something in her ear. Afterwards, the young girl was calm once more. The old man then called out to Han Li, and the two flew off in the direction of the official hall. On the way there, Han Li saw many cultivators traveling in the same direction. However, a large majority of them were Qi condensation disciples. It was clear the sect's strength had greatly diminished. When the Devil Dao arrived, even with the great protective formations, the sect wouldn't be able to endure for long. With solemn expressions, the two remained silent on their journey. Soon, they arrived at a huge stone hall. At this moment, over 1,000 cultivators gathered in front of the hall. However, the guards blocked them all from entering. They only allowed cultivators who were at least Foundation establishment to enter. Under the crowd's complicated gazes, Han Li and the small old man silently entered. Once Han Li entered the official hall, he was shocked. It was not chaotic like he had expected. Instead, he saw over 100 cultivators waiting in complete silence, respectfully gazing at a seated person. This person wasn't the Yellow Maple Valley sect master, Zhong Lingdao. Instead, sect master Zhong Lingdao was actually standing at his side. The old man had fully white hair, wore embroidered clothes, and had a yellow, withered expression. But for some unknown reason, Han Li's heart pounded upon seeing him, and he found it hard to stop his limbs from trembling. "What is this?" Han Li was amazed. The old man had merely gazed at Han Li and the small old man, but that mere gaze caused Han Li to feel his body go ice cold and his heart to feel stifled, as if his concealed secrets were seen through. Han Li couldn't help but grow pale from shock. Your soul cultivation is quite good. What kind of soul-strengthening cultivation technique do you use?" When the old man saw Han Li, his eyes flashed with amazement. When Han Li heard this, he experienced both anger and terror. He felt overwhelmed with disbelief. He did not sense any spiritual power from the old man, illustrating that the differences in their cultivation were like heaven and earth. However, Li Huayuan and the other core formation cultivators didn't make him feel this way. Could it be that this person is After a moment of thought, Han Li was left dumbstruck. Having long flung his anger away from even the farthest of clouds, Han Li hastily replied with the utmost respect, "This one reports to Senior that he truly had cultivated a technique that has some relation to the soul. Senior's gaze is truly perceptive." His reply held a tone of flattery. The embroidered-clothed old man faintly smiled and lightly waved his hand. Han Li and the small old man then tactfully stood among the crowd. After the time it took to finish a meal, more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators had arrived. At that moment, Zhong Lingdao respectfully said to the old man, "Venerable ancestor, all of the foundation establishment cultivators present in the sect have already arrived. As for Marshal Senior Huang, he won't be able to return soon. He is currently at Heaven Rock Mountain." When the embroidered-clothed old man heard this, he slightly wrinkled his brow and immediately instructed him with indifference, "Then so be it. We cannot afford to delay this further. We will start first without him." "Yes, venerable ancestor speaks truly." Zhong Lingdao strongly agreed with him. The embroidered-clothed old man chuckled in response and didn't say anything further. "My fellow martial brothers, let me introduce you all to our venerable ancestor Ling Hu. As you have previously heard, he entered nascent soul stage 300 years ago and is our sect's sole grand elder. As of now, our sect had encountered an unprecedented crisis of extermination. Our venerable ancestor will fully explain this matter." After finishing, Zhong Lingdao stepped off to the side. Although a majority of those present had correctly guessed the identity of this embroidered-clothed old man, an uproar emerged upon their suspicions being confirmed. The crowd looked upon this venerable ancestor Ling Hu with a peculiar gaze. In the near 1,000 years that Yellow Maple Valley had existed, there had only been one nascent soul cultivator. At nearly 800 years old, it could be said that he was the unaging father of Yellow Maple Valley. Ancestor Ling Hu lightly coughed in response to the chaotic situation, immediately silencing the entire hall. Who would dare to not give face to this venerable ancestor? Since you've all heard the dragon waking bell, I won't beat around the bush. As of now, our 7 sects along with our allied armies have suffered a huge frontal defeat, along with a disastrous amount of casualties and wounded. Although we've barely managed to establish a second defensive line, defeat is only a matter of time. After the old man said this, all the cultivators in the hall paled. Han Li and the small old man looked at each other with complicated expressions but remained silent. Venerable ancestor, how is this possible? The day of the decisive battle has yet to come. There is still a month. A middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but ask this. It is because those at the front line held the same thoughts as you that the Devil Dao was able to launch such a successful surprise attack. The embroidered-clothed old man bluntly rebuked him with dark expression. The middle-aged man thoroughly blushed and saluted him before hastily stepping back. No one else dared to be so tactless, having seen the middle-aged cultivator's embarrassment. As a result, they suppressed the many doubts they held in their heart and silently waited for ancestor Ling Hu to continue. This disastrous defeat cannot be completely blamed on our own forces' carelessness and their lack of vigilance. There was a traitor among the 7 sects, Spirit Beast Mountain. While they were solely standing guard, they actually opened the exterior formation and allowed the Devil Dao entry, leading to our disastrous defeat. As the old man said this, he revealed a trace of anger. The crowd of cultivators suddenly came to a realization and loudly cursed Spirit Beast Mountain, causing the scene to become chaotic once more. Enough. There is no use in cursing. As the enemy's means were greater than ours, we have no other choice but to concede defeat. Currently, the most important matter is how to prevent our sect from being exterminated. Our remaining cultivators on the front lines will only be able to last 2 or 3 days at most. Before that time comes, we must evacuate the state of Yu as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Evacuation. When they arrived at the rear hall, the old man was standing with his hands held behind his back. Seeing that the many cultivators had arrived, he said with a calm expression, "Those of you that I had just chosen have good aptitude or have practiced exceptional cultivation arts. As such, you are the spark that will ignite our sect's revival. Therefore, I will give you all half a day to immediately return and retrieve your items. Afterwards, Martial Nephew Huang will lead you on your journey." Everyone was shocked. Someone then asked in bewilderment, "Venerable Ancestor, don't we still have 2 more days before the Devil Dao breach our defensive line? Why the hurry?" "Humph. Well, it will take 2 days to break through our defensive line. Do you believe that they will allow those left behind to slip away? They will send men past the defensive line to attack the distant sects, most likely with the objective to obstruct our escape rather than extermination. For this reason, we will sacrifice those outside in order to buy time for you to retreat. But if you dare to leak this matter during the time you are to retrieve your items, our retreat will be met with great chaos, and I will have to personally dispose of the sect." The ancestor's voice was extremely callous, causing the hearts of those present to tremble. "Yes, venerable ancestor." Naturally, Hanli and the others didn't dare to object. They all respectfully agreed and went out to retrieve their items. On their way back, Hanli and the small old man parted with much on their minds. Because Hanli's Immortal's Cave was too far away, he had to fly at full speed on his divine wind boat. Hanli's heart was in turmoil. According to what Ancestor Ling Hu said, Hanli would no longer have to worry about his well-being. If they were to move to another country, he would be regarded as valuable due to the fact that manpower was lacking. But at the same time, they would have to conquer territory in a new country in order to establish Yellow Maple Valley. As one of the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, Hanli would be preoccupied with miscellaneous affairs. He would no longer have much time remaining to cultivate. Presumably, when this matter had been settled and the 6 sects have re-established themselves, he would have already come across an opportunity to advance to the core formation stage. However, Hanli was unwilling to deal with these troublesome affairs for such a long period of time. But as Hanli entertained the idea of making his escape, he had no idea whether or not he was still being observed by that old eccentric's spiritual sense. He didn't know if his actions could still be observed at this distance. If this were the case, he would be certain to meet a tragic end if he deserted. Hanli felt great regret. Had he known that the situation had deteriorated to this degree, he definitely would have fled the country instead of returning. Without any other option, Hanli could only return to his Immortal's Cave. Upon entering his Immortal's Cave, he first headed to his bedroom and took all the talisman-filled storage pouches from underneath his bed. He then went to his storage room and put away his remaining rare medicine ingredients. Lastly, he went to the secret room that held the spirit wellspring and completely destroyed it, concealing the spirit wellspring. Since he was currently unable to transport this item, Hanli didn't want those from the Devil Dao to make use of it. Having finished all that, Hanli inspected his residence thoroughly once more. Feeling that he hadn't overlooked anything, he called Crooked Soul out of the cave before carefully removing and putting away the formation flags and plates of the first set of the 5 phases reversal formation. After the formation spell disappeared, he looked at the large entrance of his immortal's cave. With an intense gaze, he suddenly released 2 streaks of black light and smashed the mountaintop, thoroughly concealing his immortal's cave. Subsequently, he released the Divine Wind boat and brought Crooked Soul on board. After flying a circle around his former home, he finally flew off. By the time Hanli returned to the official hall, most of the others had already arrived. Leaving Crooked Soul outside, he entered the hall by himself. But what surprised him was that apart from tens of Foundation establishment cultivators, several hundred Qi condensation disciples were also gathered outside the hall. Could it be that they will evacuate together with us? Hanli thought doubtfully. His eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing the small old man and Xiao Chui'er. They were quietly talking to each other with grim expressions. Having seen this, Hanli walked over without hesitation. Martial Uncle Han. Xiao Chui'er respectfully greeted Hanli when she saw him approach. Hanli nodded to her with a smile and then turned toward the small old man, whispering, "What's going on? Are these Qi condensation disciples traveling with us?" Hanli spoke in a soft voice to avoid attracting the others' attention. "That's right. To avoid being easily abandoned, these disciples either possessed exceptional aptitude or distinguished status. My own disciple also has exceptional aptitude." The small old man spoke indifferently. But when he mentioned Xiao Chui'er, he revealed a trace of pride. Hanli found this somewhat humorous. A short while later, Ancestor Linghu and a valiant middle-aged man appeared. "I've just received information that traces of Devil Dao cultivators have been spotted nearby. We must all immediately set off. Obey Martial Nephew Huang's orders from now on. I will gather the remaining sect members to draw the enemy." Ancestor Linghu spoke with a solemn expression. Hanli and the others were shocked by what they heard. The Devil Dao were truly swift. The valiant middle-aged man who stood by his side followed up, coldly saying, "As time is pressing, I will keep it short. In this evacuation, I only have one demand. You must all listen to my orders. Those that disobey will be regarded as traitors. We will now depart." This person was truly quick and decisive. With those brief statements, he respectfully saluted the old man before taking the lead to leave the hall. After a moment of astonishment, everyone rushed after him like a swarm of bees. As a result, the grand crowd of several hundred cultivators took to the skies and hurriedly flew toward the northeast. Over half a day later, the group had arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. At that point, they slightly increased their speed. Standing on the Divine Wind boat, Hanli flew near the front of the group. When the small old man saw that Hanli's Divine Wind boat could carry more, he dragged Xiao Chui'er into the boat with him without a trace of politeness. Hanli could only bitterly laugh in response and said nothing more. Xiao Chui'er was a bit interested in Crooked Soul, who stood behind Hanli and stared at him with wide eyes. Naturally, the young girl was able to somewhat see through Crooked Soul. After asking a few questions, she no longer pressed the issue. After traveling over 50 kilometers through the Taiyu mountain range, a streak of white light suddenly shot toward the group from behind. In the blink of an eye, it traveled past the group and into the hand of Martial Uncle Huang. It was a sparkling short sword with a jade slip tied to it. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he waved his hand, stopping the group. After taking the jade slip off, he casually flung the short sword away. Immediately after, it transformed back into a streak of white light and flew back toward its original location. Martial Uncle Huang then probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A moment later, his face became very unsightly, and he immediately lowered his head in deep contemplation. It was obvious that a troublesome matter had occurred. The circumstances have changed. All Foundation establishment cultivators step forward. I must assign you another duty. The middle-aged man turned around and said this with a dark expression. These words left Hanli and company stunned. But after they looked at each other, Xiao Chuier cleverly jumped off the divine wind boat, and they obediently flew forward. Martial Uncle, what happened? Many had witnessed the middle-aged man receiving a message from the flying sword. Venerable ancestor sent us a message. The Devil Dao is about to arrive. It seems like they knew of our plan and separated into two groups. One group moved to surround Yellow Maple Valley, while the other group chased after us. In order to protect our continued retreat, I require a squad to follow me and draw them away. As I block them, those who remain will follow those that I assign and continue their escape from the state of you. Martial Uncle Huang said in an ice-cold tone. Their hearts trembled upon hearing his words. They weren't fools. Being assigned to block the Devil Dao would most likely result in death. Although a majority of them evaded his gaze, Martial Uncle Huang started pointing without restraint. In a single breath, he had picked over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. While the small old man managed to escape calamity, Hanli was unfortunately among those chosen. Those that were chosen became deathly pale, but they didn't dare to utter any words of refusal. With a wave of an arm, Martial Uncle Huang sent the others to continue their journey, leaving Hanli and company behind. We are pressed for time. I know that you all don't think very favorably of this assignment, but I don't need to use stake your all to meet the enemy. I only request that you mount an ambush and draw their attention away from our retreating forces. The middle-aged man said with a relaxed tone. He then took out about 20 green jade slips. Memorize the map inside the jade slip and then destroy it. If you are later separated, you will be able to regroup again in accordance to the map. Martial Uncle Huang waved his hand and streaks of green light shot toward the 20-plus cultivators and floated in front of them. Having heard Martial Uncle Huang's words, the others' complexion improved visibly. Since they didn't have to rigidly block the Devil Dao, their chances of survival were much higher. As a result, they all grabbed the jade slips and started to memorize the map contained within. Hanli only skimmed through the jade slip in passing and didn't take it to heart. After all, this assignment to remain behind and block the Devil Dao was a rare opportunity to escape. Hanli was unwilling to stay with Yellow Maple Valley to the very end for a later opportunity to reach core formation. Chapter 348, Heaven Fire Technique. After seeing that everyone had crushed their jade slips, Martial Uncle Huang revealed an expression of satisfaction. His hands then flashed with yellow light, and a small foot-long banner appeared in his hand. The banner was white and glowed with a yellow radiance, rendering its embroidery difficult to discern. I will use the Cloudwind banner to mask the traces of your presence. When the enemy arrives, launch your ambush when they are most vulnerable. Martial Uncle Huang then lightly shook the small flag in his hands, releasing countless strands of milky white vapor from his flag. In the blink of an eye, a huge, 100-meter-wide cloud had appeared, concealing Hanli and company within. Hanli and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were pleasantly surprised by the sudden concealment. This cloud was exceptionally thick, but for some unknown reason, their vision wasn't obstructed in the least. It would serve as exceptionally good cover. Martial Uncle Huang continued his casting, causing the cloud to further expand. Soon after, they could no longer see anything outside of the cloud. Hanli was left speechless. Although his magic tool, Azure Fire Miasma, could also turn into a thick cloud, it was incomparable to the Cloud Wind banner. Not only was the scope of his Azure Fire Miasma smaller, he could only use it on himself, anyone else within it would be poisoned. With that thought, Hanli couldn't help but glance at Martial Uncle Huang. He was sitting down cross-legged with his eyes shut in the cloud. Two Foundation establishment cultivators were attentively standing behind him. It seemed that they were his bodyguards. Hanli stared blankly for a moment. But soon after, he came to the realization that Martial Uncle Huang was using his spiritual sense to scout for enemies. As a core formation cultivator's spiritual sense was great and could detect movements within a radius of 100 kilometers, he should be capable of detecting them. Having seen this, Hanli sat on his divine wind boat and rested. The upcoming fight would be incredibly dangerous. Crooked Soul remained motionless behind him, appearing steadfast. After 2 hours, Martial Uncle Huang spoke, "The enemy has arrived. We're about a kilometer away from them. We need to intercept their advance." He then took off without another word, bringing the cloud with him. Everyone within the cloud naturally didn't dare to leave its cover and hurriedly followed after Martial Uncle Huang on their magic tools. Hanli wrinkled his brow and took out his huge silver sword as he flew, giving it to Crooked Soul. Although he didn't know how useful it would be, it was still better to try to increase one's fighting capabilities. "We are here. The enemy will soon arrive. Everyone, prepare yourselves," Martial Uncle Huang commanded. After a short moment, the cloud had arrived in the enemy's path. Suddenly, everyone's magic tools started shining, and they began to apply defensive magic techniques to their bodies. Sparkles of light flashed from within the cloud. Hanli took out 2 azure red spheres and lightly bumped them together. With a muffled thump, a concentrated azure red mist was released from the 2 spheres, quickly enveloping Hanli. In the blink of an eye, a huge, 20-meter-wide azure red cloud completely concealed Hanli. Hanli had unexpectedly used the Azure Fire Miasma to form a cloud as a defense while still within Martial Uncle Huang's cloud. The nearby cultivators were stunned, not understanding Hanli's intentions. Hanli didn't pay attention to his fellow sect members. He grabbed his tortoise shell with one hand and held an uncommon blue throwing knife in the other hand instead of taking out his black dragon claws. Hanli clearly understood what he was doing. In his mind, the more low-profile the magic tool, the better. Only then would he avoid any troublesome attention during the raid and easily make his escape. Everyone waited attentively, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. However, not a single enemy was found. A majority of the waiting cultivators grew anxious and impatient. They couldn't help but look at Martial Uncle Huang with doubt. The valiant Martial Uncle Huang now also appeared doubtful, but after a moment of thought, he unhurriedly said, "Everyone, do not worry. I will launch a search with my spiritual sense." As he sat down, a deafening series of booms suddenly sounded out from the sky before he could even start. The sounds increased in intensity and occurrence until they appeared to be coming from all directions. Alarmed by the sudden noise, the cultivators quickly turned their heads to the sky. What they saw left their faces pale. The sky had turned red at an unknown time, and all of the clouds had turned into fiery red ash clouds as if they were made of boiling lava. The huge rumbling sounds came from bursting pockets of lava within the clouds. "What's going on?" Someone to the side of Hanli shouted in horror. "Everyone, be careful. This is the intermediate high-grade Heaven Fire magic technique. Lava will begin dripping from above, with each drop equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator's strike. If you do not block it, you will turn into ashes." As Senior Uncle Huang said this, his face became extremely unsightly. It was clear that the ambushers had now become the ambushed. "Then let's quickly escape." I have no intention of trying to block this, someone said with panic. He was prepared to fly off immediately. It is already too late. The magic technique is complete, and we are now trapped within it. Everyone, gather together and form a defensive barrier. Martial Uncle Huang's eyes flashed with coldness as he gave his commands with fierce resolution. Having heard his orders, the others suddenly understood the situation and hastily acted together. With a flash of blue light, they erected a huge light barrier. In nearly the same instant that the barrier was formed, the intermediate high-grade magic technique started to wreak devastation from the sky. It struck down upon Han Li and company, but the barrier they had just erected managed to easily repel the attacks. However, that was only the beginning of the rain of lava. Although the majority of the attacks missed, a significant amount of damage had been inflicted upon the light barrier, causing it to spark with red and blue light. Initially, the group felt that they had energy to spare, but the lava soon began dropping at an increased rate and in larger quantities. In turn, the group's spiritual power expenditure also quickly increased. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to last for long. The barrier of blue light gradually weakened from the assault. Fortunately, this formidable magic technique ended as quickly as it began. Chapter 350, Instant Kill. Han Li calmly looked at the two without speaking a word. However, he clearly understood that these two most likely had something to do with Qi Yunxiao's residence being destroyed. In response to Han Li's silence, the youth couldn't help but ask, "Who is your esteemed self, and what is your relationship with that fellow named Qi?" Upon hearing this, Han Li merely gave the youth a cold glance before ignoring him and turning his gaze back to the old man. It was obvious that with regard to cultivation, the old man was the one who was truly in charge. When the youth saw Han Li disregard him, he was furious. Although he knew that Han Li was a Foundation establishment cultivator, his clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the state of Yuanwu. He had never been treated like this before. Furthermore, due to the matter regarding Qi Yunxiao, he was already filled with anger. Thus, he clenched his teeth and wanted to release his magic tools. But just as he was about to move his arm, the old man grabbed onto it, stopping him. "Not yet. We still don't know who this person is. We must find that out first before we take further action," the old man stated with a calm expression. The youth then glanced somewhat suspiciously at Crooked Soul, who stood behind Han Li. Crooked Soul didn't have the aura of a living person, yet he could feel magic power fluctuations from his body. He felt that it was inconceivable. When Han Li heard this, his eyes narrowed. The old man was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, yet he spoke as if he were not to be trifled with, causing Han Li to grow slightly apprehensive. "Were you the ones who destroyed this place?" Han Li asked with poise. "What relation does fellow Daoist have with Qi Yunxiao? Are you from the Qi clan?" The old man responded to Han Li's question with his own. Han Li slightly wrinkled his brow. It seemed the other party wouldn't honestly answer him, as he only exchanged one question for another. "Seems like we both don't wish to answer one another. Wouldn't it be better to exchange answers with each other? That way we can waste less of each other's time," Han Li asked with raised eyebrows. The old man was surprised for a moment. But after pondering for a moment, he agreed. "Since I was the one who proposed this, how about you ask first?" Han Li said insipidly. "Is your esteemed self a member of the Qi clan?" The old man immediately asked without a trace of politeness. In turn, Han Li responded without the slightest of hesitation, "I am not." Having heard Han Li's resolute reply, both the old man and the youth were surprised and revealed an expression of doubt. Is Qi Yunxiao currently dead or alive? Han Li unhurriedly asked. He's still alive. The old man hesitated for a moment before answering. The words, still alive, immediately put Han Li's heart at ease. What relationship does your esteemed self have with Qi Yunxiao? The old man cautiously asked. I have a business deal with him, Han Li coldly responded. A business deal? Surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. Where is Qi Yunxiao currently? Although Han Li asked this casually, he was feeling quite worried. I cannot tell you this. The old man instantly rejected. Then I will change the question. Why did you attack Qi Yunxiao? Han Li immediately asked another question without batting an eye at his refusal. He killed members of our Fu clan. Why shouldn't we kill him? The youth to the side quickly answered with a sneer. The old man wrinkled his brow, revealing a trace of annoyance, but he didn't say anything more. Fu clan. When Han Li heard this, he was instantly reminded of those qi condensation cultivators he had killed while saving Xe and Ruyan 1. He now felt a great desire to kill. So it was like that. However, there are only 2 of you here. If the Qi clan were to come here with a formidable character, how would you be able to match them? Han Li casually asked this while appearing indifferent. How could any foreign cultivator sent by the Qi clan oppose the 2 of us from the Fu clan? Could it be that we are not enough? The youth proudly answered Han Li's inquiry. So, you 2 are here alone? Han Li suddenly asked with a deep voice. Why are you asking this? The youth was thinking of how to respond with an angry expression, but the old man at his side suddenly asked this with suspicion. However, it was already too late. Han Li suddenly raised his arms and shot 2 streaks of black light toward the youth. Afterwards, he patted his storage pouch, releasing over 10 streaks of white light. In the blink of an eye, those lights transformed into puppet beasts and puppet soldiers. Once those puppets appeared, they immediately released a mad barrage of light beams and light arrows. When the old man saw this, he felt aghast. His body instantly blurred and appeared beside the youth, summoning a copper coin magic tool in front of him. In an instant, it grew to the size of a table and blocked the incoming attacks. A series of explosions could be heard as numerous beams of light struck the copper coin. Each strike pushed the old man further and further back, much to his dismay. But in the next moment, the youth next to him let out a miserable shriek, causing the old man to hastily turn his head in dread. But as he turned his head, his neck suddenly felt cold and everything went dark. After the old man's headless body fell to the ground, Han Li was the only one remaining in the air with a faintly shining thread tied to the ring finger of his right hand. Just a moment ago, Han Li took advantage of the massive, eye-catching assault to conceal his movements. By using the smoke-shifting steps, he was able to travel over 60 meters away from his divine wind boat in a few breaths, arriving behind the 2. Then, with a wave of his string, he was able to easily behead them. Han Li had found this battle to be as easy as dusting off his clothes. Han Li found it quite humorous. In a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators, elemental defensive barriers basically weren't used because they were unable to block the attacks of top-grade magic techniques. They required too much time to activate, and they were far too expensive. Thus, most people used defensive magic tools to protect themselves instead of defensive light barriers that they felt were useless. That kind of thinking had given Han Li many openings to take advantage of. This was especially apparent when Han Li originally fought the Devil Dao cultivators at the border, as a majority of his kills had died in this manner. Now that he thought about it, this particular killing technique was quite similar to that of the Black Fiend School's Blood Servant, Ice Demon. It was as fast as lightning. By the time they hear the thunder, it was already too late. Unfortunately, this technique could only be used on the ground. Otherwise, Hanli would have no one to fear among Foundation establishment cultivators. Hanli lightly shook his head, feeling a great sense of lamentation in his heart. He walked in front of the headless corpses and collected their storage pouches. After he inspected them with his spiritual sense, he felt some disappointment. Although they possessed 3 top-grade magic tools, they were of common quality. Hanli did not have much use for them. On the other hand, that copper coin was a rarely seen defensive magic tool. With that in mind, Hanli restored it to its original size and had it fly into his hand. After happily admiring it for a moment, he flung 2 small fireballs toward the headless corpses and turned them into ashes. Back in the boat with Crooked Soul, Hanli circled through the vicinity once before taking to the skies. This time, he would go to that small mountain with Axian Rian's residence. He hoped her home was well hidden enough that it hadn't encountered any mishaps. 6 hours later, Hanli arrived at the nameless mountain of Axian Rian's residence. When Hanli saw that the fog above the mountain was intact and the same as before, he felt overjoyed. After musing for a short while, Hanli didn't dare to fly down. Instead, he flew halfway up the mountain before taking out a sound transmission talisman. He then softly whispered a few words into it before throwing it out. The sound transmission talisman turned into a fiery streak of light and flew towards the mountain, suddenly disappearing from sight. Soon after, a large portion of the fog rose and completely enveloped him. Hanli stood still as he saw a scene bloom before him, leaving him surrounded by gargantuan trees over 300 meters tall. He couldn't help but feel shocked, feeling like an ant among the huge trees. Still, he knew that once Axian Rian received the sound transmission talisman, she should be quick to come meet him. As expected, the huge tree illusions turned into thick fog a short moment later. Then the fog parted and revealed a 3-meter-wide passageway. The passage was remarkably long. After traveling for over 200 meters, he was finally able to faintly see its opening and couldn't help but grow excited. But when he was about 20 meters away from the exit, he suddenly heard a hoarse woman's voice. "Senior Han, who is that person behind you? You shouldn't be bringing strangers to this place." 1. Qi Yunxiao's Unrequited Love and Master of Formation Spells. Introduced in Chapter 277, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.